All right, everybody. What's good? What's good? What's good, man? Didn't want to come in here last night and do a video. It was too late after the game. I fell off asleep. But I wanted to come wake up this morning and talk about it because I watched the game. I thought it was a great game by Steph Curry, man. Early in the first half, I thought it was going to get away from them when Denver took that 10-point lead, and Denver basically took control of the game. But the Warriors would not let it get away. You know, I'm a little frustrated how Jimmy was playing early in the first half. He's played real tender sometimes. Like, this dude really be holding back, man. Like, he don't be going all out offensively, but he do play hard defensively, and he does small things that help you, keep you in the game, like the steal he got on the and then the bucket he got in transition and things like that, and the little stickbacks he gets, just little timely stuff he do, man, that you watch on the court like, damn, this dude, you know what I'm saying? But Steph Curry is amazing, bro, and what he did last night, man. Once again, James, what up, dog? Exposed. Shout out to my boy James in the building, man. Know your boy Sports and News. You already know what it is, homie. Salute. Uh, Steph Curry exposed stat merchant Nikola Jokic. You know, I want y'all to think about something. How many guys do Steph Curry got on that active roster right now that he won a championship with? Who? Draymond? Draymond and who? Looney that doesn't play? And all you did was give them a dude that everybody was trying to say was washed up with Jimmy Butler. And, hey, man, them dudes is 20-2 together. Meanwhile, Nikola Jokic got 5 dudes on his team that he won a championship with. 5 dudes. Think about this. 5 dudes he won a championship with. But the stat merchant, Nikola Jokic, T. Price, what up, dog? Salute. Stat merchant, Nikola Jokic. Yeah, Moses Moody, but he didn't really have a real big role when they won a championship. All those guys I named from Denver, they had key roles. Like, they had bigger roles. Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown. Those guys had big roles on that championship roster. See what I'm saying? And Jokic got all those guys on the team right now. He's supposed to be this great offensive player, and we're not appreciating his greatness. But, again, they had a 10-point lead early in the first half and got smoked. Steph Curry just went ballistic on them dudes, And so my point of saying it is that, first of all, Jokic is not the MVP. He's a great stat guy who, is playing in a weak-ass era like Shaq said yesterday. The era is weak. You understand what I'm saying? The era is weak as hell. That's a weak era. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying weak era that they playing in right now. And Shaq's not lying about that. Jokic is dominating, midgets out there. Let's just be honest about this. But Jokic is still a great player. I'm not going to take him being a great player. He's just not as great as they try to say he is. You understand what I'm saying? It's funny how when you put pressure on these dudes, now they want to do videos about black guys like, oh, Giannis is so, man, we already seen through all that. You know what I'm saying? All the talking down about all the other black guys. Then when you finally get called out, you try to come out and do a video about Giannis. It's not going to move us, bro. We already know what time it is. The brothers already know what's up. Yeah, man. Jokic, I'm just going to say it like this, bro. Great player, but he's really a stat merchant. Just be honest, man. This dude puts up big numbers but don't really have no effect. You understand what I'm saying? It's Jamal Murray that's coming through doing all of the big time, Superman, go for the gusto type of shit, especially when you ran into teams like the Lakers. Jamal Murray dropped them dudes off every time in the clutch, came down big time, making them superhero type plays. When you watch Jokic, again, he'll get his numbers. Jokic always gonna get his numbers. Jokic is a great player to get his numbers. But he just don't have that impact. Steph Curry, you gave him one guy in Jimmy Butler who all y'all said was washed up, old, and problematic. And them dudes is 20-2 together. Why on the court? They 20-2 together on the court. And it's not like Jimmy's out there getting 30 every night. He ain't. It just shows you they gave that little bit of a boost on there. And look at what that team has become. They got a real chance to get back to the finals and potentially win a championship. Because Jimmy Butler's Boston Celtics' worst nightmare. And I'm just trying to tell y'all this, man. But Steph Curry, once again, in his bag, going ballistic. This dude is amazing. I'm watching Steph like, man. And listen, I did not used to appreciate Steph Curry the way I should have. But Steph Curry went through the grind. He went through the process and showed when he won that other championship after KD left. That showed me something about Steph Curry. And I'm telling you something, man. This dude right here, bro. Yeah, man. That shit he was doing last night, what he did against the Lakers, what he doing last night, 37 years old, putting dudes in a cooker like that. Yeah, man. You know, Steph Curry, he's definitely that guy, man. And bro, he hit a couple shots last night. He was on fire. He came down and pulled up one. I said, bro, if he hit that, I'm turning the TV off. I ain't watching this no more. I'm glad he missed it because I really was going to turn the game off. He hit that three. But that was early in the game, like when he had 10 points. You know what I'm saying? Then he just snapped at the end of the first half and just just going crazy on dudes, man. And, you know, hold on. I don't want to hear that they have Jamal Murray. I don't want to hear that. You guys say Jokic is the guy. Don't nobody want to hear they didn't have Jamal Murray. Y'all say that Jamal Murray is nothing. So if Jamal Murray is away, remember, when Jokic is away, they can't win without Jokic. Remember that. They're ass without Jokic. So when Jamal Murray's away, we don't want to hear no excuses about they didn't have Jamal Murray. We don't want to hear that. No. The knight in shining armor's there. Jokic, he's supposed to get it done. Right? You guys got so many excuses. Y'all cry about. That's why I said y'all advocates peep these racists, bro. They racist. Straight up, man. They cry and complain about LeBron James fans. They just like LeBron James fans. They sit up here all day, make excuses about a guy who's a stat merchant. They call LeBron a stat merchant, but Jokic a stat merchant. Jokic don't play no D. They don't call him out for it. Jokic out there getting baked again last night in the pick and rolls. How you getting cooked in the pick and roll every time all you doing is reaching every single time? I'm literally watching this stuff all season long. Same thing with Jokic. Great offensive player. Great passer. But the impact, I'm telling y'all this, if that man played in an era with other great bigs, we ain't looking at it like that, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all what it is, man. I don't know what y'all on, bro. But, you know, again, I don't want to hear about Jamal Murray didn't play. We don't have no excuses about that. The reason why we don't have no excuses about that is because when Jamal Murray does play, y'all say he ain't good, he overrated, and that the only reason why he is that level great because of Jokic. So if that's the case, when he's out, shouldn't Jokic be able to win? Yeah, so Jokic is out here losing without Jamal Murray. So don't nobody want to hear no excuses. You guys are lame. Y'all are worse than LeBron James fans. You guys are just the same. All y'all the same. Period. Y'all cry about LeBron James fans. All his fans do is cry about how much help he doesn't have. Man, get out of here, bro. You dudes is chumps, man. Point blank period, bro. Y'all is chumps. You know what I mean? Chumps. I'm just going to say it like that, bro. Dudes up there crying about that stuff, man. Y'all dudes, like I said before, man, I ain't got no respect for these dudes, man. Dudes clowns to me, man. Dog. What's good with it?
Barbecue chicken, baby.
Man, yeah, man. And man, listen, man. These Jokic fans ain't nothing but LeBron James.
Salute.
These Jokic fans ain't nothing but LeBron James fans, man. These dudes sitting around here crying all day long about how this dude ain't got no help. This dude got 5 dudes on the team he won a championship with. 5
To me,
dudes.
they worse. Dog, they the new LeBron James fans. And
Yeah,
like you say, why y'all crying about Jamal? When Jamal was doing 50 balls back to back in the bubble and showing you what he was working with, hitting game winners over AD, falling on out of bounds. I don't want to hear, don't be crying now. And I feel you on that, bro. Because I used to like Scap, but that's all he talk about is what he ain't got, what this and that. Come on, Scap, bro. You down back. Keep the same energy. Jamal Murray out there, he getting his ass cooked out there. Rotisserie. And now all of a sudden, you what was up?
Right.
You say, bro, I told people, bro, I've been appreciated Steph. I watched him since Davis. You got to think about it. His dad was a great three-point shooter. His dad taught him the right way. Steph never ran from the grind like you said. He stood on all 10 toes. He played the cards that he was dealt. And he still got 2 of them things without super teams, and they still don't want to get his man his props, bro. What more do he have to do? And I fuck with Django. But at the end of the day, I don't like how he quit and just gave up, but I understood what he was saying and what he was doing. But come on, you still got 50-something million on the table, 2 more years. But I'm glad he had a team and he got his blood for the game back. And look, he don't have to score 20, 30 points. He playing solid D. He getting everybody else in the offense. So that's a well-rounded team just because they added one piece. Now, you don't have to demolish your whole team and kill the role players, the young players' ego, just so you can, still lose. I think Steph is the real GOAT of this era, bro, and I'm being honest. Jokic ain't got nothing on that dude. If you look
Yeah,
at Jokic's resume without Jamal Murray,
hey,
he
James,
can't win nothing without that dude.
but James, how can you be MVP if you can't even get these types of wins? I'm talking about without you supposed to be the MVP. They saying he the MVP. We ain't giving credit. Well, this dude can't even get no wins without Jamal Murray. How he the MVP?
That's what I seen. And everybody talking about. That was my main point in the debate. Well, what he did without Jamal, he ain't win none without Jamal. He can't even get out of the second round without Jamal. If Jamal not there, that boy is boo boo, man. He need a pamper on.
Man, T Price, what you got on all this with the fake MVP Jokic, man, getting exposed again?
All thing I got to say is that salute everybody. Y'all can hear me?
Salute, homie. Yeah, you good?
Oh, what I got to say is that, hey, I don't want to hear nothing because all I hear is Jokic this and Jokic that. Y'all never give Jamal Murray no credit. Nothing. They never get that dude no credit. Never. I'll be like, what? But hey, they get exposed. And listen, I've been saying this forever on my channel, right? These people the Lakers do not belong in that category. We already know it's a high market, but Steph is that dude. He keep proving time and time again what it is. I can't wait for the playoffs to start because the Warriors, they playing with a full weapon right now. They they going all in. So hey, I'm just going. You know me, Chick. I like to sit back and just watch things unravel in front of their face, and they still ain't giving these people their credit. That's okay. That's okay. That's all I got, bro. Hey, that
No,
boy
we know
Steph
what
is
it is.
him
We
though.
know what it is. We know what it is.
Steph,
They got different
Steph is him.
requirements. Different requirements
Yeah.
for different races. Hold on. Different requirements for different players, bro.
hmm Steph is him though. And I've been
Hey, bro,
trying to
let me
tell
ask
people
you a question.
forever.
Take it that you play pro ball. Triple double seem like it don't work. Like, so why would you try to hog the ball and not let other
Hmm.
people get their stuff off like they need you to help them get their stuff off? We talking about professional basketball players. These dudes get their shot off without you hogging the ball at the top of the key all the time. And if you're a big disadvantage because they don't have no bigs in the league, why you not down there going for 50 and 60?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That you had a mismatch, but you won't ball hog like you don't have another point guard. I think that'll unlock a lot of players around you if you just get off the ball something. Stop worrying about your stats and worry about the W. Worry about the championship. This era is about stats, and they learn from their GOAT, the fake GOAT of their era, instead of learning from the real GOAT. Steph moved great without the ball. Draymond Green,
hmm
the other dude, I forgot his name. That dude scored 20. That ball was hot against the edge. I like the way that team is constructed. And guess what? They have a real system. It's not like a one man system where everything revolves around Steph getting everybody involved. And the dudes still can get their game on. And look how them dudes is playing without Steph. And then when Steph do get hot, that's just the icing on the cake with the candles. That's all I'm saying.
hmm
And look how they
When Steph
winning,
gets
bro.
on, it's over.
You never seen a team win like this in a minute. Steph is the standard of this era, but he don't get no praise. We always talk about the damn role player and what he doing, what they ain't doing. Why Steph don't get no media coverage like this, bro? That's wrong, bro. That's wrong.
Hey, you know what's crazy, James? They both from Akron, Ohio. And he
Hey,
don't
I
get
know
no
who the
kind of
real
love.
goat is. I know who the
Yeah,
real
we've
goat
been
is.
saying that. We've been saying that Steph is the better person, is the better player. I don't care about the accolades because Rick Ruger keep on explaining Jay Reed and his fan base and his people keep exposing him, man. How he got how they want to be paying, asking him to put him in. Uh, and what Kendrick Perkins said that LeBron need to be on all defensive team and first man stop. LeBron don't play no defense, man.
But
He ain't play no
the
defense since
Rams had
Miami.
that boy scared. How many shots Jokic took? About 17. He would take 20 shots. That's the time you supposed to have at least 20 to 30 shots knowing you don't have Jamal Murray. But that goes to show you
Those
what
are
type of
facts.
player he really is. He a numbers
I could
person.
really say,
And
I
numbers
could
don't
really
win you the
look.
game, bro. Like far as triple double type stuff. Look at everybody that average a triple double. They can't get nowhere. To me, he play like James Harden. I'm gonna keep it real with you. All dominant, can't win you know, without using his full awesomeness. Because I
Mhm.
think that team is well rounded, but how you gonna let Michael Porter get off when he gotta wait for you to pass the ball? They
Oh,
didn't even
yeah.
double Jokic last night, and they made Jokic, try to beat him himself, and he couldn't do it, bro. That's all I'm saying. Real basketball minds know this stuff, bro. We have eyes.
Hmm.
We don't go off numbers because he had 60, 10, and 10. He still lost. They all blaming on Russell
Yes.
Westbrook. They not once blamed on that missed free throw. You make that free throw, that Russ Led
Bro,
not
it's
even
over. That's a
that Russ
fact.
Led is really irrelevant. But they ain't gonna say that.
Hmm.
But
You
they
already know.
don't have a
Say it
set of
again, though,
eyes that
James.
we might.
That's funny. They tried to put the whole meal on Russ, but if that was
Yeah.
LeBron who missed that free throw, man, they would have said them racists would have mentioned. They would have said stayed on LeBron James.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's the part I don't
They don't
like.
keep the same standard.
Yeah, that's why I said they not the standard. That's why I said, and I'm gonna start firing my show back up again with y'all, the basketball show with y'all, because I'm tired of hearing these dudes, man. I'm sorry, it's time to come out of
Man,
retirement
I'll
and
be
start
waiting
really
for you to
challenging.
come on there, but I see you got bigger fish to fry, and I like what you're
Nah,
doing.
I'm
You're
finna go ahead. I'm
versatile.
finna go ahead and get back in the game, start cooking these dudes on the show again. I'm hearing about the show
Hmm.
again because I'm tired of hearing these dudes, man. Like I said before, I want to hear the dudes we supposed to hear getting props, man. Like I
Exactly.
see my boy Landon in the building. He keeps talking about the Rockets. Rockets in second place, and all they talk
Yeah,
about is one dude with a bald head that be at Diddy parties, and another dude that's a fake MVP. Another dude that's a fake MVP. That's a stat pattern.
Hey, Chick, I gotta
yeah.
say
That's
this real
it.
quick.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
Chick, I gotta say this right quick. This is what made me realize the Warriors is doing something right. The Raymond, when y'all played against the Lakers the other night, normally the Raymond all friendly bottling and all this other stuff and everything
Yeah.
like that. Now all of a sudden, now you want to play now, the Raymond? Okay, okay. Steph got y'all in that blender. I'm telling you, the Warriors gonna be a dangerous team, man. It's not the Lakers. I don't care what y'all people say. Oh, you're not a Lakers fan or whatever. I don't care. The Lakers do not deserve to be nowhere in the spotlight because we already know when they lose, who fault is going to be. Luca. They already try to blame Luca now.
Man,
They
James,
already.
I got one for y'all, T Price. Here come a
Oh,
Josh
bring them
Trap Sniffer
in.
number.
Bring them in.
Josh Trap Sniffer number
Bring them
one.
in.
What's up? What's up, Kenny Ken?
What up,
Yeah.
ticket salute, bro? Good morning, bro.
What you got,
Good
dog?
morning.
I know you gonna come in here Josh Trap Sniffer. What's up?
Uh-oh.
I mean, it is what it is when it comes down to that team, bro. But we spoke. I want to speak about Curry, bro, and his master class last
Oh
night,
yeah, okay, go ahead, because I know you gonna come in here Josh Trap Sniffer about
because
LeBron.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
gonna lie. I know number 35 missing that nigga right now, bro. That nigga cooking, man. When I'm saying, all he need is a little bit of help. You don't have to get this nigga the most help in the world. All he needs is a little bit of help, and he show you what he could do, bro. He could put the team on his back and carry them and get them to the finals and win the finals MVP, bro. I gotta, you know, I gotta put respect on Curry name, bro. And I've been down with him, because I seen that super team in Golden State, and I'm like, how great really is Curry? You know what I'm saying? He lost to LeBron, then he got KD, and then they lost in 2019 when KD got hurt and Klay got hurt, and he couldn't carry the team, put them on the back. But then I don't know what Curry did in the matter of 3 years, because he came back in 2022 and won the Finals MVP. And he put the team on. When I say he put that team on his back, bro, especially in the playoffs. When he came, because he was coming off injury. Remember, he got hurt towards the end of the season, but then he had came back for the first round, and Steve Kerr had brought him off the bench, and they played Denver. And when I tell you Curry was cooking, Curry was in his bag, bro. And I gotta give him credit, bro. And then last night he was looking like 2022 Curry all over again, bro. Just the mentality, just the energy, just the way his approach to the game was last night. I could just tell, like, he know, like, they have a real shot at winning the championship this year if stuff go their way, bro.
Yo, if he
I'm
get
not
number
gonna lie.
5, if he gets number 5, bro, we will talk about this later on today. But I'm sorry, bro. That LeBron James conversation ain't no conversation no more.
It ain't been no
Facts.
conversation when you ask
Facts.
me. It
Facts.
ain't been no
I'm not gonna
conversation.
lie.
You ask me.
Ticket.
Well,
The
it's got to be a
2010s
conversation
is
because of their
Steph
number.
Curry era.
You know what I'm saying?
Ticket. The
It got to be a
2010s is Steph Curry era, bro. It's not LeBron era. It's Steph Curry
well, no,
era,
I'm
bro.
saying, but it had to be a conversation because they both got full,
Right.
numbers and stat. But if he wins another one like this ain't no conversation.
Mm-hmm. It's
I ain't talking
not.
about. I ain't talking about just this era. I'm talking about all time. He better than him.
Yes. I agree. I think he's
Shit.
better than him
And
now. I think he's better
I'm
than him
not gonna
now.
lie to you. I
And
got him
I don't
over
think that's
him
gonna be a
now.
question. I don't think that's gonna be a question. I think Steph Curry is showing the KD stuff kind of jammed him up, but he's showing you that this the man can win a championship if you put any bro. Think
Yes.
about all the different dudes. If he get it done with Jimmy, then you could be
All
like, damn,
right.
all he did was just change that same position, and you just gave
Mm-hmm.
because people say, hey, Jimmy's 37 years old, bro, 36 years old. So it ain't like Jimmy's 25, 26, 27. You do that after the way they won the last championship with Wiggins, who ain't been the same since. You know what I'm saying? Then you've already won one with Harrison Barnes, bro. I'm just gonna say it, man. Like he definitely gonna pass your king. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about all time. It's not even gonna be no question.
But this what I don't understand no ticket. Why they knocking him for getting KD when a role player be going to get 2 and 3 all-star, superstar caliber players and still have a losing record when we already know if KD when it went down, that was a 3-peat. But you can't go
Yeah.
3-peat with your super team. You go 1 and 4 with Cleveland. You go 2 and 2 with
Not
Miami.
one, not
That
two,
that
not
that
three,
debate
not
is over
four,
with.
not
And
five.
why you always put your own foot in your mouth instead of letting your game talk for you? And like you can't dribble. Man, you seen what he did, Luca, and hit that floater. LeBron was right there in the paint. Why you ain't block that shot?
I'm not
Oh,
gonna
I guess
lie.
because it wasn't a chase down block. But when somebody attacking you straight up, you act like you almost won't take a charge or try to block the shot, but you won't sneak attack and do it.
I'm
Like
not
I
gonna
say, bro,
lie.
I've been gave Steph his props, and when Steph beat him, like I said, he was up 2-1 without those dudes and down 3-1 with them, and it took dramatic injuries and suspensions for him to come back and win that series. So Steph could have swept him, really. He missed a couple of key and then like at the end they got cold on a 4-5 minute stretch and Kyrie had to bail him out. So take that Kyrie shot in the Ray Allen shot. The ball really what 2 and 8?
Like 2 and 7, 2 and 8.
All right, then. So what? There's not even much a debate. Like you said, he the one with Harrison
AD
Barnes.
in the
He the
bubble.
one.
Even AD in the
He the one
bubble.
with Wiggins and Wiggins.
AD
You
game
traded
winning
him
shot
out.
saved this nigga in the bubble too. They was
Yeah.
about to lose to Denver that series, bro. If AD didn't hit that shot, that game winner, they was gonna lose that series, bro.
To me, he got too many chinks in his armor. And even though Steph missed some key crucial shots in that 2016, he still doubled back
Okay, but
and
James,
won two without.
Who had the bigger meltdowns in the playoffs? LeBron or
He
Curry?
did. Oh, role player.
Nah, it's definitely LeBron.
Definitely, bro.
Curry, hold on, ticket. When has Curry ever struggled like how LeBron struggled in 2011? I don't
I
think
don't
I
know.
ever
So I
seen
don't,
Nigga,
I
Curry
don't know
struggle that
that.
bad.
he was getting locked up by Dellavedova though.
But he didn't struggle like LeBron was literally a role player in that series. A
No,
role
but
player.
even though Dellavedova made it hard for him, he still ain't averaged no 8 and no 11 points in no finals.
That's true.
I can't recall that, bruh. And Steph still gonna get his shot off. Shooters gonna shoot. They gonna miss. So what I'm
Facts.
saying is he stood and believed in his shot. He ain't run from the grind. You went with Wiggins. That was a number 1 draft pick. I feel and believe Wiggins would have been a better fit over Kevin Love because you had big men down there that you can battle with. You ain't had to trade that dude away to go get no Kevin Love. Maximize Kevin Love game and still lose. Kevin Love was a 20 and 20 guy, 20 and 12 guy easily. He went down to 17 and 8. That's a big difference. That's a big difference, bro. I don't care how you. It could be 2, 3, 4 points, dog. If you take somebody off their pivot and you move them out their habitat and you put them in another thing, you're supposed to be able to adjust. How can you adjust when you so ball dominant? We seeing it go on with Jokic right now. We seeing it go on with Jokic. That's why we saying stop using Jamal Murray when he's not there, and the reason why he's not winning. Because like I said, I never seen you do nothing without Jamal Murray. And I'm going to
Facts.
show
That's
you
a
right
fact,
now that
James.
Jamal Murray is a key factor to that engine.
Facts. He
But
closed.
Jamal Murray out there, that offense run way smoother than people give him credit for. And
They
I don't
more
like that
deadly
about
with
this dude, bro. And
they
like you
more
said,
deadly
he's the
with
same
Jamal
player
Murray,
as
bro.
LeBron. He's a pass statter, man. As long as he get his triple double, whether he lose or not. Oh, I did mine. I averaged a triple double. Don't look at me. Look at the coach. What you mean? Look at the coach. The coach running your. You know how to switch players since you was 8, huh? So now as the pros, and if you come from 8, you're 22 years in the pros, you live 3-4 years in high school or whatever. You skip college. See, when you skip the process, that's what you get. Steph went to Davidson and was balling out. They had to take him out the game for Davidson to lose. He the one got Davidson that far. Without Steph, we don't know about Davidson in that tournament run. Carmelo did the same thing with the college, got him a championship freshman, player of the year, and got out of there. I ain't
Yeah,
got nothing else
that
to
was in
prove.
'08, James. That was in '08. He made his
So
name in
I'm just,
'08.
so
Yep,
I'm like, come
and in
on, bro.
'07 too. Back-to-back years, he did it in '07. He did it in '08. And I find it very interesting that James, that we already know Steph is the better player, right, in this era, right? They didn't get Steph Curry like they did Jay Reed. Remember ESPN all day long? Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. Look how they be disrespecting them every day on TV. Well, the Warriors ain't played against nobody. Y'all didn't keep that same energy when the Lakers was beating all them bad teams. I'm telling you, the more the game being played, the more that they keep disposing themselves, man.
Salute everybody. Good morning.
What's good?
Salute, bro.
Come on, top
Good
of the
morning,
morning,
man.
top of the morning.
James, you've been cooking. Everybody else has been cooking. It's been a long time since I've been on, but I gotta say this. We gotta get rid of this narrative that Dellavedova locked up Steph in the finals. He had two good defensive games against Steph, but Steph got to cooking him when
Didn't
That's
clutch
a
last
time
2
fact.
came.
games.
No, but I'm saying he did lock him up a couple games. I mean, bro, this is the same as Michael Jordan. Gary Payton put the clamps on Mike a few games. Mike struggled. He still
I'm
got his
not
numbers, but he
Fact,
struggled. It's
I'm
fact.
different.
not
You gotta
I'm
look at
not
them percentages.
disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that, but what I'm disagreeing with is the fact that when those clutch time between those last 5 minutes of those games, Curry was baking the shit out of Dellavedova,
Oh yeah, he
especially
definitely
in
cooked him.
Cleveland.
Yeah, no. But I'm
So
saying, listen, I'm not saying, listen, I think you missing what I'm saying. I'm not taking away from Curry's greatness. I was just nitpicking what I'm saying when we talk about him between him and LeBron, and then I talk about the meltdowns. I know nobody ever had a meltdown like LeBron James had. I'm just saying that Dellavedova did do a great job on this nigga for like a game and a half, 2 games almost. And I was sitting there like, huh? This nigga got Dellavedova out this young goddamn strapping him up like that, like locking him up like that. And then like
right.
he did shake loose, but I seen Steph Curry do some crazy shit in the finals too. I seen this
Uh,
nigga throwing that bitch behind his back, throwing it
Turn the
away from
ball
nobody.
over.
right.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
trying to
he
make
scored
that
at
26
pass
home
to
on the
Klay.
court in game
I
7,
think
game 7 finals.
2016 I think 2016 Kyrie locked Curry up those last 3 games of that series more than Dellavedova
Yeah,
did.
no. But I'm saying that's why that's why I was asking James because I hadn't even got to that part yet. But I seen Steph Curry melt down. But this is when you talking about great players, we nitpick and talking about different things. So
Oh,
to me,
that's no question on that.
if I answer my own question, I already know LeBron James meltdown, bro. The meltdown he had against Dallas, that shit probably will never be magnified by any other great all time great superstar player ever again. So
Facts.
The
I
mel-
already know that, but again, just for shits and giggles, I wanted to bring that up. But then again, I want to get your take on Jokic too. What do you think about this stat merchant that can't get over the hump? Even though all his little fangirls say that Jamal Murray is he ain't that
nah,
good as that third.
that is just a reason. Or I'm sorry, there's reasons and there's excuses, and with Joker, that's a fucking excuse because let that be any other player, they would say, I don't give a damn about your triple doubles, i.e. Russell Westbrook. What the hell are you doing? You know, we sat up here and blowtorched the shit out of Russell Westbrook when he was averaging triple doubles in the 6th seed, averaging triple doubles as a 7th seed, but in the playoffs, he didn't show up, or during clutch time, he didn't show up. The one thing that I don't like about Jokic, he's a good dude. I like that he's humble when he talks, but he plays zero to no defense. And when it's
None.
time to actually put your foot in the dirt, and actually stop your man, he don't do it. He don't rotate on areas where he should rotate as a big man. There are times like let's be honest. Kim Olajuwon could have did everything that Jokic is doing now back then. But
Yeah,
when the rubber needed to meet the road, what was Akeem Olajuwon on defense during the times of the games that was pivotal? His ass was in the paint, looking to send shots elsewhere, looking to get steals, looking to lock down David Robinson, looking to lock down Shaq, looking to lock down any other center that's supposed to be playing his position. I don't see that
you
from
ain't
Joker.
no
That's
mathematical, right?
right, right. A lockdown. Remember, one of the best game-saving blocks was in Game 7 when he blocked
Mm-hmm.
Starks,
John Starks. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
John Starks. When John
and
Starks
that
had a
wasn't even
meltdown, could have hit a three to
right.
save his life.
Right, and he actually was getting hot. Let's be honest. Let's not rewrite history. John
Game
Starks was
six,
getting
game
hot.
six,
I'm sorry,
game
yeah,
six, he
Game
was
6.
hot.
And then what did Elijah want to do? He went out there, saw that he was coming off that high screen roll off, and then he put his hands up, made
Mm-hmm.
that shot difficult, put a piece of his hand on the ball, game over. See,
Facts.
Jokic don't do this shit. These big men don't do this shit. They just think that it's all about offense and you're supposed to get praised for offense. No, I come from the era where you got to play both ways to get the fuck off the
Yes.
court.
Again,
You
hey,
know,
let me just hop in right quick before I get off. Hey, yo, but hey, you on the money, but then again, y'all, we already know where this started from. We ain't hear nothing about a second fiddle to this era. Let's think about it. Then what they said about Mike. Oh, he would do that without Pippen. What they said about Cole. Well, Shaq this. See, they started with this era doing the disrespect. See, we came from a standard. The old school players set a standard. I said this years ago. If these players don't do it more than 10 consecutive straight years, like a Steph Curry, you see what I'm saying? And I'm still gonna say this. This is my last point. Name a person that's better in this era. Name two players, not one but two, is better than Kobe Bryant and Tim Duncan. And I'll wait.
we're not
'Cause
we're
you
not
ain't
even
gonna
going
find
to
them.
laugh at that question because we're not going to be able to name that question. Is this T Price?
Yes, sir.
Okay, T
You
Price
already
always comes
know.
with the guy that comes with the sledgehammer effect. So let me come with the other sledgehammer effect.
Go
The
ahead.
thing the thing about it is, let's think about going to the park. Let's thinking about playing bucket or 21, and then we're like, okay, the first two that got high scores get to beat teams. You play that first game, and then you notice that there's a guy on your team that's only trying to take the shots, but his man is blowing by him. Guess what you're gonna do on that second team? Get the fuck off my team. I need somebody that's gonna go both ways. I need somebody that's gonna swing that ball around. I want to win. It's not about how cool your handles are, but you can't hit an open shot. It's not as cool as you can get to the bucket, but you get your shot blocked. You got to have all facets of the game. We wanted to win. We didn't want to sit up there and look fancy. We wanted to go hard. We didn't want to sit up there and just look like we were out there practicing basketball. We were playing basketball. And the way the NBA looks now, it looks like they're just practicing basketball. They're not playing basketball. It makes me sick to watch people just sit at the damn 3-point line and just chuck three after three, and they can blow by their man and get to the cup and get an
Man, they
easy
don't play
two.
no defense. Facts.
And it's just like it's high screen and roll for every team, every time down. What I'm seeing the Golden State Warriors do, and I love it, and I got to give just a little bit of credit to Steve Kerr because Steve Kerr came from the triangle. He played with the best. He played with that Tim Duncan that you was talking about. He played with that Michael Jordan that you was talking about. A nigga that will punch you in your fucking eye if you're not giving max effort on defense.
Facts.
And and he is putting that mid-range game. You got mid-range Jimmy. They say Kerr only shoots threes. No, he can get to the paint. He can break your defense down. He's the ultimate Swiss Army knife. But if you leave him open or that high screen and roll and you backpedaling, he's going to shoot the ball and put your fucking lights out. And I like watching basketball like that. That
Wait,
Golden State, go
my
ahead.
bad, bro. Keep going. My bad, bro.
Oh,
You cooking?
Golden State is the closest to 90s basketball that we're going to see. This is why we enjoy watching them. Everybody else
Wait,
tries to just take Golden State three-point attack and maximize it. No, they can kill you in so many different ways. How many times Curry got in that paint on the Lakers? dropping not only layups, but sucking the defense in. T. Price, what happens when you suck the defense in? Somebody is going to be wide the fuck open.
See,
Pump fake
that's
off
old
the
school
three.
basketball, though.
Message.
Go
That's
ahead, James.
fundamental basketball. So my thing is, what resistance Jokic have to be playing at the top of the key the whole damn game, trying to get triple doubles all day when you a clear mismatch? So I wouldn't blame it too much on the coaches. I just blame it on the players because they stuck in their own ways and they feel like this era is just so much better, it's so much evolved. No, it's spread it out. There's no resistance in the paint. So why is you at the top of the key all the time? Get your ass on the block and get assists from that way, and maybe you'll get better open shots. But if you're at the top of the key, people still glued to their man. Golden State had a great game plan yesterday, and I watched that game while I was at work last night. And they played him one-on-one, and they stayed glued to everybody else. And why you think they lost? You can't get those many assists. It's gonna be you're gonna get them, but I'm saying how hard it is to get 2 assists a quarter. You can get 2 assists a quarter in this era, how wide open the flow is. So a triple double is meaningless, especially if you're not getting a win.
But my thing,
Give me a 10-day contract, and I could go out there and get you 10 points. I can get five times in 48 minutes. You feel
I
what I'm
don't think
saying?
we're
So how hard
I
it
don't
is to
think we're
get a
looking at
double-double?
the I don't think we're looking at the bigger picture. Everybody's sitting up there saying that Luka had a bad game. Golden State's going to make you run your motherfucking ass off chasing people through screens. You ain't going to have
Facts.
no legs to shoot up a basketball when you're sitting up here running and you're out of shape. What did we used to do back in the day? We used to have to run the damn benches. I remember I had to do it at Wash U in St. Louis. Run the benches before we even touch a damn basketball. You're going to run those benches. You're going to get your conditioning up. Then we're going to do ball drills. Then we're going to do cone drills. And last but not least, then we're going to do shooting drills. They start off doing shooting drills, but they don't know how to get their body in condition. So when they play a team that's running the Princeton offense, when they're playing the team that's got motion offense, they cannot keep up with them because their legs are not there. Luka is going to get exposed in the playoffs because he's going to have a big ass target on his back, and they're going to be like, whatever matchup he's on, we're going to
So
exploit
is
the hell out
Austin
that matchup.
Reeves.
Facts.
So hold on. So is Austin Reeves and so is LeBron. They all gonna get cooked. All the big three gonna get cooked because none of them niggas could play perimeter defense or post up defense in the paint.
All they do is flop for fouls and cry to
Yeah,
the
that's all
refs.
they do.
Look,
That boy
That's
Luka
all they
and
can't
do.
just
play no
listen,
defense.
and just listen. It's just sad, y'all, but it's just, man, it's just funny to me, man, because every day when I see Steph, when I see him play, I'll be like, I don't see how in the world they're not talking about this dude, but we get it. Why? We get it. Why? And they still want to disrespect that, man. I remember they was capping, talking about all the Warriors ain't playing nobody. Look at
Well,
everybody who
not
they
only
went
that,
against.
they
Like,
also said
give that team
the
his
Jimmy
credit, man.
Butler
Give that man
trade
his
didn't
credit.
move the needle. They were
Yeah,
seriously saying this was not going to work. Jimmy was not going to
those are
work on the
facts.
Warriors. This
It don't know
this trade don't move
basketball.
the needle. I don't see
That's
them
the
making the
biggest
playoffs
trade
with
right
Jimmy.
there.
And
That's the
they
biggest
were
trade.
hotter than the Lakers. When the Lakers moved all the way up to the damn second seed, they were sitting up there putting honey all over themselves, jerking off on live TV, talking about this is it. Lakers in 5, no matter what matchup they are. And then, Labalco had to go get another shot in his ass for 2 weeks.
That
And
new
then
juice.
they had to they got exposed. They get exposed because you got the 3 white kings that don't play defense. Even Dalton Connect don't even play defense like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward, the Lakers better not lose to the Pelicans. Okay. They better not lose to the Pelicans going into that damn back-to-back matchup with OKC. And OKC's coming off a loss. They're gonna try to put
Yeah.
foots in ass, belt to ass when the Lakers come in. They hear all that talk. Yeah, Shannon Sharp. Oh, Lakers are 5 and OKC, and OKC's been running the goddamn gauntlet. Okay, let's see that. I want to
And,
see that.
and this is the thing that kills me, y'all. They talking about OKC never played, they never went through nothing. Let me explain to y'all why they have. When they got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, right, from the Clippers, which I said was the dumbest thing the Clippers ever did in their life, right, was getting rid of him, right. Then
Right.
they get Chris
Sheetrock.
Paul. Then they get Chris Paul, right. Chris Paul did something with Shea. You can tell Shea learned something from Chris Paul.
Yeah, when he
Remember, they
was
was
that
remember,
1 year in
yeah,
OKC.
yeah. And y'all remember, just check this out. Check this out. So they end up going. Remember, they used to be a bottom playing team. For the first 2 years, they was a bottom playing team. Then they end up having a good record last year, right? And it's just crazy that they didn't do it back to back years. And then what's that? Marcus Morris? I don't know if it's Marcus Morris, one of the twins, gonna get there and say that you don't believe in OKC. They ain't been through nothing yet. Name somebody on the Lakers other than Luka and Braun did anything. So you try to say me Jackson Hayes? They didn't. Did y'all see that stupid stat? How they was trying to pull up that Jackson Hayes is the better defender than Anthony Davis? Man, y'all gonna get
Yeah,
exposed. Y'all gonna get
that's what
exposed.
propaganda is, bro. That's
Yeah.
exactly what propaganda is. And I don't see it because let me ask you this. Where was that Anthony Davis better defense during that Chicago blowout? Oh shit, was it there? Oh, okay. Where was that Anthony
they,
Davis like defense during that second Chicago comeback down 17? Oh, it wasn't there. Look,
he had the best
anything.
IQ since nine, though, right? He had this IQ since he was 8 years old, but he had them two dumb behind turnovers at
We
the
want
end.
to sit
And
up
you know
there and
what they
say the
did?
only thing
And no
the
smoke for
90.
this dude. No smoke.
Right.
No smoke.
90s guys, they were just good for their time. But my mind, I play basketball with my mind. That means that my mind told me that it was really, really smart to throw a small, sensitive pass to get picked
Right.
off in the corner, and then don't run at somebody that's trying to take a half court three. Just put my hand up and still give him
Mm-hmm.
the vision to line up his elbow with a shot. We are taught when somebody's getting ready to take a half court three, you run at them like you're gonna block it so
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
they'll nut up and then he'll double clutch. And then by the time he would have double clutch, it wouldn't have been time. He would have never got the shot off. What the fuck do I know? I
Fact.
just been playing basketball for 43 years. I haven't been. I'm not an NBA player. You know what I'm saying? But we were
That
taught
nigga
those
Josh
things.
Giddy hit that bitch from half court, nigga.
Yeah,
Hey,
but he
I'm
lined
like,
it up.
I had a
That's
He
coach.
half
lined it up
court,
like
nigga.
a practice shot.
I had a coach
That
that was like Coach
He
Carter.
hit
to
that
the
shit right in
baseline.
LeBron's eye,
That's all
nigga.
we did. That's all we
Hey,
did was run,
He hit
run,
that
run.
hey,
shit
T
in
Carter,
LeBron's eye, nigga.
I never
T
Let me
Carter,
forget
T
ask
this.
y'all a
Carter.
This is
question
my
though.
last. This is my
What
last quick
you was
story.
gonna
This is my
say?
last quick story. My brother, right? He took a team in high school, right? Ain't won state since the '80s, right? My brother went there, had them boys running. I'm sitting there watching them. It was like, why are we running? My brother was like, you think you're gonna beat this team? You gotta be in shape. My brother had them boys running, 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 running like Coach Carter to the baseline. They make a statement to the baseline. They didn't play that one basketball play until the at all. And then when it came to the game, they looked at my brother and was like, Coach, what are we going to do? He said, we're going to run these boys off the court. You know, that team, random team, ran the whole high school team, blowing everybody up by 30. And guess what ended up happening? They win the state championship. Just to prove a point. You got to be
But
in
where the
shape.
bigs
You got to
at
be
though?
disciplined.
What bigs they have in the league right now?
None. None.
Well,
Sagoon and who else they got?
Embiid is hurt, so
Part
X
time.
him out. You know,
Part
uh,
time.
I don't even know. Dewitt, New York used to play with Cat. I don't even consider him a real big man because he stays his goofy ass in the perimeter more than he stays in the paint. So we'll just call him a small forward slash center. They don't have true traditional big men that will go down there and beat your ass and put you in the post and do spin moves or back you down. Look, I watch on YouTube all the time those '90s playoffs games. Eat Magic, those '90s playoffs games, Houston, San Antonio, and there were goddamn wars fought down there in the post. Not just between the centers, but the power forwards be mixing it up down there just to get position. There's a goddamn fist fight going on just to get in position in the post. I missed that shit. I truly missed it because I don't want it easy. What Tupac said, I don't want it if it's that easy. I want a little bit of resistance. I want to earn my points. I don't want to just fucking gallop down the lane to get an easy layup. What's that? I wanted
That's
the
all I
ski
was
mask
saying.
way.
That's why I say with no resistance in the paint, we praising these weak ass triple doubles for all the wrong reasons, and then like when a teammate can't help you because they can't get in the flow of the game or get in the rhythm or as getting a shot off here and there. Anybody could just stand like a stop sign, a red light, green light, and wait for you to pass the ball. It's not like you breaking the defense down to the point like you doing it from the post. Because when you have great post play, the defense is gonna collapse. So that's a way better open shot than you doing it from the way they're doing it in this era. That's not really basketball to me. It's just really one on one. You stand here and you just be ready. It's like hot potato. I'm gonna dribble all the clock out. When I seen Steph Curry have Luca on skates the other night, you seen how that boy had Luca all over the floor? I thought he was at an ice skating rink.
He was doing the
Just
Matrix.
Man,
He was
that
doing the
bro, he
Matrix,
just
trying
playing
not to get
keyboard.
shot.
yeah. Steph hit that ball with a crossover and then floated that thing up. I said, man, they in trouble. And they talking about like y'all say, Lakers in 5. It's always pushing narratives, propaganda instead of going off what they see, like far as real. Everybody don't want to keep hearing the same story over and over. And at some point it get watered down. So let's get back to traditional basketball. Now I ain't saying bring back hand checking and 5s, 4s, 3s, 2, 1. But y'all gonna have to do something to change what y'all doing. That's why you got all these dudes that played the game at the high level, played in a rougher era, same with how they feel. And when you on TV, you going on with the propaganda sometimes because we cook Shaq a lot. We cook Steve and for them dudes to still have this dude number 2 all time because of longevity. Man, Vince Carter played 22 years. Did y'all give him that type of coverage? Vince Carter took care
Absolutely
of his
not.
body. Did y'all give him that type of coverage? So that's just the only thing I'm trying to get y'all to understand and see that it's real life propaganda going on, and it's not good for the sport, bro. They got way
Well,
more better
when you don't
players.
have natural theater, all you have is propaganda. When the story's not going the way you want it to, you got to feed a false narrative. I know T. Price told the story. I'm gonna tell the story too, and this will just it'll be in harmony with what we're talking about. You know, I'm from St. Louis, love my hometown. You know, a lot of years there. I grew up when I was about 14, 15. I used to live down in the Central West End. They call it U City, Delmar area. So there's a park there right behind the Lee's Chicken. It's called Eastgate. And I remember the first time I seen Larry Hughes come up there, and this is when he was still playing for the Billikens before he got drafted by Philadelphia. Now, we used to run the park up there, and I finally got a chance to play, a full court game with him. Of course, he was really cool, dapped everybody up, but he ran the court. I remember he missed a shot that would have won the game. After he missed the shot, of course, everybody was, kind of razzing him. He went, start doing push-ups, and start doing cone drills. He put the cones on the court, start doing cone drills of the shot he missed over and over and over again. And for me, being 14 years old, that impressed me. And I asked him, why did he do that? He said, look, I'm never gonna miss that shot again. That was too easy. Since I missed it, I gotta keep practicing that shot. I ain't missing that shot again. And I respected Larry for that. And I became a fan of him. He's a hometown hero. But he was a good dude. He was a good dude, man. I don't think a lot of stories are told about the type of person he was. He took care of his family, his brother when his brother was sick. These are real men. You know what I'm saying? I always respected Larry for that. So
Nowadays, these niggas in the NBA be chasing strippers and IG models.
yeah, or a combination of both.
Look at Jalen Green. Look at Jalen Green.
And I
Yeah, that shit
said
is
on
funny, bro.
Shit, look at
I,
Anthony Edwards.
Look at Anthony Edwards. This nigga trying to pay off his child support.
look, can you imagine getting that type of bag and giving it away for some I can't say that word on YouTube, but
Look
some
at
female?
Zion.
No, that's my monies. You know what I'm saying? I'd have got married before I did some stuff like that. Uh, but the mindset is different, and this just goes to show me there's something that somebody said on another podcast that just rings true. There is no true mentorship. Actually, Brian Scott said that there's no true mentorship. Nobody wants to be mentored. They come in the league thinking they're already better than the past greats, and they're not. It's nothing. Can you imagine if Reggie Miller took 13 goddamn threes a game, where he would have put that record? He'd have put that record so far out of reach, Curry would have just now started approaching it. Can you imagine Ray Allen taking 13 to 15 threes a game? How about for Sean Leonard taking 13 to 15 threes a game?
But they took good threes though. They played the game the right way.
Look, there are those who did do threes in transition. John Stockton, Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc, I'm missing one. Tim Hardaway. If he got the match up, he's going to pull up a three. And my very favorite guy, left-handed assassin, Nick the Quick. He made it mainstream. Nick the Quick Nick Van Exel used to make sure he pulled up for three in transition. But they had to have the matchup. They took advantage of the matchup. Now we just see them have an open lane and just pull it up for three with nobody under the basket.
Because they think they Steph Curry. That's what it is.
Look, even Steph Curry,
He
9 times out of 10 will pull
know
up.
but that's the thing. Curry knows when to do some shit. Like he would do it if he's hot and the team roll. All he would do is just test the waters. He not
Right.
just gonna keep doing it. Because then that's if you don't make that shot, that's a leak out, and that's either 3 points or a transition layup back on the other end, bro. Well, how
If you
fast
don't make a good shot, your coach is looking at you. He's calling a 20-second timeout. He's telling you to bring your goofy ass over there and sit down and come talk to me.
Yanked
And
out
I
the game.
remember Dale Harris doing that to Kobe. Now everybody talk all this shit that LeBron can. He had better number. Look, Kobe he had to get his shots off. He had to compete with two guards over him. And Dale Harris did not want to play Kobe. So Kobe would take an ill-advised runner, ill-advised pull-up. Next thing you know, he's out of the goddamn game. When you look at the advanced metrics of Kobe's first and second season, and per 36, he was a 24-point-a-game scorer because in 7 minutes, he would score 7 points. And he didn't start really shining until after they fired Dale Harris. They had that 1 year with Kirk Rambis where Kobe was able to shine. And then when Phil came over, he was like, okay, I don't know why this dude ain't starting. He got more energy than Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones was a good two guard. He was a lunch bucket two guard, really good mid range. He could do a really good set 3-point shot. But to run that triangle, Eddie Jones was not going to be the one to run that triangle. So they had to trade him. They trade him and Eldon Campbell to the Charlotte Hornets for Glenn Rice and who else did they get? Glenn Rice is somebody else because Glenn Rice's contract wasn't going to just be by itself. Eddie Jones and Eldon Campbell went over there and they made the playoffs between the two. And they slid Glenn Rice to the three. They had Rick Fox coming off the bench and they had Kobe start. And that changed the whole dynamic of the triangle with Shaq. Because you couldn't just worry about Shaq. You had to worry about this fucking kid from Philly, too. When he's eating up the damn defense and getting all those shots that Dale Harris and Kurt Rambis didn't like, Phil Jackson's like, those are good shots in this offense. Put LeBron in the triangle, he will suffer. Because the ball can't be in your hands 90% of the time of the triangle. You got to move without the ball in the triangle. You got to find the mismatch. And guess what? You got to have a big man in the triangle. You got to have some type of serviceable big man because that big man is going to pull the defense in so that you can get those kickouts and slashes to the basket. Please tell me I'm wrong. I know I'm not.
No, you're not.
No,
But I'm not going to lie.
Too ball dominant.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if y'all listen, bro. I'm a KD fan, bro, and I can admit that, bro. But how his career going, it's sad to see, bro. Because the dude was a motherfucker killing OKC, bro. He was a killer, and then slowly but surely, his career and his legacy, it just been downhill. Been going downhill, bro. Since he.
What's your name, big man?
My name is Kenlin.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Have you ever went to the casino and put the wrong bet on the wrong line?
Nah, I never gambled before. I stay away from gambling, bro.
I appreciate that, but that's exactly what Kevin Durant did, and it's a bad bet. He made a whole bunch of bad bets after he left Golden State. Golden State was the best bet, but he decided to bet on himself, and we can agree that wasn't a good bet. KD needs everything around him to be perfect to be successful. He had perfection in Golden State, but he allowed that propaganda because nobody look. If Kevin Durant would have stayed with Golden State, they would have had the shot to top what the Bulls did 6 and 8 years. Nobody wanted to see that because Bitchmade wouldn't have been able to make any finals or make any championships if Golden State in the bubble in 2020 with Kevin Durant. We're not talking about the fucking Lakers, and we're not talking about the
Nah,
Nuggets.
you know what I feel like, bro. I feel like Draymond ain't want KD did because Draymond. You got to think about it. Draymond, he fucks with Curry more than KD, so he probably was probably getting upset. But it wasn't showing. Draymond. Draymond not go the type to like show it in that way, but he was showing it because he didn't want the vibe was like, nigga, we don't need you, nigga. We got Curry, nigga. Curry can win us finals, MVP could win us finals. That was a vibe, nigga. Of
But
like,
I
all right,
feel that Draymond is a turncoat. I don't have no respect for him because when you sitting up there and you say you can put up the same type of numbers that Charles Barkley did,
yeah,
but you just don't want to, and during the time where you could have went up there and be a 24-10, 24-12 guy, and you chose not to, you chose to get yourself thrown out of games because you didn't want to be there. Let's not sit up here and talk that shit about you don't respect the era before you when you don't even try to improve your goddamn game. In this era, there is no reason why Draymond should be a triple single. No reason. But for the type of minutes that he plays, he should at least be a double double, a high double double, or a mid double double walking in this league. Now, I do got to give him credit since Butler came, he has increased his 3-point percentage. But I'm telling you, he misses a lot of bunnies. He misses a lot of chippies. He misses a lot of mid ranges. So that tells me you're not working on your game. Every season you come back, you're the same fucking player from last year. So Draymond Green, we know he's a Clutch Sports client. We know that he's a LeBron James meat holder. So anything that he says, and I don't think he's a real basketball player. I just think that he's a guy that got a basketball costume on. Where would his career be without Steph? Seriously, where would his career be if he was in Charlotte?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. At first, I was worried about Durant because he cost Steph a lot. But since they got Django, I don't think Durant gonna pull that shit out because Django ain't about to let that slide. Django is a team player first. That's what I do notice. And like he don't need to score 40 points, triple doubles like in Miami because he got a dude that he know that can be a closer. So I'm gonna just keep the pace of the game going. I'm gonna keep everybody in tune. I'm gonna pick my boys. I'm gonna take the shots when they come to me. But majority of the time, I'm gonna lock up this. I'm gonna lock up that one. I'm gonna help you bring up the ball where you ain't gotta exert all that energy. And that's what I do like about the way they constructed that team. Like I said, they didn't lose a lot. You know what I mean? But the piece that they did gain, you gained a dude that went to 2 finals, 4 Eastern Conference finals. So that's a match made in heaven. And Steph is one of those dudes that can make that work. So Dang go find the love of the game again. He said it out his own mouth. I'm just only rebutting what he said. So I see the enjoyment that he had back playing basketball. Look, I don't have to score 30 like I'm the lead in Miami. But if Bam show up or not, I know Steph gonna show up. I know Steph gonna hit these clutch threes. You understand? So that made my game much easier now. So if I do score 20 plus, 30 plus to go with Steph, that's just icing on the cake, like I said. People don't understand that. It's just fundamental basketball, y'all. That's what I like about Golden State. They
But
could
we got
switch a
people
lot
that
of
can
pieces out.
simple addition or simple subtraction, James. So you shouldn't be surprised if fundamental basketball is not. I had somebody that couldn't even make change when I broke a 20 after paying for my food at Popeyes, and I was looking at them like, "Did you go to school?"
But I need y'all to give Kerr some credit because I was cooking him last year and the year before, saying, "Oh, he the reason why Golden State look washed up. He run the same thing." And then, but look, you give him a little younger pieces, a little bit more help. Give him Butler, and he getting an old Butler. He not getting a Butler from 2 years ago. He getting an older, more veteran Butler. Who's on the back end of his career. And look what he's doing. He got Golden State looking like a well-oiled machine again, looking like 2022. Looking like they about to
Well,
go on a deep playoff run.
Okay,
So we
I'm
got to
glad
give
you
Kerr some
brought that
credit.
up. Okay, who won
Because
the
I was
trade
cooking
then?
Kerr saying, oh, he not a good coach and they should fire him and get him out of Golden State.
Who won that
Golden
trade?
State
You,
won
you
the
think the
trade.
Lakers won that trade over Golden State?
What do you mean the Lakers won the trade over Golden State?
I'm saying everybody because they got Luka. Luka just went to the championship, got blowed out for one gentleman swept. So they saying the
Well,
Lakers made the best offseason acquisition, but I still think it's Golden State. Not because I
Let
like
me answer that.
Django as a player,
Let me
but I
answer
think
your question
Django
by
just fit
saying
that
this:
team. Go ahead, go ahead.
who was between the two trades? Who was predicted to win a championship first?
The
Was it
Fakers.
not the Lakers? So
Yeah.
if the Lakers don't win the championship, Golden State won the trade. Why? Because again, going back to what I said, they weren't even fucking with the Jimmy Butler trade. They just poo pooed the trade like, it's nothing. Miami's gonna be better. Remember, the analyst said Miami was going to be better getting Wiggins. They said they were going to be. They don't have. He'll fit right in. He'll be a plug and play player, and they went on like a 6-game losing streak. While Golden State went on an 8-game winning streak. They quietly went from 25-26 to 46 and 31 where they are now. They have a chance to win 50 games.
That's
50
crazy.
games
That's
before it's
crazy,
all
bro.
said and done when they were sitting at 25.
That's crazy, bro.
So just off of the winning percentage,
I wish KD was playing better, bro. This shit is, oh my gosh. Shit is, like, bro, because, like, you don't understand, KD talent, he's on the same talent as Curry and LeBron. But for some reason, something don't click with that dude, bro. Like, I don't know whether it's his leadership and mentality, but something don't click because your peers, even Kawhi, even bum knee Kawhi, he got his team in the playoffs. I mean, I really could say Harden, but Kawhi came back. When in December. Ever since then, he just been slowly ramping up, slowly ramping up, slowly getting better. You know what I'm saying? He got his team in the playoffs. He don't got no super team, no crazy team. He got a bunch of role players around him. But look, he still got his team in the playoffs. And I'm not gonna just say it's just him because you
you see there?
Sound like he went out. I agree with that Kawhi stuff. Miami just was on a 6-game win streak. They lost a heartbreaker to Memphis the other night. Don Moran hit that crazy shot over the 7-footer that Miami got. But I like where Miami headed at. They just got younger. They just about to revamp their team. They gonna get better. But I just look at it like this. When you look at everybody that made acquisitions, Kyrie go down, Anthony Davis go crazy his first game, he get hurt. Injuries is a part of the game, but we don't use that as excuses over here. But then at the end of the day, you got to look at it like, can we get one full healthy season just so we can really see who the macho man Randy Savage of the league is? Because I, if you ask me, I was mad at Jimmy Butler for taking that shot against Boston when it was 2-on-1. You settled for that three. You know, you could have put more pressure on that defender and just
And
bounce
get to the
past that
cup.
thing and got that little easy 2-point. You would have won the 3 finals. Now, whether you would have won or not, I just seen the will, and I like that. And I like underdogs, period. So if you look at him going to Golden State, that team was already well constructed for us. They were just missing that other piece because you think about it, Klay got old. Klay was dealing with injuries. Jimmy Butler, to me, is a better Klay Thompson because he can really create for himself. Not
Well,
saying
can
Klay
I ask
can't.
you a question? Can I say he's a different Clay Thompson, not a better Clay Thompson? Because we know he can't hit that three like Clay. He's just a
No, but I
different
don't
Clay
need him to
Thompson.
hit the three because we got Steph. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at it from this point of view. If I could get Jimmy just to give me what he did in Miami and compare that with Steph, because we all said Bam wasn't the answer. But he still got the 2 finals, like I said, for Eastern Conference Championship. Now you got a dude that championship ready, that won a championship, unanimous MVP. To me, that's just a better version because Jimmy will go on that block. Jimmy could hit the mid range. Jimmy could really create for himself. Clay, I don't look at him as a person that could create for himself when he got the ball, as far as dribbling wise. Jimmy could get to his sweet spots, raise up. I ain't never seen Clay do that. He's a great shooter. I give you that. He's a way better 3-point shooter than Jimmy. But far as to me as an all-around player, I can't put Clay over Jimmy. I just can't do it. Because he not doing nothing in Dallas like that. He had a couple of hot games. You know, he got hot a few games here and there, but he ain't doing what Jimmy doing. If you put Klay on that team and take Jimmy out, we don't go to 4 Eastern Conference Finals and 2 championships with Klay playing that style of basketball. What I'm saying, Jimmy
Oh well,
is really
I
a
think I
fundamentally
think
sound basketball player.
I think let me see if you on the same page with this. So apples to apples, Clay is not going to do the same thing Jimmy's doing if Clay was put in Jimmy's position. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
You can't.
basically, because like Ticket said, I ain't know they was 19-2. I know they
Yeah,
went on an 8 game win streak, but then he showed me enough right there. So when you got over there, you got implemented that offense. He just you dropped him off over there, and it's just like he been there the whole season. Like they drafted him with them too, like they was the Splash Brothers all over again. But the difference is Jimmy bring to me, like I say, more to the table for us creating for himself. Now I ain't saying him and Clay damn near the same type of defender before the knee injury. Don't get it twisted. Clay's a good defender, but when you talk about mid range, getting to your sweet spots, Clay can't create for himself. I never seen that. Clay and I know I'm gonna take this dribble and I'm gonna just raise up right here. I'm gonna take the ball, beat my defender off the dribble, and I'm gonna pull up right here. Clay just like a Reggie Miller type dude, run off screens, run off pin downs, and just turn around and jack that shit. Hey, if he hit, and he a great shooter. To me, he a better shooter if you ask me. But being a better shooter don't always result into wins like that. Cause that's why they went to killing him last year when he got hurt. Jimmy to me is way more in tune than all right, whatever y'all need me to do, I can do it. If y'all need me to do the mid range, y'all need me to bring it up. I ain't never seen Clay bring the ball up and initiate the offense like a Jimmy. You know what I mean?
and
That's
this
what
is why
Jimmy
we
do.
say that there's certain players that have more in their bag and can do more than other players.
Facts.
Jimmy
Facts.
Butler can do more than Clay Thompson. Clay Thompson got him overshooting. You know, he's a better shooter. And I would say that at this point in time, it's probably tied, or I'll give the slight edge to Butler for defensive prowess. But as their game ages, you see where Clay Thompson can be irrelevant and Jimmy Butler can still play at a high level at 36, 37, 38 years old because he has all those things in his bag. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. I can see that for Golden State, they needed somebody with a better bag instead of just catch and shoot, catch and shoot, catch and shoot, because those last two playoff games
That's all
where
I'm saying right there. That's the key right there.
Clay 0 for 10 in that Sacramento loss last year and he was 0 of 10 on threes. So that means the only thing he took was threes. You know, that to me and everything I was taught about basketball, those are all bailout shots. If you're not making your first couple of shots, what do they tell you to do? Put your head down, try to get an easy one at the basket, try to get fouled, try to get in the post, try to do the pinch, try to come off the elbow. Don't just sit in the corner or go for the other corner, try it there, go to the other corner, try it there, go to the wing, try it there, and you just brick after brick after brick. Because then what's going to end up happening is the defense is going to start to roll to your side to give you that shot because they're going to be like, well, he's cold. So the more you shooting it, you're not heating up. You're actually hurting the damn team. So then what happens? The other players on the team is going to compensate or try to overcompensate for the fact that they got somebody that's cold. And the one thing that Kerr didn't do, he didn't pull him. This is a win or go home situation. Yeah, I love you, Clay. You did a lot for this franchise, but right now you're hurting us, and we need this game to move on. He didn't do that, and Sacramento ended up blowing them out.
And I like Clay Thompson. I like Mac 11, but to me, if his shot not falling, what else you gonna get out of him besides a little defense here and there? Like
Hey,
I
you want to know
need,
something? So, you just said something that just brought back what I was looking at. He's just the modern day John Starks then. If John Starks 3 wasn't falling, all he had was defense, and if he's getting cooked on defense, he's hurting the team. Now, once John Starks get
I ain't
hot,
never think about it like that until you said that. That's a great point though.
yeah, John Starks get hot,
I ain't
he can
think about
carry
it.
you for a quarter.
Yeah. Like when Klay hit those 37 points, they call them game 6. All right, we got 6 more games in this series. You just showing up one game here and there. You hoping to strike a match in a bottle or whatever. That it's cool. But
Can I ask you a
I know
question?
this. Go ahead.
And I know you've been. Where was Klay Thompson's memorable finals performance?
I can't
Where
remember.
was it? Because he never had one.
The only thing I know him for game 6 before they got to the finals. Now like I
But
said, he
that's
showed
the
up in there.
playoffs.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
just the
conference
playoffs.
finals. You know what I'm saying? But the finals, because we shit on Curry, we do. But I was under the impression we called them the Splash Brothers, so that means there's 2 people involved in the Splash Brothers. So again, the Bash Brothers was Jose Canseco and Mark McGuire. So if Mark McGuire wasn't hitting, Canseco would hit, and if Canseco wasn't hitting, McGuire would hit. So where has those memorable moments, even with KD? What were some memorable moments with Klay Thompson? I don't remember there being one. I don't remember the big shot that he took and made. The only thing that I can say the memorable moment in the finals is when he got hurt.
Hey, to be honest with you, Kyrie was cooking that nigga on the slick.
No, he wasn't cooking on the slick. He was cooking him on that damn hibachi. He was putting him on roller skates
I was just
for
trying to
all to
give him the
see.
benefit of the doubt, but Kyrie was in his bag and Klay could do nothing about it. Now we know Kyrie a different animal, but I think Jimmy Butler would have been going back at him for us on the offensive end because he, like I said, he could
Thank
get to
you,
the mid
because he
range.
had more in his bag. He
Yeah,
had more he could
he could play
attack
back
Kyrie
to the
with.
basket. So that series could have been different. I want to see this right now. I want to see them in the final. Jimmy, you got your another shot now. You're playing with this team here. I don't want to hear nothing, Jimmy. No excuses, Django.
And they
You got
do
to get
match
it
up
done.
very well. They match up better with OKC than the Lakers match up with OKC. Because remember, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think 2 of those early losses from OKC came by Golden State, and that was a different Golden State. They was beating them with Wiggins. They weren't beating him with Jimmy.
Yeah, like you say, style make fights though. I think Golden State match up well with a lot of people just because of their offensive philosophy. You know what I mean? They really move the ball, and even though it ends with Steph, when you add somebody like that, I think they get everybody else. So look how Draymond playing since Jimmy got over there. You know he be doing some bonehead ass shit. He ain't doing that while Jimmy over there. Jimmy jumping the shit. Hey, bro, I'm over here trying to win too. Yeah, y'all got y'all. Let me get me. Now you
Jimmy
gonna.
Jimmy
I
will
thought he
go
really was
up
gonna
there.
sell that game out against the Lakers, but Draymond had some crucial buckets. Looked like that backpack turned to a nice little shot in that game. He was hitting threes, playing defense. Watching him yesterday, I ain't gonna say lock up Jokic, but making it hard for Jokic playing in one-on-one. Jimmy on him a couple of times on a few switches, and they just played him man up. Players like that, you gotta do that, man. I'm gonna play you man up. If you score 16 and win, cool. I'm gonna take my hat off to you, but you ain't about to get everybody else involved and have no
How
30,
what was
15, and
Joker's
12.
numbers last night? What was Joker's numbers last night?
I don't know. I gotta check it out. Somebody check it out for me in the chat and put it in the chat.
So the reason why I ask is you can get 60 the other night, but you can't get 60 on Draymond.
Hey, that's what I say. That's what I say. And I almost like Durant, but I like his defensive intensity. You know, I know he don't
No,
get that much on offense, but that's how 90s teams was built. Look, we got a defensive stopper, the Ruben, the Kobe stopper, the Jordan, but you know how they go with it. And then you got your rebounder, you got your 2 3-point shooters, you got your point guard to get everything going. And Steph is a point guard that can get going and get everybody else going. But if he get
but see
hot,
the
it's
the
crazy.
Steph
I'm talking
Steph
about it's
don't
gonna be a
need to
long day in the
show
office if he get hot too.
Steph does not need to show his point guard effectiveness with assist numbers. You know why he gets his effectiveness? Because all the defense is going to start to be focused on him. So everybody else is going to start get wide open shots, layups, leak outs. Like I'm looking at the highlights right now. They start doubling Steph early in the damn game, and guess who's getting wide open shots? His teammates are getting wide open shots. Draymond went to the hole and was getting some easy buck. He missed a couple of buddies,
Facts.
but and then they got Butler guarding Jokic. You know, his effectiveness is because he changes the prowess of what your defense has to do. They have to put Michael Porter Jr. on Steph to guard him. When do we ever know that a power forward or a small forward gets put on the damn on the point guard, except a la Scottie Pippen or Mark Jackson in the Eastern Conference Finals? But that's the playoffs. Man, this is crazy. He is an ultimate weapon. You have to know where he is everywhere on the floor.
They need to give him more props than to talk about the two stat patterns, because I think he deserves way more credit than those two bombs. And I don't mean to call them bombs, but it is what it is. Like you say, Steph impact be different than Jokic, a role player to me, because we know if Steph cooking it. Like he hit the 50 ball the other night. That wasn't. If you watch that game and watch how he was in his bag, bro, that's the wrong Steph you won't see. That remind me of the unanimous MVP Steph. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then once
Yeah.
he get going, like you say, they unlock everybody else because now you got a double. I forgot the little dude's name with the little hair. That dude
Yeah,
had
the
22
light skinned
points in the
dude.
first half on the Lakers, and the role player and Luka combined for 16 points in the first half. That's the difference between a player, a real true player, knowing what he have, and like, you know what? If I don't have it going, I know one thing. He got it hot. I'm gonna keep breaking the defense down, swing the ball, and once he wind up over there, he gonna keep hitting. Then I'm gonna come on and I'm gonna close the deal. That's what superstars do. Use their teammates to keep it close, and I'm gonna come on and put the nail in the coffin. I don't need to come out the gate hot, burning all
Damn,
my energy.
look
Legs
like the
feel
Raymond
right there,
playing
knowing the
pretty
clutch
good in
when
this
I have
game.
to take those shots. I think that was the problem when Klay started declining and had those knee injuries. Like now, like I said, you got somebody over there that can take a lot of pressure off of you by creating for itself and helping get others in. At the same what Jimmy did in that bubble, and for after that, Steph got to be smiling like the Grinch right now. I ain't lying, bro. I just want to see them in OKC. OKC
But
young, and
but
I
can
know
we
they
be
ain't no
honest,
dude.
James? Can we be real honest? Golden State runs an offense. LeBron hasn't ran an offense since Miami. It's with him and Luca is your turn, my turn. 1-4 flat all the time. That could get figured out very, very easily, especially when those people are not playing defense. And somebody else is playing wonderful right now, as I'm seeing, is Kuminga. His game is being unlocked because of the
I was
Jimmy
I'm
Butler effect.
surprised they stalled him out all this time. Just imagine how far he'd be if you been gave this dude a chance to go out there and knock the rust off, or just build his confidence up playing with a person like Steph, because you know Steph gonna get him easy shots. And
But
Kaminga had the size.
that goes back to what you said before, James. You don't got nobody that's going to teach him how to have a bag until Jimmy Butler can. He got like the same frame as Butler, about the same height. So when Butler's in practice showing him little things to his game, Klay couldn't do that. Klay could show you how to shoot,
That's
but
facts.
Klay can't show you how to put
I
it on the
got you.
floor.
I got you. I see where you're going with that. That's why I think that's a better upgrade. Then they say the older you get, it's like fine wine. You dig? So I think Jimmy could bring more with his experience. By him, he must taking his own team to the finals and being that number one on that team. So now that you can be a number two, that means you can relax. Your game is gonna be much more natural for as the flow. Like I don't have to do as much. They don't look for me to score 30 for us to win. I don't have to score 40 for us to win. Because I know one thing,
Durant
I can
got
come out here.
5 wide open layups because they doubled Curry. 5 wide open layups.
I seen that yesterday when I was watching that game. He was getting some easy backdoor buckets too. That reminded me of the old Golden State when they was moving the ball with Sean Livingston, Barbosa, and when they had that Maurice Space. That team was deep 2015, David Lee. You could just key in on no one person, and everybody was touching the ball. Everybody
Right.
was some type of contributor. So that's what I feel like Jimmy brings to this team: experience. And if he sees something wrong, he in your ear, like telling you, look. And that guy Durant trying to do that more now. At first, Durant was quitting on the team. Well, I ain't got nothing to prove. Well,
Durant got a good
my dad
steal,
scored
leak
20 and
out to
10.
Buddy
They
Hield.
ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, it will do something. You helping them young players develop. What you mean they ain't gonna help? But you can't say that around no dude like Jimmy. Now, only problem that I do have, sometimes I think Steph let Durant take too much control of the team when you're supposed to be the leader. And that could be detriment, and it costs you a few rings. Steph supposed to already have like 6 rings, Jacks me, if it weren't for Durant. And we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Durant and those injuries when he was out those couple of seasons with those injuries. You
Yeah,
know,
that's what yeah, I'm talking about. And then he made that stupid comment.
yeah, this left-handed. I guess he's white. I can't see his jersey number 2. He he's breaking down that defense, getting into the to the post when he spells Curry. They're looking really, really polished right now. Wide open three. Now they're just breaking them apart. Wow. Yeah. We have to, yeah, we got to give Curry a little bit more credit than we're getting him. Yeah, he had some bad seasons. He made some bad choices in the playoffs and some of those losses. I got to I got to call it down the middle with that. But what he's doing
That's growing
now,
pains though. That's growing pains. You got to lose that way to get your mojo back because they was on their high horse. Then think about it. We talk about this 8 in a row that this man went to. How many final Steph went to in a row?
I think 4.
What? It went to 15 all the way to 18, huh?
19. Oh, yeah,
No,
15 all the way.
19.
Yeah, yeah. 19 was the, yeah, it was 19 because they lost to Toronto.
Yeah, they lost to Toronto. So you go through growing pains like that. But what I
Let me
like,
see. That would have been
told
5. I'm
down.
sorry. 4 in a row against Cleveland, and then 1 against. So they went to 5 in a row.
So why we don't talk about that? And then think about it.
Because
Look at those 5 that he went to. He got a winning record. He ain't like he got no losing record.
right,
Because he went 3-1 against LeBron in those 4. Then he lost to Toronto. So if you think about it, he 3-2. LeBron 3-5. Come on, man. What are we talking about here? That's not. It shouldn't even be a debate no more after this point. A dude still with one franchise ain't never run from the smoke.
because they're mad at Golden State because they prevented LeBron from winning more rings. That's the biggest thing. They are mad at Golden State because they prevented their king from winning 6, 7, 8. And I know we talk about they had to get Curry. I mean not Curry. They had to get Durant because LeBron learned how to figure them out. I don't believe that's 100% true because we got to keep the Kyrie element there. We just got to keep the Kyrie element there. Kyrie didn't want to keep playing with LeBron. So let's say that Kyrie left before that 2018 season. Do you really think LeBron was going to beat the Golden State by himself? No. LeBron, whenever he plays by himself, is just a stat pad to say that it looks like Jokic had 33, but Curry had 36. So he outdueled Joker. He was Joker was 1 assist shy away from a triple double, but it meant nothing because Draymond got 6 layups, 6 open layups. That's crazy. You don't give up those type of shots when you're sitting up there saying that you're making a playoff run and things of that nature. But whenever LeBron knows that he's outmatched, he just gets his numbers and he sits up there and says, "Hey, look at my numbers, look at my stats. It wasn't on me, it was on everybody else." He made sure he got his stats when they was getting swept and went and sat his ass down. And this is why Grant Hill, Charles Barkley was getting in, and even Chris Webber was talking bad about LeBron. It was like, dude, you quit. Then you want to say the one in 2016 made you the GOAT? Well, why don't you prove that and win against somebody who's supposed to be your matchup? Durant is your matchup. Durant ain't J.R. Smith's matchup. Durant ain't Kyrie's matchup or Hood's matchup. That's your matchup. And you let this dude come down 2 years in a row, walk into a goddamn three, and put your lights out in your building. Both game threes. I thought you can guard 1 through 5. You couldn't even guard the 3. And that's your man. You got all this defense. Why did Durant average 35 in the finals that first year? If you play defense on him, because remember, you put all this money into your body, so that means you could play defense and offense. He didn't do it. What was he doing? Pushing J.R. Smith on Durant. And J.R. Smith would get shot over.
Hey,
You know,
to me, that finals was easy.
it was even. It was 2 great teams versus 2 great teams. I don't want to hear that one person had a super team and the other person didn't. No, they both matched up well against each other. They split the season series. So let's stop. It's only an excuse when you want to favor one over the other. Well, Durant made them a super team. Well, look at everything Cleveland had. They matched up in every facet: point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and center. They all matched up. I can say off the top of my head, Cleveland had a better bench those 3 years. That's one thing Cleveland always had better than Golden State. Because remember, whenever Cleveland will sub out Kyrie or sub out LeBron, their bench will keep them in the game. It started getting bad when LeBron wouldn't guard Durant. Oh, I averaged a triple-double. Yeah, but you lost in 5. So what did that really mean? Oh, well, I scored 38, 8, and 8. Yeah, but you shot under 40% and lost in 6. Nobody sits up there and say, "Oh, Jordan scored 45 points in the against the Boston." Well, nobody gives a damn about that. Yeah, he had that historic 63, but we don't give him that much credit because he got swept and he lost. I don't care about stats if it don't equate to winning. I don't care about how much you scored when the person that you're supposed to be guarding scored just as much or more and you still lost. It's crazy. But those are narratives. This is why people try to keep this narrative going around. But I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. I would love to see Golden State go on a run. I would love to see Curry get one more. I would. I wouldn't be mad at that if he got 5. But this whole the Lakers are the best team in the league stuff that they've been trying to promote since the Luka trade, I don't see it. I definitely don't see it. Because, they're not playing defense the way that they're good 1 minute and then they're terrible the next minute. They playing this what's that called? They're playing this up and down basketball. 1 minute, what's that? AR-15 or what's his name? Oh shit. Austin Reeves is the best third option. Next minute, he's going to be the reason they lose in the playoffs. 1 minute, LeBron is the best 40-year-old who ever played, but he doesn't play any defense. We know Luka don't play any defense like that. Yeah, he can get you 45, 10, and 10. Yeah, he can get you 30, 12, and 15. He can do all that, but he also is going to give up 30. on the other end. And in the playoffs, when the possessions are getting less and less, and when they're focusing on half court, and you don't get all those leak outs, you don't get all those run outs, you don't get a step back three, what are you going to do? What are you going to do on the other end? What big men do the Lakers actually have to compete with every big man in the East? I'm sorry, in the West. What do they have? I'm not putting my money on Jackson Hayes. I'm not putting my money on any other. I don't even know any other big man they got on their team. I've seen Alex Lynn still on the team. Alex Lynn wasn't good in Denver when he was playing there. If he was good, he'll be on somebody else's team. He wouldn't have been on the free agent list, been able to be picked up in the middle of the season. I don't know. Jokic don't play enough defense for me. He don't. He's all about his numbers. I know there's certain people over there trying to cap for him, but Ticket's right. He's sounding exactly like LeBron James fans or stands. Oh, well, he averages this, and the third. Okay, yeah. Is that really, really affecting winning? How the hell do you lose to Washington twice and get swept by them twice? You're putting up 50 and 40, and you're still letting them kick your head in? That's just like if Jordan lost to the Grizzlies during his championship runs. Like, the Grizzlies? You let Big Country get off? Nah. Jokic is he's good, but he's not great. He has a chance to be great, but not right now. I don't care if he does average a triple-double. Another thing, why did everybody give Western Westbrook shit about his averaging triple-doubles and he's stealing rebounds and he's always got to have the ball in his hands and this is not going to translate? Remember that year that he did win the MVP? Dame put him out. Actually, no, I think Utah put him out. The next year, Dame put him out. But he averaged a triple-double back-to-back seasons. Back-to-back first-round exits. Then they sit up there and say that he don't got help, but when he sits down, that same Denver team without Joker, they went into Golden State and blew their head off. So I don't get it. I definitely don't get it. Looking at the chat, I think James out of here. I see somebody says it's a team sport. You talking crazy. I guess it must be crazy shaking your head. Yeah, it's a team sport. But I don't hear nobody talking about the whole team when they're pumping up Luka. They're not talking about the whole team when they're pumping up LeBron. The stars are going to get majority of the credit, but they also supposed to get majority of the criticism. But that only happens on certain teams. 4 chips and 10 finals with super teams. Players went to less finals, more chips. So stop it with LeBron. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. Kobe, 5 rings, 7 trips. Jordan, 6 for 6. Bird only won 3. Magic, 4 and 9 trips. Actually, I'm sorry, 5 and 9 trips. Yeah, he has a 5 and 4 record. Yeah. I see something that says Wolves beat Nuggets when Joker had a triple-double in a 62-point game. Yeah. I love Russell, but he made some 2 ball-headed plays that led to that loss, or it could have been different. They cut role players in LA too often. Yes, they do. It seems like it's a revolving door in LA. Let me see. Keep those comments coming. Says Labalco has 3 real chips. Let's be real. Yeah. I didn't like the bubble setup. Everybody wasn't there. You know, there's stories that the Lakers were the only ones who were allowed to hold practice during the shutdown. So yeah, that's why I don't count it. Spent $2 million a season to take random holidays in December and March. I can't get mad at that. Seems like if something happens more than once, it's a habit, right? So we didn't seen the last 3 to 4 seasons in December and then March or right after the All-Star break, he takes a break and nobody says anything about that. I remember a couple of seasons ago when the Lakers wasn't going to be able to make the playoffs, and he was going to put it all on AD. He took that I want to say 2 or 3 weeks off after the All Star game, and then they start fighting, and they end up coming back into the playoffs when they had Darvin Ham. And then as they were coming to the end of the season, guess who decided to show up? You're right, LeBron. 2020 Lakers are the only team in history to have a 3 and 4 month rest before the playoffs. Fake ass championship. Can't get mad at you for that one. Can't get mad at you for that one at all. Now, James, a Golden State Steph fan. I think James keeps it real, but he's a Django fan. He's a Butler fan. So when he went over there to Golden State, just like a lot of people, that was a Cleveland Cavalier fan. And when LeBron went over there to LA, they became an LA fan. Same difference. Adam Silver saved Steph. Hold on. Adam Silver saved Steph and LeBron in February. You mean by the trades? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that was 2023. LeBron was too busy partying with live partying with live goats, and then AD and Reeves led the Lakers to the playoffs, and LeBron rushed back with his torn foot. Right on, man. Right on. Nobody's been paying attention. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. That was the year he broke Kareem's record. Yeah, them trades helped both Golden State and LA. Look, I can't be mad at that. They did help both teams. It did help both teams. But answer me this, was it Horizon Vibes? Answer me this question. Then why did they say that Butler wasn't going to go to Golden State before the trade? And then he ends up going. There was other teams that wanted him. Why did they pick Golden State then? Because he wanted to go to the Wolves or back to the Wolves. Curry don't get love because he's Under Armour and LeBron is Nike. NBA run the Nike NBA run the NBA. You know what? That could possibly be true. Same reason Windhorst act like he don't know who's going where. What do you think about this whole Brian Windhorst falling on his sword and taking the easy way out after LeBron ripped his ass apart? Oh, here. At the end of the day, Jay Reed needs to give back Kareem his what is it? What's that last part? T-Brush? It's basketball. Yeah. Yeah, he does. I don't really consider that record LeBron's. I'm sorry. I'm old school. I don't really consider that. Even Kareem looked so uncomfortable standing around LeBron when they were sitting over here, giving him a circle jerk. Kareem never really liked LeBron like that. Never did. And the closer he got to his record, he was like, man, this clown. And then they're calling him a top 5 Laker. That spits in the face of all the damn Laker greats. Windhorst got egg on his face. That portrayal was brutal. You know what it was? You had this dude that capped for you your whole career, sit up here. And I remember when he was trying to argue, and I'm talking about Brian Windhorst, tried to argue with Jalen Rose about why LeBron was so great. Talking about he got what's his name on his record. He got this person on his record, and he got Kawhi on his wall and all this other stuff. And Jalen Rose was fighting back with him, like he he lost to a lot of people too. He's like, well, why are we always counting the losses? Because you got to count the losses if you're gonna count the wins. LeBron dropped the F bomb on the arena microphone after passing Kareem. No fine, no suspension at all. Absolutely. Shaquille O'Neal dropped the F bomb on NBA on NBC, and they quickly the next day they fined him. Actually, I think it was TNT because Craig Sager was interviewing him, and then he said, "We're live on TNT," and he said, "I don't give a fuck," and then walked off. So yeah, this man could get in a reporter's face and don't get no suspension, no fine. He can run up on referees, no suspension, no fine, no technical. Yeah, doesn't really seem like any of the legends like him very much. That's facts. Nobody does. You saw the video of Jordan ghosting him. Why he always count the why we always count the losses, end quote. This motherfucker crazy. Absolutely. So you remember that back and forth with Jalen Rose and Windhorse. Yeah. You count the losses because they happen. We can't just sit up here and just, compliment this dude for doing something, but don't bring up the fact that he lost to Orlando. He lost to Boston when he had the lead in the series, and he literally looked like he stopped playing hard. Look, I'm starting to believe the theory that he quit in 2011 to keep Dwayne Wade from winning the MVP because it's starting to look that way. I remember that laughing my ass off. Shaq was pissed. Yeah, he was, because I remember they was calling him for phantom fouls, and he was calling out the referees. You got to count the losses. Facts, Anthony. Facts. Isaiah Thomas said LeBron was wrong for calling himself the GOAT on his TV show. Yeah, and he don't even like Michael Jordan, and he had to say that. And I don't even like what Isaiah Thomas is doing. He sounded like an ex-girlfriend that gave up a boyfriend. He ended up getting married to somebody who's looks better than she does. He's acting real salty right now. Everybody knows from that era that Isaiah Thomas was an asshole, and he talked behind people's back. He's the reason why him and Magic Johnson wasn't cool no more. That's why it wasn't just Jordan that didn't want him on the damn Olympic team. Nobody wanted him on the Olympic team. Nobody. Kareem is too intelligent and wise. He knows the real about LeBron being the all-time leading scorer. Cap knows LeBron is not an all-time Laker. I can't agree with that any better than how it was wrote. He is not. And, I feel like Kareem got so much criticism when he was a Laker, and he was a real activist, and people blamed his religion, and they said he wasn't marketable. It was only because Magic Johnson came there that the Lakers was what they were. So Kareem, even though he was still dominant, he got pushed to the wayside, and they gave a lot of the credit to Magic, and he got some of the residual credit. So when he looks at LeBron being this fake ass activist, he feels some type of way about that. 2011 finals has JJ Barea looking like prime TP. Absolutely. Absolutely. The losses are how you separate the good from the great. Very great comment. Very great comment. Isaiah being salty? Absolutely. Isaiah snake Magic? Yes. When Magic went out after he retired and it came out that he was HIV positive, Isaiah was going around the league saying that he must be gay. These are facts. He was telling different people in the same circles that he thought Magic was gay. But the thing about it is, you was kissing him on the cheek before the damn NBA Finals game, dude. So who's really gay? Let me see. Remember LeBron playing off the ball that first year in Miami? He's never done it again. Yep. He played off the ball that first year in Miami. They were rolling after that 6-8 start. They start really rolling. And then after that, nope, no more. The only player to beat Bird, Mike, hold on. The only player to beat Bird, Mike, and Magic in the same postseason. Got to give him credit. Well, he beat a hurt Bird. He did beat Mike straight up, and then Magic only played two games in that finals. So can we really say that he beat all of them? We have smoke with Kawhi Leonard and saying that if KD actually played in that finals, would Kawhi Leonard have beaten the Golden State Warriors? So we got to keep it. We got to keep it solid all the way around. Isaiah Thomas, my favorite player. He beat all them niggas' ass. Okay, so let me ask you this question. He played all the way into 94. So after he went on his 3-year run, why he never made it back to the finals? Oh, okay. Let me see. Isaiah's still a better point guard than Curry. To me, argue with that. Nah, I never said that Curry was better than Isaiah. You never heard me say that. Isaiah, he was tough. He didn't take as much threes. He did break the defense down a lot better than Curry does. But for the time, it was a rougher league. It was a tougher league. You had big trees in the paint that was going to shut down all that damn dribble penetration. So yeah. I still haven't put Curry over Isaiah. I don't like him personally, but I'm not going to lie for him. Magic was telling Stuart Scott, I want to see him have some fun. But one question I want to ask is, can he stop Jason? You know what? Yep, those are facts. That's exactly what Magic said on the broadcast when Jason Terry was cooking the shit out the damn Heat, and he was looking for LeBron. He was looking for LeBron on those switches, and he was just pulling up in his face. Jordan was the only constant 20-point per game scorer on the Bulls his rookie year. Orlando Woolridge and Pippen were both 18 as second options. Pippen was 4 years later, though. Yeah. Orlando Woolridge is Jordan's only teammate to score 23 points a game. Pippen never made it up to 23 points a game. Orlando Woolridge did. Jordan was 28.6. Orlando Woolridge, I think, was like 23.2. And then when he left, he never had another. This is why Jordan had to take all those shots. There was nobody really on that team that could get their own shot. Jordan get his own shot anytime he wanted. Anytime he wanted. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Isaiah did throw Magic under the bus for that. Yeah, he did. And he stood on it. And then Magic, he just didn't talk to him. He didn't deal with him at all. And of course, they had that sit down, and they both. Well, Isaiah was crying more than Magic was, but Magic, I got to give him credit because he didn't even talk about the fact of what Isaiah said about him. He just said, "Dude, if I contributed to anything for us breaking up, man, I just want to say I'm sorry." He took the high road and apologized for something that he didn't have to apologize for. But guess what? Isaiah didn't apologize for anything in that sit down. Not one thing. That's why he felt so guilty and he was crying like the way he was crying. Without Jordan, the Bulls would have never made the playoffs in the 80s. Yeah, absolutely. And we share it. Wait, is that G242 Marshall? Marshall, your first name? Yeah, I'm quite fond of the name Marshall. Great passer. Yeah. I'm Team Grizzlies, person blue holding pencil. However, this year I would like to see Steph win it all, plus MVP. He's not going to win the MVP. He's on a mission, playing with passion and leadership. Yeah, Melo, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He is on a mission. He's playing great basketball right now. Curry is lucky. He's out of form shooting style. Then don't try to be like Steph. It works for Steph. Reggie Miller had the most ugliest shot I've ever seen in my life, but the shit went in. I don't see nobody practicing Reggie Miller's form at the park. That was just custom made for him. Reggie made it work for him. Curry made it work for him. As long as you can shoot that shot consistently and it goes down, man, whatever shot works. That's the triangle, though. MJ is the primary scorer in that system. Yeah, he is. But remember, Doug Collins had that offense that LeBron James ran because when Doug Collins went to Detroit, he had Grant Hill in that same offense, and Hill was putting up great numbers. Now the knock on Grant Hill in that offense was he couldn't do what Jordan could. Grant Hill never really took anything that was 18 to 20 feet out. Jordan would. And Grant Hill wasn't a very good 3-point shooter. But you get him inside the 18 to 15, he will bake the shit out of you. Go on YouTube, look up how he shook the fuck out of prime Scottie Pippen, crossed him over with a 1-2 and got to the cup with a 2-hand flush. 37 points that game. They lost by, I want to say 2, but he was baking the shit out of anybody on Chicago. Okay, thanks for clarifying with Woolridge. You the man, G242 Marshall. Facts, but Shannon Sharp tells you Mike had more help than Ron. Shannon Sharp is, again, he's another LeBron James meat holder. You know, he's team LeBron even to a fault. This is why I don't take any of his basketball takes seriously. He needs to just stick to football and shut the hell up with basketball because he can't even be objective. So if you can't be objective, I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Okay. Woolridge averaged 29 points when Mike was a rookie in 1984-85. Are you sure? Because Jordan was second in scoring that year as a rookie. Was it the year before Jordan got there? I gotta double check that. Which 2 players in your opinion should have to sit down like Mike, Magic, and Isaiah, Kobe, and Shaq? Well, we know Isaiah and Mike ain't never sitting down. They probably go to blows before that happened. I know Shaq and Penny did it already. Who really got beef? LeBron and Stephen A? Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Let me see. Who really got some beef? You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. Because Tracy McGrady was a little salty about Vince Carter was a little salty about Tracy McGrady going to the Magic. And they didn't really talk about it much. They're cousins, but he felt some type of way about that. I think they should clarify that and go into a little bit more detail. You know, general managers are great again. Make general managers great again. Laughing at my LOL, shaking my head. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. It was 22. That's what I thought. I don't ever see that Woolridge was a damn near 30-point per game scorer, because if he was, they would have never drafted Jordan. You know, Woolridge was a good lunch bucket, small forward, or he could play the 2 guard, but Woolridge really didn't have a bag like that. He'll get his points, but you see the difference between Woolridge game and Jordan's game is, look, there's no comparison. Exactly. You tripping. Horizon. He clarified it. Trill City. Yeah, I want a damn rebuild. Get Jay Reed off my damn Lakers. It's going to happen. Hopefully it happens soon so true Laker fans can get their team back. The one thing true Laker fans are used to is winning and winning in abundance. I guarantee you there's going to be individuals that they're going to want to come to LA once Jay Reed is gone. See, I live in Bahamas, live here all my life. G242 Marshall. The only reason why I say that because my last name is Marshall. So, I'm a little fine with the double L, so I'm fond of it. That's why I tell you that. LeBron James is the problem. Of course, even Stevie Wonder and a dead Ray Charles can see the fact that LeBron James is the problem. LeBron might be the most overrated athlete ever in every sport. Overrated only because they calling him the GOAT, and he clearly is not. So okay, I can see where you're going with that. My bad. I thought y'all were roasting my name. No, 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 no. We're not roasting your name, Horizon. Not at all. Uh, I'm all about a rebuild. I thought we were calling this retaliation. Is that retaliation? No, that ain't retaliation. I'm not reading this. This is not a rebuild. I think they're trying to put the chips on the table that if LeBron decides to walk away, they still have a marketable player in LA because LA is all about the marketable players, all about it. So they're going to have somebody there to sell tickets. Uh, I'll look that up. Okay. True. No, my bad. Even though we got Luka, I want a new era of Laker basketball. Yeah, that's the sentiments of a lot of true Laker fans right there. Uh, Pin that comment right there because that is literally how true Laker fans feel. Nick Wright got the hug of his life from, look, Nick Wright is from Kansas City. I'm from St. Louis, so there's a little bit of a rivalry there. But Nick Wright was nothing. He came into the ranks just like Windhorse did, only because of his needs to get on his knees for LeBron James. Remember, he only became famous in 2016 when he said that LeBron James already passed Michael and he only had 3 rings at that point. And he's going to pass him again. And he became LeBron James' best buddy after that. Shannon Sharp's got more honey to pour on himself watching LeBron than he does his mysterious girl Michelle. I think Michelle is LeBron. I'm just gonna go out and say that. My thing is this. It did sound questionable when he said he wanted. This is supposed to be a heterosexual football playing weightlifting man talking about something. I want to pour honey all over LeBron. I already lost respect for Shannon Sharp with his basketball takes. I had to take a loan out for more respect so I can lose it for him for saying that shit about, grown ass man saying you want to put some honey on another grown ass. Get out of here with that. T Mac, Vince Carter got beef. Ain't they cousins? Yeah, family members gonna always have beef. Yeah, Vince thought that Tracy was gonna stay with him in Canada because they made that playoff run. They lost to the Knicks, and then they thought that they were gonna run it back. One more year of experience. They had Oakley there and everything else, and then free agency came. Orlando made T Mac an offer he couldn't refuse, and he left Toronto. And after Tracy left Toronto, Vince, you could see he was playing frustrated. He was playing upset until he ended up going to New Jersey. LeBron wanted to continue his infringed and cringe on Luka's legacy for 5 years. It was sabotaging AD's legacy. Absolutely. Yes. You can see how when AD was hot, he'll stop getting the ball. You see when Luka is hot, he stopped getting the ball. You know what I'm saying? LeBron does this. Matt Barnes and Derek Fisher, they ain't sitting down. They already threw hands. That beef is nothing about basketball. That beef is about a female. And we know many good men have lost friendships and freedom over a female. They ain't sitting down. That beef is gonna last forever. Shaking my head. Why can't he just retire and leave LA? Because he needs to have his ass kissed. He is ever since he was 16 years old, he has been told nothing but the greatness about himself. If he retires, fame is like a drug. Fame is a drug. And, he's a fiend for his drug, which is fame. Horizon, he will have AD. He loves living off Luka right now. I would say yes and no. Because you could see when Luka first came over there, he was getting all the shine and all the love, and then you saw how the media started to turn on Luka. slowly starting to turn on Luka. Nobody can get more shine than LeBron on any team he's on. He has to get the majority of the shine. If somebody else gets his shine, he got to find some way to have the media get rid of that. Let me see. Jason, you know damn well that ain't happening. He drove 90 miles. Yeah, that Matt Barnes, Derek Fisher. Yeah, 90 miles to go beat some ass. Yeah, that's true beef. That beef ain't going away. Let me see. Golden State going to be dangerous. My pick for the West is still Memphis. Well, we got to see what's going to end up happening to Ja because he's playing with fire. Now, if he gets suspended, he gets suspended for the rest of the regular season and the playoffs. He legitimately had a warning from the NBA telling him not to do the gun celebration. He did it the next game. So, yeah, Memphis, love Memphis, great city. My father's from Memphis, so, got a lot of relatives in Memphis. Everybody's pumped about their Grizzlies. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. I don't think they got enough horses or the mindset. Because if you that weak that you can't not do a gun celebration, then I don't think you're mentally tough in the playoffs. These young ones don't understand the integrity of basketball, the competitive integrity. They think this super team stuff is not weak. KG, Paul, and Ray really sacrificed just to win that one. The difference between KG, Paul, and Ray, they were all in their 30s. They were all in their mid 30s. And then they tried to do it by themselves. Paul had, and we're talking about Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce had Antoine Walker the majority of his career. They used to have battles with New Jersey and battles with Detroit, and they couldn't get over the hump. Antoine Walker left. He got one in Miami in 06. Ray Allen, originally drafted by Minnesota, ended up getting draft day traded to Milwaukee. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can correct me. I think that was the Dirk Nowitzki. Did he get that? No, that wasn't Dirk Nowitzki. That was Dallas. Okay, he got traded for somebody draft day rights and ended up in Milwaukee. Then he got traded for Gary Payton. Gary Payton played in Milwaukee right after Seattle. And, he went on some runs. I don't remember him making the playoffs in Seattle, but after Seattle, he ended up going to Boston. And, Kevin Garnett, all those years in Minnesota, when they start making the playoffs, running into San Antonio, running into the Lakers, they actually made the, if I'm not mistaken, then they make the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers. End up losing that. I think that was the Spreewell, Minnesota. And they get put out. And then after they rebuilt, they wasn't making the playoffs at all. And the next thing you know, he ends up getting traded to Boston from, remember, what's his name? Damn, not Danny Ainge. I keep forgetting his name. He was the coach and GM of Minnesota. He traded Kevin Garnett back to his Boston. Danny Ainge was the GM in Boston, but my God, was it Kevin McHale? Kevin McHale was his coach and GM. So Kevin McHale and Danny Ainge, two players that played for Boston in their heyday, got Kevin Garnett to Boston, and they end up signing Ray Allen. And they only won one, but it wasn't like they were 25, 26 years old showing up together. So that's a little bit different, just a little bit. Still maybe a super team if you want to say it, but it was still different. Who's cooking the panel? Salute. Well, my name is Mark. Ticket let me in. Ticket a good guy. I used to cook a lot. Been doing a lot of work. My handle is at that black guy. So I've been on several panels. but James left, and I'm just giving all the comments a time to shine. Uh, Maybe AD and LeBron did sit down interview. Maybe Russ and KD. You know what? That's a good one. Russ and KD. I would like to see Russ and KD. Uh, I don't really think AD messed with LeBron like that, especially after what happened. But Russ and KD, I would love to see that. I'll be front row my popcorn. Curry or LeBron, who gets their fifth ring? Whoo, you know what? That could be a roll of the dice. That could be a toss up. He says, "Salute distant cousin." Yeah, right on G242. We might be distant cousins. I do know a lot of my relatives from out of this country. A lot of my relatives are in the South as well. On my father's side, the Tennessees, the Mississippis, the Arkansas. My dad's family was broken up early in his life, so there's a lot. You never know. I get my last name from my great grandmother, so I do know that she had some slaves in the family. So I don't know a lot of history about my great grandmother because she passed when my dad was 14. But I'm willing to call you a distant cousin. So hey, look, I found my distant cousin on Ticket Show. So cool. Salute. Uh, I was wondering if they were cousins. Well played, Horizon. Trill City, Horizon. None of them sitting down with LeBron until they 10 years from seeing home. He's just hijacking Luka because now Luka has to answer questions for the rest of his life. You know what? That's a good point. That's a fucking great point. Not just a good point. Great point. It's a great point. Anybody that has to answer questions that LeBron don't have to answer, he's going to rock with that. Nick Wrong, that's his name. My bad. People confused. Absolutely, Nick Wrong. He's never right. That nigga's never right. Laughing my ass off. You wild, Michelle. Yeah. I don't even think there was a woman. It was either LeBron or Shannon Sharp was by himself, doing self love. There was no damn woman. Hate these your boys lost to Curry and Jack Harlow looking dude. Hate these nuts. Oh, okay. You must be responding to somebody. Shannon Sharp with the fake X tape. We all know what the X stands for. That Uncle Duke's dude that got fame faking like he wore two do-rags, drinking Hennessy. Yeah, you know what? That's something that turned me off, completely off about LeBron. Oh, not LeBron, I'm sorry. About Shannon Sharp when he was on Undisputed, when he wanted to put the do-rags on and drink and everything. It's like he was trying to play a character that doesn't sit right to me. I like Shannon Sharp when he was just Shannon Sharp, but when he tried to do all that, yeah, he could miss me with all that. And then you will try to turn around and act like you pro-blackity. Now, there is a game between the Denver Nuggets and the Chicago Bulls in 97 or 96. No, they lost to them in 96. They won in 97. Now, this is during Shannon Sharp's playing time. Now, the Bulls go in there and beat the hell out of the Nuggets. And as they're walking into the tunnel, who's trying to be in Michael Jordan's face? You see in the corner that some Denver Broncos. First face you see is long trout mouth fucking Shannon Sharp trying to be in Jordan's face. You give him a dap and he walks on. I think that has a lot to do with why he's hating on Jordan and using LeBron to do it. Now, I was under the impression the Bulls and the Denver Broncos won Super Bowls. Well, not Super Bowls, but championships. Denver won back-to-back. The Bulls won back-to-back. I don't remember Shannon Sharp being this voice for the people. And he was in the limelight. This nigga was in the limelight during Super Bowl week. And he had the big horse hat on his head, right? And instead of talking about anything positive, him and Ray Buchanan, the quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, they were just going back and forth with each other, calling each other names. But you supposed to be this blackity black person. You know what? Shannon Sharp is a fake ass LeBron James person. I don't take him seriously. Anything, I'm happy for him that he's got Club Shay Shay, but I don't even take that dude seriously. He's a caricature. That's all he is. I guess he do love wood tips, love, just not black and milds. Well, yeah, that is true. Or trees, as he calls it. Trill. Yeah, nobody wants to associate with LeBron. That's why the white dudes are the only ones that he can find to do his podcast. That might be true, because he's bigging up, those that don't look like him, but he's for the people, right? Oh, okay. John Morant and Ant-Man are the Magic and Bird. Niggas can't act right. They have the potential to be, but yeah, Ja definitely making stupid bonehead mistakes, and Ant-Man can't keep his penis to himself, so there's that. Memphis in the house. Ain't nothing great about Memphis. Hey, look, Memphis has some great food. Memphis has some great history. Memphis is a great place. I've visited there a time in my life. The food is amazing. If you haven't had Memphis food, you need to at least try it before you say that. There's a lot of good people in Memphis. A lot of good people. When they on his team, they feel like they have to kiss his stinking ass. He put SSA, not ASS, but I got you. And it looks beta male. He wanted Morris twins so he can control toughness because he has none. True. Dude needs to be exposed. Look, first of all, LeBron has never been in a fight in his 22 season in this league because the nigga can't fight. Okay, that's number one. When Isaiah Stewart wanted to smoke, I never seen LeBron backpedal as good as Deion Sanders until, Isaiah Stewart was chasing after him. LeBron don't want that smoke. He's not a fighter, but yeah, he can tower over a Stephen A. Smith, who we all know probably, I give Stephen A. Smith full credit. Stephen A. probably can fight, but LeBron can't. He wasn't going to swing on him. He was going to just try to intimidate him. Let me see. Antoine Walker was ahead of his time as a power forward. When he came into the league, he was a small forward, but he kept gaining weight, so they had to slide him to the power forward because he was not controlling his weight. That's another reason why Boston found him to be expendable, and they kept Paul Pierce because he wasn't. They gave him that $100 million contract. He was on the cover of 98 NBA Live, one of the best NBA lives on PlayStation at the time. And he would not work out in the offseason. He would not stay in shape. He would not do none of those things. So they had to make a business decision. They made that business decision, and they kept Paul Pierce and let Antoine Walker walk. Jason Kidd was a monster in the early 2000s. Yes, he was. Walking triple-double, true triple-doubles. Ran the offense, found open players, got to back-to-back finals. Yeah, he was. Morris twin ain't been tough since Jokic tested against it. Absolutely. None of them have been tough. They was born tough. That's why LeBron requested them. Okay, maybe. You see, Kevin McHale was the GM and coach. Absolutely. That's why him and Danny Ainge got KG to their Boston Celtics. And the league didn't have a problem with that. Why? Because, KG wasn't going nowhere in Minnesota, and they knew it. It was either going to be the Boston Celtics or the LA Lakers, and two Celtics were not going to give KG to the Lakers at the time. They were not going to do that. Why won't LeBron say anything about being called out on the steroids, PEDs, or PD stuff? You know why. You know why he ain't going to say anything. Because if he says anything, that's just going to open up the floodgates for anybody to have a response back to them or back to him. And he don't want it with Chael because he says that, we got the same guy. So I think Chael will go the low road and he will expose who that guy is just to prove his point. The NBA don't want to come out. This ain't David Stern. The NBA don't want it to come out. This ain't David Stern. This is a marketing guy who's losing the marketability, running the narrative if it comes out. You know what? Yeah, that too. The guy that they've been saying the GOAT has been on PEDs the majority of his career. That would literally be just like all the conspiracies and the corruption in FIFA, just in the NBA. No GOAT to any sport has a losing finals record. GOATs are known for winning, not stats. I'm going to give you a high five, even though we're nowhere near each other. I'm just going to touch my phone. High five. There it is. Very good comment. Very accurate comment. Thanks for being a fan, sir. Rigomatic? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Okay. LeBron not winning any more rings. Well, hope so. But, he does got those free throws in his pocket from the league, from those refs. Smash the like button. Should be 250 likes. Absolutely. Let's get those likes up. The one thing I can say about Ticket busts his ass on all his streams. Get those likes up. He works too hard for little likes. Let's get all those likes up. He deserves it. How long before the Rockets go to the finals? You know what? They can get hot. It could be this year. This is Ime. He had Boston. Did he have Boston in the finals his first year? I think he did. This is Ime. Defense does win in the playoffs. Dirk, Duncan, Kobe, Kawhi, KD, Curry all have winning records in LeBron's era. Why is LeBron the only one with a losing finals record and has the most playoff losses in the same era, while having should be more. It ain't popping up. True. But he's the GOAT, apparently. I don't know. Those are all good points. Wonder if somebody can refute that. If you own or support LeBron's, something is wrong with you. Burn these trash shoes you clowns have LeBron's. Everybody knows that LeBron's would never sell more than Jordans. Jordans are the standard of a basketball shoe. He just proved it. This man hasn't played in 22 years, and his shoes are still rocking. People forgot Antoine Walker led the league at field three-point attempts as a big man in 01-02. Not Peja, not Iverson, not Vince, not T-Mac, not Ray Allen, not Kobe. Absolutely. Yeah, that was one of the knocks on Antoine Walker. He will because when he started gaining weight, he would just settle for that nasty ass push button shot he used to have, standing in one spot, jumping up and down as he shoots, and it was garbage. Like when he did it in rhythm when he was thinner, he used to have a really good hesitation move. He used to get Pippen with it a lot, where he hezzy off the three-point line to get to the bucket. But as he started not taking care of his body, he couldn't get that explosive move anymore. So he used to just take shots and just bail out shots. And the coach at the time used to get on him about that. Now, the difference between him and Paul Pierce used to get a lot of his threes in rhythm. So that's why he always shot. There was one time I think he shot under 30% with over 500 attempts. You could fact check me on that. But for the more he took, the lower his percentage got. And for that time, and him being called a big man, he was not getting his behind down in the post enough. So all those things contribute to him being expendable. Shannon wannabe corn star. He don't have the balls. Tried to act like he was hacked like Jamal Murray. You know what? That hacked. Everybody's all through that. And then he want to try to make money off of it with his podcast the next day, making fun of it and all that other stuff. Look, whatever. Look, you don't got a lie to kick it. That's an old school term, but you ain't got a lie to kick it. Let me see. Straight salute, fam. Salute to you, Samuel Dumas. Salute to you. Great story about Aunt Shay and Michael Jordan. Never knew that. Changes everything. Yeah. They were both champions at the time in the late 90s. And anytime the Bulls came to Denver, Shannon Sharpe used to always try to be in the Bulls' face. You can literally see it. There's a game on YouTube. You can literally see it. It's the 97 season after they beat the hell out of the Denver. You can literally see Shannon Sharpe in the corner trying to dap up everybody. He daps up Ron Harper, and then he tries to dap up Jordan. Jordan just kind of gives him that, Olay dap up. Jordan don't fuck with Shannon Sharpe. Let me see. Don't forget about Shannon Sharpe tweet. God, Jordan Kobe as the greatest. But yeah, he flip flops too much for my take. Remember, Nick Rome did the same thing about Durant, saying Durant was better than LeBron, and he said, "Let's stop all the lying." And then he went from that to LeBron. Last name is Christ. He's coming back to rid the earth of all the wicked. No, let's stop with all that. LeBron James ain't even the greatest on his own team right now. Let me see. Mike Miller, Shannon Sharp clapped back and said, "Times change," but had Oscar Robertson over Kobe back in 2018. Oscar Robertson over Kobe? Uh, that's just brain dead. Love Oscar, the true king of the triple double, but he ain't over Kobe. Remember, Oscar Robertson needed Kareem to win. Kobe didn't need Shaq. He just needed a service of little big men. Now, are we saying that Pau Gasol is better than Kareem? I think we all can agree he is not. Kobe won with Pau. Oscar won one, not two, not three, not four. He won one with Kareem. And that was in Milwaukee before Giannis got one. LeBron always has a small person guard him. Facts. Whenever there's trees, remember Kenyon Martin said the reason why he puts Kobe over LeBron because of the mindset. When Kobe sees a big man in the post, he's trying to put that ball down his throat. When LeBron James sees a big man in the post, then he makes the right basketball decision and pass to somebody else. Shout out to the city of Memphis from Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah, Memphis, shout out to you. And Arkansas. Well, certain parts of Arkansas that I've been to. Ed Horizon, I seen another post. Shannon answered saying that how many rings and points Bron had since that tweet. Yeah, Bron has been playing very good. Rockets just beat OKC. Can they make a push? I guess that's push in the playoffs. Yeah, the playoffs is a different season. All you got to do is get hot. That's all you got to do. Ed Horizon has been sad, riding Bron. Can't even get that man on his podcast. Yeah, he's doing all this pom-poms and all this honey throwing, but the man won't even show up on your podcast. Yep. Old head, that narrative that Boston team was created to beat LeBron was debunked by D. Wade. All his narratives about him is being exposed. Yeah, they wasn't fucking worried about no damn LeBron. This nigga just got done losing in the NBA Finals, being swept. They wasn't worried about LeBron. Nobody was worried about LeBron. If Ben Wallace was on that Detroit team that he scored 25 points against in a row, that shit wouldn't have been happening. Ben Wallace would have shut that shit down. It probably would have been like 4 points in the post and 6 fouls. So, we know how good LeBron James is shooting free throws. LeBron James is a 90% free throw shooter, ain't he? Oh, that's right. He's not. He's a 73%. He doesn't want that contact. So, yeah, they didn't have Ben Wallace. He stayed in the paint. But I was under the impression Boogie, what's his name? Boogie Wilson, Boogie Cousin. That's right. Whatever that dude's name was, named Boogie. He's the one that knocked the Pistons out with that 31 in Game 6. Not LeBron. LeBron shot like ass in that Game 6. Houston Rockets need one more piece. I just don't know what position they might be. Well, small forward is always something that I think they need, but I could be wrong. But, I don't really think they need a piece. They just need experience. And this playoffs, they're going to get experience. Every great team that started off young, it was the experience that ended up putting them over the top. Long playoff runs. That same Isaiah Thomas Pistons, they kept running into Boston, got their experience, and they ended up beating Boston, ran into LA, lost in the finals. Then they got them back, won in the finals. And then, the rest is history. It was the experience. Being battle tested is what young teams need to be a great team. You don't necessarily need to add pieces in order to get that experience. D. Wade has been exposing LeBron for the last 2 years since he became a Hall of Famer. I wonder which other teammate outside of Melo, D. Wade Shumpert will cook LeBron. When LeBron's career is over, just like they do with everybody, they did it with Kobe, they did it with Jordan, they tried to do it with Magic, but Magic was too beloved by everybody. They build you up to tear you down. Ask any black man. They build you up just to tear you down. Also, MJ never said a word, nothing at all to the day to this day. Now that's Ghost Dad. You know what? I do respect Michael on that. He just his resume speaks for itself. Say what you want, feel what you want, but you put his resume up against LeBron's, his wins every time. Shout out T Price. Mike Miller, Bob Cousy, gonna be guest star. Mind the game before Shannon Sharp. Damn right. Uh, Ramona Shelburne will be a damn guest star on Mind the Game before any of his teammates or anything like that. So I told y'all I get it in. Yep, that was a quote by Aunt Shay Shay. He gets it in. Nobody cares who you put your meat into. Nobody cares about that, bro. Only you seem to care about that because that only came out after those gay rumors was going around. When he was caught with that gay stylist hugged up on him and sitting close to him. Look, I got a barber. Let me be honest. I had a barber. Me and him didn't sit down in no damn courtside arm locked. Not at all. But when people start questioning him, and then that video came out with him looking all sassy leg getting out of that damn limousine, then all of a sudden the sex tape come out. Stop it. Knock it off. Let me see. I heard years ago that Vince and Tracy were play cousins. Well, from what the story that I heard from Vince and from Tracy, they found out that they were cousins at the family reunion they both attended. And 9 times out of 10, that's usually how you find your long lost cousins. So that's what they said. But if they were play cousins, let's just have them sit down and tell the truth. Another reason to have them sit down. Rockets need a playmaker who can score. Do they though? Because I was always taught that your defense turns into offense. So as long as they're playing good defense, they will always have a playmaker. Jordan might be the greatest competitor of all time, counting all sports. You know what? I can't be mad at that. The fact that he never gave up, he never quit, even when he was getting his ass whooped, he still came at you, and he made adjustments. He in the offseason, he took that serious. When they were losing to the Pistons those 3 years, it wasn't because Jordan was averaging 11 points. No, he was giving everything he had. It was Pippen with the migraine, Pippen with the vagina soreness, Pippen with, not being tough enough. It wasn't Jordan. Shannon did all that fake X tape just so people would stop roasting him about being exactly. Zesty. I only like Zesty on my ranch. I don't like Zesty on anything else. Straight up, LeBron is not in my top 10. Is that Big Sykes? Yeah, he's not in mine. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of spams, and then we got back to whoever spamming needs to be blocked. Whoever's a moderator, get him out of here. Let me see. Why haven't these networks ever brought up the mounting contradictions by their analysts? Because they're all paid by the same company. That LeBron James pays these analysts to say all these things about him. I was listening to Dan Lebitard, and when Dan Lebitard brought up the fact about the PEDs, he had another shield like, why you gotta bring that up? Why we gotta talk about that? Just you saying that makes it look bad. No, Barry Bonds was asked every press conference after he hit a home run, are you on PEDs? Are you on steroids? Now remember, basketball's 82 game season. Baseball is not double because it'll be 164. Baseball is 162. So imagine for 162 games, even the game you don't play, when you go in front of the media, they're asking you about PEDs. That's what they did to Barry Bonds. Ain't nobody asked LeBron James not a hint of a question, but this man will always say, I never cheated the game. I gave the game everything. No, you actually didn't. If you gave the game everything, you wouldn't have sat out for 2 weeks while your damn team was going down in flames. If you gave the game everything, you wouldn't have tried to put your trash ass son in the league. And you know what? I kind of like Bronny, but I kind of don't, because the don't part is the fact that how he got in the league. I think he's a nice young man. He says all the right things, but how you got here is the reason why I don't like you. Let me see where we at. La House Road needs to retire. Absolutely. Thanks, Mod. Yeah, you seen that. Got that man up out of here. I put Barkley over LeBron. Barkley ain't never choked. You know what? Barkley's never been swept either. That's another fun fact. All the playoff series that Barkley ever been in, he's never got swept. That's something that, Jordan can't say, some Kobe can't say, you know, but, I don't know. Can I put him, just for the hell of it? Yeah, I'll put Barkley over LeBron just for the effort, just for playing hurt, just for accepting a lesser role with Houston. Knew he wasn't going to get all those touches, but whatever he did, he still was a walking double-double. Big Sykes, Dirk whooped that ass. Absolutely. Everybody saw it. Air ball at the free throw line. Absolutely. Everybody saw it. Yeah, they act like LeBron beat the Ben Pistons. Yeah, they act like Big Ben was sitting down there paralyzed and LeBron was just going over him. No, Big Ben was in Chicago while LeBron was doing all that. So no, he did not beat Big Ben's paces. He's a choker. Absolutely, Sykes. Absolutely. Booty Gibson. Thank you, because I couldn't remember his damn name. Thank you, America Friedman. Thank you. I agree. The Rockets need a vet. They do have Jeff Green, but he can't provide like that on offense. Ideally, they need a small forward. Yeah. You never know. Durant's going to be out there, but it's going to be a trade. And they're going to try to deplete Houston of all their young assets. So I wouldn't even do it for Durant. But we'll see what the free agency look like. They need a little more rougher big man than with the Rockets. I can agree with that too. Booty Gibson had 30 in game 6. Yeah. And I think it was on 9 shots because he was hot as hell. You can fact check me on that, but I don't even think he took 10 shots to get those 30 points. My memory's a little fuzzy, but I don't think that. Rockets need Al Horford type vet. Yeah. That never hurts to have that type of Al Horford type of vet. You saw what happened to Boston when they gave up Al Horford and then they got spanked in the playoffs. They went that next season, got his ass back. Come on back. My bad. Houston needs to replace Jalen Green. He's trash and dumb on the court. Now, I'm not going to lie. I haven't really been seeing Jalen Green play, but that seems to be the narrative. But he's going to get all the exposure he wants in the playoffs, and we can get a chance to see what he's really about. That's right. MJ let his record do the talking. Absolutely. I don't need to sit up here and lower myself to talk to you when you talking trash. That's just like me arguing with a 6-year-old. The hell I look like arguing with a 6-year-old. I'm going to look like the 6-year-old if I'm arguing with one. Before Ingram was traded to the Raptors, I was thinking he can go to Houston. Yeah, they were not going to send the Pelicans was not going to send Ingram to a playoff team. They just wasn't going to do that. It was not in their. They would send him the Rockets to propel the Rockets. They were going to do that. Now, I don't know if this is a contract where Ingram in Houston might sound nice. Yeah, Ramona Shelburne. Yeah, I see her on Mind the Game more than I see anybody that played with LeBron or anybody black. Let's just be honest. If the Rockets don't live by the 3, they will and are dangerous. Yeah, but we can say that about any team nowadays. The 3 is the easy thing to throw up nowadays. Yep, they are related. Yeah, they're related. We're talking about Pippen with his sore pussy. Yeah, he was acting like he was menstruating every time they went up against the damn Pistons. You always see him on the bench shaking his head with tears in his eyes, going to the locker room, changing that tampon, coming out saying, I got cramps. A headache. I can't go. So, yeah, Pippen convinced me with all that, talking about something. He was a bad player. He played like trash. Well, nigga, if he played like trash, the fuck you play like? Nigga, Jordan was out there getting his ass whooped, taking those hard fouls while you was sitting on the bench drinking your herbal tea, rubbing your damn uterus. Let me see. What are your thoughts about Steve Nash being on season 2 of Mind the Game? I don't like it. I don't like that at all because Steve Nash was also given a whole bunch of things. He was given 2 MVPs that he didn't deserve. Yeah, I said it. Both MVPs he didn't deserve. So what? You went to a team. It wasn't your 14-11. You know what I'm saying? That got that, or was it 16-11 that got 60 wins? I can argue and say there was this dude named Amari Stoudemire that was killing everything in the post, running like a gazelle down the middle that got you those 11 assists. I don't know. I don't like it. What can Steve Nash tell me about being a winner? I'll wait. How many? He's got championships out the wazoo. Horizon dropping the straight facts. Bowie Gibson, 31 points on 9 shots, 12 for 15 from the free throw line, and I think he was like maybe 5 or 6 from the 3 that game. Not even 10 shots to get 30 points, but we're sitting over here throwing all this honey on LeBron James, saying he solely drugged these shitty ass players to the finals. Getting 30 on 9 shots, you're not a shitty player. Yeah, so back to Nash. Did he win championships? Nah. Did he go to the finals with those 7-second or less teams? No. I know Kobe put them out. Now their best chance, to be fair, was when Robert Horry took that cheap shot against them, and a whole bunch of them got suspended. That was their best chance. But if they would have went to the finals in 07, they'd have did the same thing to LeBron. It would have been worse. It wouldn't have been a low scoring game like a lot of those games were. It'd have been a 25 point, 15 point blowouts sweep. Because if LeBron didn't even guard Parker, he wasn't going to guard Nash. Not at all. I want Durant on my hometown Pistons or the Celtics, as Nick Wright projected, in order to nix the move, just like he learned he nixed a lot of Laker moves by putting them weekly scenarios on the show. Well, first of all, just stop listening to Nick Wrong. Just stop doing that. You'll be a happier person. Anything that Nick Wrong is going to say to boost up the Lakers, he's going to say it because he's bought and paid for. So, to hell with him. I wish and hope, pray Zion stays healthy and gets his shit together. You know what? Zion reminds me of the modern day Derek Coleman. Now, a lot of people don't know who Derek Coleman is because a lot of y'all are young, but Derek Coleman was a big power forward drafted by I think the Nets. Him and Kenny Anderson ran together, but every season you would hear them say Derek Coleman has all the potential, and he did. He had soft touch around the rim. He can knock it down from 15 to 20. He can knock it down from 3. But every time you turned around, he was being shipped from team to team to team to team, and every team thought that they could fix Derek Coleman. And the thing that makes Derek Coleman and Zion so familiar with each other, they're both big and left-handed. Now, Zion is more athletic than Derek Coleman can ever be, but Derek Coleman was a borderline enforcer. He just didn't have the drive or motivation. So he went from the Nets to Philly. He went from Philly to, what was that? I know he got into that big fight with Philly with Corliss Williamson. I don't remember where he went after Philly, but he literally got shopped around. Shouts out to Derek Coleman. Remember, he was one of those NBA Jam players, pickable characters. He was also on NBA Shootout. I used to play that in high school, and all. You always start from the bottom teams up into the top teams. So, Philadelphia wasn't that good when they had Derek Coleman and Allen Iverson's rookie season. But they did have Derek Coleman, Allen Iverson, and Jerry Stackhouse. So, Derek Coleman, Zion Williamson, it seems like history is repeating itself. Derek Coleman was hit by the injury bug a lot. So there's another parallel. Let me see. They tried to give Steve Nash a championship. Yeah, facts. They gave him a built super team. Now, the funny thing about it is you're seeing what Kenny Atkinson is doing in Cleveland. So you know he ain't a terrible coach. They got rid of Kenny Atkinson. Then they had the T. Price. If you still on, you remember Jacques Vaughn, great Kansas point guard. And he got a lot of tutelage under John Stockton, too. Jacques Vaughn was a very underrated point guard when he was in the league. Very underrated. He just never got a lot of minutes because he had to play behind the legend John Stockton. But he was the coach. He did what he could. But they let Kenny Atkinson walk because KD and Kyrie didn't like him. So then they hired Steve Nash with this super team, and he couldn't even get him out of the first round. I guess Gibson carried little cap. Well, according to all these fans, criteria, yeah, because where's old head right there? Horizon. Look up LeBron's stats for that game 6 and how many shots he took, how many shots he made, and we'll compare that to Booty Gibson's and seeing who was more efficient and who really led the charge. Now let me see. I got old head T. Price, Steve Nash interviewing for the new La Clutch LA job, allegedly, like JJ Redneck did. You know what? I would never put that past LeBron. He's always looking for the come up. Horizon dropping more facts. Damn, this dude's on fire. Gibson was 5 from 5 for downtown. I knew it. He was hot as hell. Every time they kicked it to him, he was knocking that shit down. He took the momentum and ran with it. And then once that momentum was there, Detroit on the road, they were cooked. Dennis LeBron is a freaking lie. That nigga helped in 07. Yeah. I guess he's responded to somebody, but yeah, Booty Gibson. Look, everybody in that NBA Finals on Cleveland shot better than LeBron James. LeBron James was the weakest link on the 07 Finals. So to sit up there and say that he dragged people that were bums to the Finals, I don't see that. When everybody else played better than you in the Finals. Nobody else shot 36% on the type of shots that LeBron was taking in the 07 Finals. Okay, so let's say somebody else did. You're LeBron. You're young. Why could you not stop Tony Parker? If you can guard 1 through 5, and we can't say you're 40, you were a young 22-year-old man. You mean to tell me you couldn't slow down Parker? Get out of here. That's just built-in excuses. The Knicks, when they had Stoudemire, Chandler, Chauncey, and Carmelo, should have did some ring winning. Yeah, they should. They just ran into, I think, did they run? No, was that Indiana they ran into? Their best chance. They ran into Indiana. Ran into, did they play the Heat? I think they did play the Heat. They ran into the Heat. Nash came up to LeBron bum like Tyrone Biggums. You got any more of that podcasting coaching highs, bro? Yep, absolutely. Scratching his neck with the powdered sugar on his lips. Absolutely. Coleman was nasty. Thank you, Dennis Gregory. Thank you. Coleman he had all the potential in the world and just never lived up to it. We got Horizon. Derek Coleman was strong as fuck. I remember Shaq saying he was the toughest dude he faced. Yeah, Derek Coleman, maybe 6'10", 260. You wasn't moving him in the post, and he will fight you. Just ask Corliss Williamson. He'll punch you in the face if he needs to. Yeah, left-handed. So that up fake. Him and Rodney Rogers, shout out to Rodney Rogers. He's now paralyzed, ATV accident. But him and Rodney Rogers were similar. The only difference is Derek Coleman was more polished than Rodney Rogers. Rodney Rogers played on that 7 seconds or less. I think he was the 6th man before Boris Diaw because he came off the damn bench yakking. Rodney Rogers, yeah, he left-handed as well. Him and Derek Coleman were like pretty much the same body type. Horizon, I'm young, but I remember looking it up. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to, hang on the fact that you're young. A lot of young people don't even do the research. That's why we're in the things that we're in now. People don't like to look it up. They just like to look at these shows and be like, they gotta be telling the truth. No, they're not. Look it up and everything. If you want to know the truth, look it up. So Celtics gonna repeat? I don't know. I don't know. I want to see how Cleveland look on that first matchup. But Cleveland, they looking nice. I would love to see Cleveland. If it would be ironic if Cleveland and Golden State go to the finals, I would laugh my ass off. But whoever wins in that matchup, I wouldn't care. For Cleveland, they can win a ring without LeBron, and I want the owner to hold that trophy up like he just won WWE and just walk around and then say, "This is the greatest championship this franchise has ever won." And then LeBron commits suicide in offseason. No, I'm just playing about that. But yeah, I would love to see Cleveland win, or I would love to see Steph get his fifth. Let me see. Derek Coleman was a beast. He had an attitude problem. That's facts, Hannibal. He did. He got into it with every coach, with every trainer. He wanted to do things his way. He didn't want to do things for the team, and they traded him away. Let me see. Billups. Speaking of the Michigan man perspective, Billups was also the best player, even over Ben, though he needed him for a chip. Billups was the only player to get a bucket off the dribble on the team. Well, Rip used to get buckets off the dribble, but not as much as Billups. Billups, a journeyman, started off with the Celtics. Then he ended up getting traded for Kenny Anderson when Kenny Anderson got traded for Damon Stoudemire, and he didn't want to report to the Raptors. So the Raptors made a deal with Boston, and they did a 3-10 deal where Kenny goes to Boston, Billups goes to the Raptors, and I think he got traded to Denver again in that same season. I think Billups is one of those players that got traded to 3 teams in his rookie season. And he was a rookie. Now, Billups was on the court that October 31st, 1997, and they beat the Bulls that first game without Pippen, and they just wore the Bulls down, and Billups was getting everything he wanted that game. So he had game coming in. He became a journeyman. He went to Denver. He went to Minnesota. He played with KG. He actually was able to showcase his talents more in Minnesota because Minnesota was getting more televised games than, of course, Denver. Denver was fucking trash, even though they had McDice. But yeah, he got that exposure, and that's how he was able to get that contract with Detroit, because Minnesota didn't want to re-sign Billups. They didn't. And then they ended up going to get Cassell, which Billups over Cassell, at that time, Billups was younger. Cassell was serviceable, but in hindsight, you could have kept Billups, and I think they probably would have went farther than they did with Cassell. But yeah, Billups, always liked Billups, was a good shooter. He was clutch, hard nosed. His teeth bothered me a little bit, but we can overlook that with the fact that he was playing really, really good. Cole, you know what? You're right. Dennis Gregory, right. Cole would play for the Hornets. I wanted to say the Hornets, but I wasn't too sure. But yeah, he played for the Hornets those last years of his career, and we're talking about Derek Coleman. Last years of his career, he played for the Hornets. Yeah. Then his teammate get wife pregnant. You know what? That is the narrative. I think that from what I've heard, that I think it was Jason Richardson. Allegedly, I got to say allegedly. I think it was Jason Richardson was knocking down Nash's wife, and that would contribute to her getting pregnant. She gave birth to a light-skinned but yet brown baby, and then Nash was like, "It doesn't look Canadian to me," and then that contributed to them getting a divorce. So allegedly, Jason Richardson was knocking his wife down. Okay, I think if Kyrie and KD stayed in Brooklyn, Jacques Vaughn would have won Coach of the Year, or at least be in discussion. He had 11-game winning streak before KD and Kyrie left. You know what? That's true, but that media was definitely done with Kyrie. New York has a very strong certain demographic that didn't like Kyrie, so it was never going to work once that poison pill was out there. And another thing we got to remind each other, it didn't help that Stephen A was fanning the flames. Um, I do got to give KD props. He was loyal to his friend. If you leave, I leave. So Jacques Vaughn was kind of just put in a bad situation. Magic coach underachieving. They have the most talent, young roster, but they also are hurt. So yeah, they do got a lot of talent, but injuries are very, 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 very like you could be snake bitten with injuries. We know teams to be snake bitten for years with injuries, and you will never see exactly the potential of those teams because they're always snake bitten. Big Sykes, yeah, allegedly it was. Oh yeah, I already said that. So yeah, somebody else, Horizon, we're right there. We eye to eye. Big Sykes. Sam Cassell should have gotten that head coaching job in New Jersey. Back when they were in New Jersey or Brooklyn. I don't know. LeBron in Game 6 Pistons, he had 20 points on 3 of 11 shots. So Booty Gibson played better than LeBron, and he was more. And we're using the talking points that all LeBron fans say. LeBron is more efficient. He can get his shot. He's a better three-point shooter. But in game 6 of the 07 Eastern Conference Finals, LeBron 3-11 from the field. Booty Gibson, if I go back, 7 of 9, 5 of 5 from the three. So who really led the charge? According to the stats, since everybody loves the goddamn stats, it says Booty Gibson led LeBron James. So he carried LeBron James to the finals. There, I said it. Old head, laughing out loud, my man. LeCap James, absolutely. Let me see. Coleman retired in Detroit, and he played for Philly as well, not just the Nets and the Hornets. Yeah. I as I said before, I couldn't remember all the teams he got traded from, but I do remember he was passed around like a joint because of his attitude and the fact that, he had all the talent and the potential in the world. He just never lived up to it. All right, LeBron, my nigga, how are you dragging the team to the finals, scoring 3 of 11 field goals when your boy Gibson had 31 points on 9 shots? Horizon, look, you're turning into the MVP of the stream right now. I don't know. You're hot as hell. So, yeah, absolutely. If that was Russell Westbrook, they'll be dragging them. 3 of 11, they'll be dragging them right now. But LeBron, 3 of 11, and he had Horizon. Look up how many turnovers he had. I think he had 5 turnovers, and I think he missed significant from the line too. So all those, contribute to him having a bad game. Jason Terry, bust your ass too. Yeah, Gregory, we all know that. We're never going to let that man live that down. He just could jump and was fast. LeBron never been just that nigga. I'm going to need you to clarify that, Big Sykes. Horizon, LeCap, you already know. Are you saying what Horizon is putting out is LeCap, or are you saying that LeBron LeCap? If you saying LeBron LeCap, that's true. Or the narrative LeCap, yeah. But you can't argue with the stats. The stats are screaming. LeBron James lies like the devil. God damn. Well, you know what? Jesus said the father of the lie, and we all know who that is. So if you keep lying, then that means you're imitating somebody I don't think you want to imitate. You remember Jay Reed took Shump and JR from him in New York. Absolutely. How the GM of New York allowed that to happen, I don't know. But, that shored up their bench. That shored up their perimeter defense. And that made Cleveland, because Cleveland wasn't that good when LeBron first came back in 2014. Remember, he was off the PEDs. for like that first half of the season. They were rumoring that they were going to start doing PED testing. So he lied and said he was on the paleo diet and he lost significant weight. Looked like he was anorexic or looked like he was on coke or that white girl or heroin or whatever you want to call it. But everybody who knows anything about PEDs, if you stop the cycle, your body stops retaining water. Once your body stops retaining water, you start to go back to your normal body size. And that's how it started, 2014, right? Before or after it was before the All-Star break. Kyrie, I think he put up 57 against San Antonio and hit the game-winning shot. LeBron took about 3 weeks off, said that he needed to clear his mind. Cleveland was in the 4 or 5 seed, hovering around 500. LeBron wasn't shooting that very well from the field. Went back to Miami. He came back, as Max Kellerman said, brolic. That's a black term for swole. Swole is a black term for muscular. Okay, if everybody's keeping track at home. And then LeBron was unstoppable after he came back from getting another one of those soldier serum packets. And then they went from the 4th or 5th seed to the 2nd seed and everything, the rest is history. So, yeah, LeBron James loves to take those time off so he can fill up his tanks with whatever soldier serum they're putting in his veins. But nobody said nothing about it. And then I remember the narrative was, well, LeBron, he's went to all these finals in a row. He deserves to have time off. Nah, he didn't. He was putting it in his body. Let me see. Coleman dunked on Shaq. Shaq said it himself. Yeah. Big Sykes LeBron, the sorry superhero ever, or superstar ever, dude faking his whole career. Coleman and Zach Randolph similar. Okay, I can see that. Zach Randolph definitely didn't play on the perimeter like Coleman, but mindset, yeah, they don't talk shit to you. They'll fight you if they have to. But I think Zach Randolph got more out of his career than Coleman did because remember, Zach Randolph was buried on that Portland bench because they had all the power forwards. They had Rasheed, who was starting. They had Brian Grant. They had Jermaine O'Neal, and they had Zach Randolph. When they traded Brian Grant and Rasheed went to Atlanta. Brian Grant went somewhere. That's when Zach Randolph became the 20 and 10 on that Portland team. And then they did trade. They traded Jermaine O'Neal to the Pacers. So they had a plethora of power forwards on that Portland team, an abundance of power forwards. So yeah, Zach Randolph, when he became in, he put some good numbers up, real good numbers. Thanks, man. I'm young, but I love basketball research. Learn new things every day. Absolutely. No matter how old you are, you're supposed to learn new things every day, man. Keep up the good work. What you're doing, you will never be misled if you do what you're doing. Always double check. And even if I'm wrong about something, I tell you all the time, check it. Don't take my word for it. I'm an idiot. Everybody know that. Let me see. Dennis Gregory, Horizon. Good to see young boy do this research. I'm 67. God damn. Man, cooking at 67. My man Gregory. So I can appreciate it. That's what I'm talking about, Gregory. Keep up the good work, man. Y'all know damn well the Cavs and Warriors storyline ain't happening. Adam Silver will have black SUVs outside his house before it happens. Facts. Oh, man. I haven't laughed that well since I saw LeBron James airball free throw. Yeah, that's true. But, you can only manipulate a game so much. If a team get hot, and I mean hot, you just got to let it go. Tim Thomas was really good. He did play with Allen Iverson, though, as a rookie. Not Allen Iverson. Tim Thomas started to show his worth when he was there with the Phoenix Suns again. He definitely started to show his worth when he was with them. But, yeah, facts. Big, big, big facts. LeBron James can't last in the NBA at nights. No, he got his teeth punched in too many goddamn times. And the first time he tried to load manage, his ass would have been at the end of the bench. And the fact that he was 18 years old coming into the league, they'd have never started him. Even in Cleveland, they had a two guard named Derek Anderson on Cleveland that he would not have been able to start over. So there that is. Let me see what else.
He's on the phone.
Let me see. Don't take what Bark says on this panel literally. He meant retired or resigned. Okay. Treat City, that's facts. Mr. Big Shot was the floor general. Yes, definitely. Mr. Big Shot, Mr. Phillips. Every big shot, either he took it first or the second option was Rip. You know, I remember that half court three against New Jersey to swing the momentum. You know, usually people don't take those type of threes unless they have no choice but to. But he took it, tied the game, went into overtime. Detroit ended up coming back and winning. Dennis, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. Our Rip buckets was all off of screens. Not all of them. He would go one-on-one to go to the foul line. He said he learned that from Michael in Washington. But majority of them, yeah, I got to agree with him. We'll say 80-20. But yeah, majority of them was off of screens. Billups in Minnesota was a beast. Absolutely. I think Billups in Minnesota was the first time that Garnett got out the first round. So you gotta give that credit to Billups because he was the floor general in Minnesota. Billups was the only player on the team that could dribble from the 3-point line all the way to the basket on the Pistons. They did have Lindsey Hunter, if I'm not mistaken. But Lindsey Hunter, for that one time, could do that. But I don't know what happened to Lindsey Hunter after they won the title. Remember Terrell Brandon? Him and Billups in the backcourt? Was that Milwaukee Terrell Brandon? Because Terrell Brandon was in Cleveland for a long time. He backed up Mark Price until Mark Price got injured. Then he took the starting job. Then he got traded to, you know what? You're absolutely right now that I think about it. Yeah, he got traded to Milwaukee, and then he signed with Minnesota, and him and Billups was in the backcourt together. They would slide Billups to the 2, and they would have Terrell Brandon run the point off the bench. You're absolutely correct, Hannibal. Big facts. Let me see. The wild thing about the 08 Nuggets was that both Iverson third and Melo fourth were top 5 in points per game that year. LeBron was first, Kobe was second, almost won it 3 times straight. Yeah, that was a good pairing up. Iverson still had it, but again, Iverson's pride didn't keep him in the league. You know, I could see Iverson winning a few 6 Man of the Year awards if he would have just lowered his pride. But T. Price would like this. Pride is before the crash. You know, look that up, where that comes from. If you're too prideful, you're going to crash and burn. So Iverson, he could have snuck and got a ring off the bench for a team. He could have. Remember that Grizzlies team that knocked out the number 1 seed San Antonio wanted Iverson to come off the bench for them. And they went all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Now, if they would have had Iverson coming off the bench, maybe that would have played a little bit differently with, I don't think it was the 07, I think it was the 2012. Because, yeah, OKC went to the finals that year.
Shut up.
Can we imagine Iverson coming off that OKC bench instead of Derek Fisher? Maybe something would have been different. Billups and KG got swept by Dirk in the first round. Okay, well, I was wrong on that. I thought that Billups got him out the first round, but yeah, they got swept. See, good. See, somebody doing what I said. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. But I did say I think, so it's not like I put it in facts. Pollock 6 ruined the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Atkinson was too old school for KD and Kyrie. That might be true. Might be true. Let me see. Politics, bad ownership. Stephen A. robbed a title from Brooklyn Nets. I'm so fucking glad Kyrie left that cesspool. You know what? You can put that with that first comment, and it's 100. Let me see. Richardson said that wasn't true. Okay. That's probably true. He probably did reject it, but we don't know. That's why I said allegedly. Don't realize how many Magic injuries it was. You right, but man, they're deep. Absolutely, they're deep. Just they got hit with the injury bug. Definitely got hit with the injury bug. Tim Duncan and Kobe is my top fives. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. Dorian Rice. Dorian Rice again. Tim Duncan is the best power forward of all time. Kobe, like Mike, he number 2 behind MJ. Well, I can never put the carbon copy after the original. So I will always, whenever I say Jordan's name, I got to say Kobe's name because he's the closest to Jordan we see in play style, hustle. Kobe has his flaws, just like Jordan has his flaws. But Kobe's flaws, they were just different. But I think he made up with the flaws by just keep coming at people. Mo Williams was more clutch than Boogie. Big ups to my city, my town. What's that? Houston. Shout out to Houston. Shout out to my sister-in-law lives there. Shout out to Houston. You know, Houston's a great town. Stop yapping. Where tickets thumbhead ass at? Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna stop yapping. You can stop listening though. You know, if I'm bothering you. I know I got a nasally ass voice, but you know, I'm pretty sure there's some somebody else out there that you could listen to. But I'm in here. Until ticket kick me the hell off or until my phone die, I'm staying on. Let me see. Hitman X. Oh, that was Hitman X. Hey, what's up, Hitman X? I'm still not gonna stop yapping, so I don't know. You right, Mo Williams was more clutch than LeBron. Yeah, there was a lot of big shots that Mo Williams hit that LeBron refused to take. So I gotta give Mo Williams my credit there. I'll be on later doing the Final Four. Old head. Have a great day. Shout out T Price. Have a great podcast, man. It was good chopping it up with you. Horizon again. You asked how the Knicks GM allowed that to happen. If you remember correctly, the GM was Leon Rose. Yeah, that bitch is there. LeBron's former agent before Rich Paul. Oh my God, that makes a lot of sense. Just like Kevin McHale helped out Danny Ainge, Leon Rose was going to help out LeBron. That makes sense. Good research, Horizon. I'm telling you, good research. Let me see. Big Sight. Y'all was off on them, lied about not being on PEDs. Yeah, he was off of the. Oh, yeah, he was off of them, lied about being on PEDs. Facts, Big Sykes. Facts. Everybody's seen how fast he lost that weight. Nobody could lose that weight that fast without help or lack of help. So it's like, you know, I said it before. Stevie Wonder can see it. You know, Ray Charles, who's dead and blind, can see it. You know, I don't get it. Nobody else act like they don't see it. Biogenesis steroids doing him good there. Absolutely. It's not the steroids, it's the blood doping. The blood doping helps you play longer, recover faster. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I wish I had some of that. I'm 43 years old. You know, man, I'll be a goddamn monster if I was on that blood doping. You know. Dennis Gregory, I believe, but everyone was drug tested. Yep. Was that T Shaka 17? Yep, you're absolutely right. When Donovan Mitchell dropped 70, drug tested. When Luka dropped 70, drug tested. When LeBron James in the Olympics, yeah, we'll test Steph Curry. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Dale Davis too. Oh, they did have Dale Davis. Shouts out. Portland did have Dale Davis. They had Dale Davis, Brian Grant, Rasheed Wallace. No, they didn't have Rasheed. No, they did because he kept picking up technicals against Houston. Not Houston, Utah. Facts. Let me see. Where am I? E. Gibson Coleman became a journeyman due to mainly injuries in his career. Progressed, but he was still a skilled player. Yeah, that's why somebody earlier was talking about Zion, and I compared Zion to Coleman because of those injuries. You know, potential out the ass, but injuries seem to hold him back. But I think Coleman's injuries are a little bit more legitimate than Zion's. But who knows? I'm not in this body. I swear. Why in the Olympics all the youngsters got tested, but the old dude that ain't got no business still playing didn't? And he put it in all caps, and you get a fist bump. I'm punching my phone, so that's a fist bump for you. Absolutely. 40 or 39 or whatever years old, and you playing like this? Really? How? I need answers. Can you give me answers? How about you give me some blood? You don't want to give me no blood? Oh, okay. I see why. OG from Brooklyn. Shout out, Dennis Gregory. Jermaine O'Neal. Okay, Shaka 17. I keep wondering as a youngin. Okay, how come a self-proclaimed GOAT keeps underperforming in big moments and still seen as a great? You know what? That's a great question, and that just literally debunks the narratives that go on about him. So as a youngster, just keep your eyes are never going to lie to you. Okay, it's just never going to lie to you. So if you're seeing this as a youngster, and then you hear everybody else saying he's great, he hits open shots, he's more clutch than Jordan. Okay, I don't remember Jordan go 1 for 29 in game tying or game hitting shots. But what the hell do I know? I'm an idiot. Already established that. Tricky Ricky yet Yap Taz was dangerous too, but yeah, them too. I think I may have read that wrong. But Tricky Rick Yep Tay was dangerous too. I don't know who the hell it is. So moving on. Rasheed Wallace was the next in line with the bucket. But Rip was consistent, but all mid-range, rarely seen dunk or layup. Now, he did get some layups. But he really never dunked because he was never a dunker even when he was at Connecticut. I liked Rip's game at Connecticut when they won the national championship. Bro sounds like Dre Green. I do? Please don't say that. That's the worst thing ever been called besides Draymond Green. Shit. No, me and Draymond Green are two different people. I actually live in the real world, and I don't, cup LeBron's genitals just to get some attention. No Cassell, no Sprewell, got Garnett out in the first round in the Western Conference Finals. I think Sprewell and Cassell played when they went to the Western Conference Finals. Sprewell just was getting cooked by Kobe. And Cassell held his own, but Cassell kept picking up technicals and getting all emotional and shit. That shit that worked with Houston Rockets wasn't working with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Lindsey Hunter was a spot-up shooter and facilitator, scrappy defender, but now he wasn't a dribble off the dribble bucket guy. He might catch an offensive rebound and put back. Let me see. He was a PF though. Okay. Maybe I'm still remembering Lindsey Hunter from the Lakers, but yeah. Lindsey Hunter was the person to replace Isaiah Thomas when they starting Lindsey Hunter over Isaiah Thomas. That's what he said. He knew it was time to retire. Nah, hey, I kept it 100. He wasn't a bench guy. Well, if that's how he felt, that's how he felt. But his career could have been longer being a bench guy, But if he didn't want to do it, that was his choice. Phillips and KG got swept in the first round by Dallas. Yeah, we established that. Big Size, he had a stretch the floor to prepare for Shaq and Ben Wallace couldn't score two in a defensive player resting in the paint. Absolutely. This is why all the bigs, even from his rookie season, remember, he played his first rookie season with Carlos Boozer. Second season, Carlos Boozer was the hell out of there. Also, that second season, he got Paul Silas fired because he wanted, since Carlos Boozer was not there, he wanted LeBron to play more in the post. LeBron didn't want to play in the post. He wanted to play on the wing. He wanted to play on the perimeter. Paul Silas didn't want him to. He started bitching to management. So then guess what happened after that? They fired Paul Silas weeks before they were supposed, and they were in the 5th seed. Then they went on this long losing streak. Now, the person that was the interim coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers after Paul Silas was Mike Malone's father. And they went on this long losing streak and was out of the playoff picture. And then they finished the season just missing the playoffs. But they would have made the playoffs and probably would have made some noise in the second season had he listened to Paul Silas. But that's a black coach. Nobody wants to listen to him. Let me see. Where am I at? Somebody needs a chin check Draymond in the bone, butt sucking ass. I can't stand that purple, pink lip, dirty. Okay, he left the eye out, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, Draymond ain't as tough as he think he is. He ain't, because if you're gonna let Tristan Kardashian punch you and you don't do nothing, then you can't tell me how tough you are. So there's that. Tony Piper, they was using him wrong. Okay, he's responding to somebody. Let me see where we at. Horizon NBA was just looking for a reason to punish Iverson. He was persecuted for that bench comment in Denver, but he was right. That might be true, but Iverson had a high opinion of himself. If he didn't want to go to the bench, he didn't go to the bench. So it is what it is. Let's go Heat. We'll see. Let me see. You got a good point about Rashid Trill. Yeah, he had great points about Rashid. Big sites. I had Fox Sports seen every game. Miami Heat is trash now. I wouldn't say trash. They're still fighting for a playoff spot. Steph Curry is not the greatest shooter of all time. Not clutch. 0-16 in playoffs in the clutch, but he's a good. But he is a good, or if you made great shooter. He's a great shooter, but I would never call Curry clutch. That never came out of my mouth. But you leave his ass wide open, you're going to be putting your head down, walking down the court, And you know what? I think what he did to Boston in that game 4, or maybe it was game 5. Yeah, it was game 5. In that game 5, I think that was clutch, but they don't call that performance clutch. Putting up 42 on the road in a game that can swing, usually whoever wins game 5 wins, 80% of the time? And he came up with that performance, so that's clutch in my eyes. LeBron is the Drago of basketball. Of course, he is. And remember, Rocky beat Drago. He's not a machine. He's a man after he got cut. Let me see. Horizon again. How can you watch Game 4 2020 finals and think Curry isn't close? Damn, didn't I just say that? Look, me and him on a good wavelength. Even LeBron, y'all GOAT, said it was an incredible game. Absolutely. I thought it was Game 5, but Game 4, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Zion is Larry Johnson, grandmama. Nah. Larry Johnson was a beast before the back injury. Larry Johnson was a beast. You have to remember they had a decision between Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning. Charlotte kept Larry Johnson. They gave Alonzo Mourning. Well, they gave him to the Heat, and then they eventually traded Johnson to the Knicks. But Zoe was the first one to go. Jerome Kersey. Oh, damn. One of the Portland Trailblazers is LeBron James' daddy. Just jump and dunk. You know what? Big size. Jerome Kersey played a lot of good defense on those Portland teams. Lot of good defense. And remember, he was on one of the champions, or was it the championships? I think he was maybe a 99 or 2000 Lakers teams in his old age. And he was still playing defense at that time. So, yeah, we can't compare. We can't really compare Jerome Kersey to LeBron because Jerome Kersey played defense all the way up into his older years. Rest in peace, Jerome Kersey. Ja just exposed Miami. Well, the league's getting ready to expose Ja, so they got it. Yep. The Wolves got rid of Sprewell and Cassell the following year. Yeah, they got rid of them. They was going to rebuild after they lost that Western Conference Finals. Asking anyone, why do you think T Wolves keep kicking Denver? Because number one, their head coach used to be an assistant coach for Denver. So he knows all their sets and he knows how to defend them. So I think that gives him a one-up when it comes to going up against Denver. And they play team ball around Denver, where Denver usually just kind of just goes through Jokic. So knowing all their sets, knowing their defense, you got the advantage. They didn't even have Cat and he's still kicking butts. Yeah. Coaching, he's the better coach in that matchup. Typo, I was saying Cassell and Sprewell got Garnett out in the. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they didn't play to the standards in that Western Conference Finals. They didn't. I think they took the lead in the Western. Yes, they did. Quick story. I think they went up 2-1 after Game 3. If I'm not mistaken, or they may have went up 3-2 because I think that went to either 7 or 6. But when they went up, Garnett said it feels good to go to the finals. And everybody was like, why the hell did you still say that? And then the Lakers came back and fucking steamrolled them the next couple of games. And Garnett said he shouldn't have said that. Yeah, he was already, because he was up on the Lakers, he already said that they were going to the finals, and that was a big mistake. And that was bulletin board material. Phil Jackson used it, and he was like, yeah, let's get these niggas up out of here. Let me see. Horizon again. Wow, I didn't know that. I thought Paul Silas and LeBron had beef, and that's why. But the Carlos Boozer part is interesting. Yeah, Carlos Boozer, 1 year, the rookie season with LeBron, they got him the hell up out of there. Because LeBron wanted the paint wide open. Because remember, in his rookie season, LeBron shot like ass because he couldn't just go in the paint, and he had to pull up, he had to shoot threes, and his shooting percentage was borderline 40%. His three-point percentage was in the 20s. And then when they got Carlos Boozer out of that paint, that's when he went from a 40% to a 45%. A 30% three-point shooter. He couldn't keep somebody in that post. They start dragging Ilgauskas out to the perimeter so that he can have the lane all to himself. People want to sit there and say he's a better scorer than Jordan. Fuck out of here. Anyway, Derek, I think it's Perkett. It says, do you have your own channel? Where can we catch you at? You seem to know basketball. I'm a basketball fan. I do have my own channel, but my podcast don't talk about basketball though, but it's called, I Got a Question, the podcast with Chris and that black guy, AKA I'm that black guy. But yeah, I love roasting on, Ticket's channel. He's a good dude. He's always shown me love. Him too raw, always show me love. So yeah, I like getting on here cooking with everybody. Yeah, man, do you have a channel? Okay, I just answered it. Yeah, I'll talk about funny skits and shit in my on my podcast if y'all want to go check it out. We'll love to love. Supposed to be starting up season 4 this at the end of the month. But yeah, again, let's get those likes up. Let's get those donations up to Ticket, because if it wasn't for Ticket, I won't be able to, cook on any of this. I won't even get any of the exposure. I don't give a damn what nobody says about Ticket. Ticket is a genuine dude, and he let people like me come up on his channel and cook. So, I do truly appreciate Ticket and everybody that came up here and cook. Y'all sure appreciate them too. Let's show our appreciations with those likes and those shares and those subscribes though. Trill City TV, Lakers Hunter, and Pistons Hunter, different players. I have Fox Sports Detroit, and I see 90% of the games and 100% of the highlights. Moving on. Okay. I don't know why you're getting a little strong with it, but I get it. You made your point. What's your take on people saying Tatum ain't respected enough? You know what? Again, Tatum from my home city, St. Louis. Have a lot of love for him, but he says he's a Kobe disciple. Have no problem with him being a Kobe disciple, but can we agree that he don't play like Kobe? And I think that's probably rubbing some people the wrong way. You say you're a Kobe disciple, but you don't attack like Kobe. So I think people respect him, but don't respect him because there's some games, especially in that first finals against Golden State, he didn't play like we were expecting a superstar to play. RT, the brand, Curry doesn't have to be wide open. He can create off his own dribble. Yeah, that's one of his great points. Curry can't pull it. Set shot off the dribble. That's what makes him dangerous. He is the ultimate weapon. He will make you change your defense. There's only a few people in the NBA history that will make you change your whole defense. Shaq was one of them. Jordan, Kobe, Curry was one of them. Akeem Olajuwon was one of them. I can't really say Tim Duncan because he had a whole bunch of complementary pieces, so you couldn't just change your defense for him. But he would. There's been many times in the playoffs he would force you to change your defense. And Curry's right there. I can't say the same thing about LeBron because he has the ball in his hand. He plays at 1-4 flat. You don't really change your defense. You just look for make sure you have the open shooters covered. And just you live and die with whatever he gets at the bucket or whatever he gets at mid-range. Curry clutching the Olympus. Facts. Curry doesn't have to be okay. I already read that part. It says, and he can create off the dribble, pulling up from behind threes. Yep. Gabe Vincent and Finney Smith overrated as bums, as MFers. You know what? I haven't really seen Finney Smith play on the Lakers, but when I saw him on the Dallas Mavs, I seen why he was very expendable. Got Jamal. Zion doesn't play exactly like Larry Johnson, the way he built and the way he's built. And if he go ahead and play basketball, you know what? I can see that. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, the build, the shoulders. Let's put a gold tooth in his mouth, and then we can be like, yeah, he's just like it. Tatum is overrated because he's a Kobe guy and not a LeBron guy. But Tatum was doing too much with that Kobe text screenshot. You shouldn't keep that to yourself. Maybe you know what? I think that's true. I think he brought a little bit too much attention on him. And when you get a lot of attention on you, they're going to nitpick. They're going to nitpick your game to death. So, yeah, I believe that. I would probably just kept that to myself because another person that they nitpick to death, and he's a Kobe guy, Kyrie. And they're doing the same thing. You holding it down. This can be a new show empowering the viewers in this comment. This is amazing. How are you keeping the views up like this solo dolo? I don't know. Like I said, I give a shout out to Ticket. Ticket didn't have to pull me up, but I know when I used to cook on the podcast and on the stream with other guys, I know a lot of times they used to read the comments, and sometimes you can't get on the panel and you want your voice to be heard. So I'm just using this opportunity to get the people in the chat's voice to be heard. So here we are. Corey was that what is that? Can't pronounce that word, but in the Olympics, that brother was torturing people with that hot hand. Yeah, but the narrative was going to be LeBron did everything. So it was sad to see he should have won the MVP. I don't care what nobody says. Those clutch games, it should have went to Curry. Get those likes up over 200. Y'all sign in. YouTube, please. Absolutely. You're right, Trilson. Let's keep those likes up. Let me see. I got RT, the brand, King, dominated the Olympics. Okay, that's nice. He did not, but it's nice that you're participating. Um, we'll sit you at the kiddie table because anybody that watched the Olympics knew that LeBron was not dominating the Olympics when we almost lost to teams that we should be blowing out by 25. Let me see. Adam, Golden State will be done if someone will finally kick. That's like I've been asking. Look, Draymond needs not only kicked in the nuts, he needs like one of those like Mo Better Blues alley ass whoopings. You know, that's what he needs. He needs somebody to really knock his ass out for him to stop all this tough talk and all this other shit. And then, you know, Draymond makes you not like Golden State. It's not necessarily Curry. It's always Draymond. People root against Golden State because of Draymond. Again, asked about my podcast. It's called I Got a Question with Chris and that black guy. Trill City. Horizon again. Shout out to Ticket TV. Absolutely. The king of the stream game. There's a lot of people that copy his style, but there's only one ticket. Back to Trill. You can't find my channel. You looked on YouTube. It's also on Comcast as well if you're really looking for it. Let me see. There is not going to be another Kobe. I think they want him to shoot threes to prolong his career. There will never be another Kobe. There will never be another Magic. There will never be another Mike. There will never be another Tim Duncan. There will never be another great. They stand on their own. They're all a one of one. You can imitate it, but you can never duplicate it. Kobe literally tried to be better than Jordan, but he also had his own style. And I think that's why a lot of people loved him so much. And again, I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm going to keep saying it. I didn't like Kobe like his early years because I felt he was trying to be too much like Jordan. But when Jordan retired and started to see Kobe come into his own, I respected it because I understood the fact that in order to be the best, you had to beat the best. So it really is no knock on Kobe that he wanted to be like the best. You know, he had his father's influence. His father played in the league, yeah, but Kobe wanted to go after the best. And it wasn't just Michael that Kobe got a lot of his game from. Kobe got a lot of his game from Mike. He got a lot of his game from Big Game James Worthy. He got a lot of his game from a lot of people. So Kobe was he was a great talent. I miss him. I think when Kobe died, a little bit of the NBA died with him. And that's just facts. The NBA, a portion of the NBA died with Kobe. And we're never going to get that back. You know, the King was the Olympic MVP. Man, you're really hell bent on this topic, you know. Again, and I'm going to talk to you like I talked to one of my sons. I get your point. Now, he wasn't, but that's nice that you're contributing. I get you. You love LeBron. There's nothing wrong with love for a man, you know, but he wasn't the MVP. Anybody that saw that Olympics knew Curry was the MVP. Let me go to Shaka 17 says Wemby reminds me of a modern day Ralph Sampson just with a jumper. Look, Ralph Sampson was crazy with his ability, really crazy with his ability. But can we really honestly say that Wemby got a jumper when he's averaging, you know, over 10 threes a game? I want to see him down in the paint. Use that size. Use 7 feet. Use it for a reason. Don't just use it to beat jumpers or to take jumpers. You know, even Kevin Durant, they say he's 7 feet. He got a jumper on him. He probably don't go in the post like I want, but he also is classified as a small forward. So I don't know. But Wemby has all the potential to do something special. He really does. And I wish him the best. I wish him to come off these blood clots, have a great long career, give us something else to talk about besides LeBron. Trill City again. Kobe and Tatum had a budding relationship. Can't blame him. He met him as a kid. Nobody's really blaming Tatum. It's just you have to understand he's in Boston. and his favorite player is a Laker. That has a lot to do with it, So Boston and LA is always going to have a lasting feud to the casket. As long as those teams are around, they're always not going to like each other. So that plays into it a little bit. I met a couple of basketball players as a kid, and I know how that feels. But when you're playing for the rival, I don't think you should mention that as much. Keep in mind this. Remember, Paul Pierce, who played for the Celtics, he's an LA guy. He said he grew up a Laker fan, but when they were playing in the finals, he just kept the rest of that shit to himself. Wearing that Horizon again, wearing that Kobe purple armband as a Celtic was bold. I respect Tatum, but he needs to remember exactly what I said. Horizon, there's a time and a place for everything, and that wasn't the time nor the place. He could have wore a green one and had Kobe's name on it. That probably would have went over a little better than him just wearing a purple armband and you rocking the green and the white. Nah, Trill act like Tate never met or trained with his GOAT Kobe Bryant, like he's some delusional fan who faked a relationship with someone in the media clown. So, yeah, just like this whole, when I was 16, I was playing against Mike and everybody else, and I was killing them. When the fact was, you were not. I don't see no 16-year-old LeBron killing any of those 90s players. Getting a shot here and there is one thing, but he talking about he was unstoppable. Okay, you were unstoppable at 16, but I watched Bruce Bowen stop you as a 22-year-old. So is your game getting worse? I don't know. Let me see. Trill City again. Don't matter. Kobe wanted Tatum on the Lakers. That's facts. And it alienated Lonzo to hate his idol. Yeah, Kobe did want him on there. He was mad that the Lakers didn't pick up Tatum. I remember that. He has a couple of interviews where he said something like that. Lonzo is a big Kobe hater. He is an Angel Reese podcast. He's on Angel Reese podcast saying Kobe the most missed shots. Oh yeah, but now that's LeBron. So and it was that motherfucker that traded you, who surpassed Kobe in the missed shots. Absolutely. Why are we holding Kobe's missed shots against him? If you're going to shoot, you're going to miss shots. That just comes with the game. If you've been in the league for 20 years, you're going to lose. And you're the type of player that Kobe was, you're going to be the all-time leader in missed shots. Keep this in mind. If Jordan would have played 20 years, he probably would have been the all-time leader in missed shots. That happens when you're a scorer, But remember, LeBron is not a scorer. He says he's a pass-first player, so he should be nowhere near the record for missed shots. Wemby can break the scoring record, but this season hurts his future chances. You never know. He can get hot and, run off some years of 30, 30, 30, get him right back on pace. It can happen if he plays long enough. But to be honest with you, tall players like that really don't have that long career. Their body breaks down because of the wear and tear. Rick Smith's, George Mirashine, his body broke down rapidly because being that tall, that weight. But yeah, the difference between George Mirashine and Rick Smith's, Wemby's skinny. He's like a beanpole, but they're going to want him to put on some weight, just to survive the NBA season. He's going to have to put on some weight, Who has the best head-to-head record between LeBron and Curry? Curry has, I think he's 26 and 23. Don't quote me on that, but I do know he has a winning record against LeBron. Not by much, though, but head-to-head really don't say much. It really don't. You can use it, to make your point, but, different teams, different, they used to, LeBron played Curry when he was a rookie, when he was with the big three Warriors and beat them. So do we count that against him when he didn't have really a team of his own, or the team wasn't built around himself? I don't know. Lonzo realized King is the greatest of all time. Well, Burger King, yeah, they do got the best burgers, of all time. Flame broiled, got the grill marks, cheese, onion, pickles. Yeah, Burger King is the greatest of all time. Thank you for that, RT the Brain. Um, Shaka 17 Horizon. Vibes. Lonzo is wait. I'm sorry. Sorry. Lonzo is a Bron fangirl. The first one to play with his GOAT. Okay. Well, but Lonzo's career is also in jeopardy, and it was really really quick to send him to New Orleans to get AD. So that's how how LeBron really really truly feels about you. Lonzo said that LeBron is his favorite player of all time. Well, he's entitled to have his favorite player of all time. I don't have to agree with the shit though. Trill City. I see why Wemby shoots threes. He can't. He can have freak injuries. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't stand for criticism of him being a perimeter anymore. Yeah, with the way the game is played now, I guess that's what they want him to do. But if he really wants to break records, he's gonna have to get closer to the basket. The game has not changed. The closer to the basket, the higher the percentage of the shot. So the farther you get away from the basket, unless they're going to add a 4-point line, then he can really increase his chances. But as a big man, the closer you get, the easier the shot will be. Shaka 17. So I take his words with a grain of salt. True. We got Nathan Hampton. So how can LeBron be talked as being better than Curry? I don't know, but we can't just use head-to-heads. A lot of people want to use final MVPs. When it comes to the MVPs, I think that it holds more weight to have the first unanimous MVP than an MVP with a super team, because the unanimous MVP didn't come with a super team. It came with you having your team built around you. So, yeah, he may not have the finals MVPs, even though I think the finals MVP that first year should have went to Curry, because it's not like he was 17, 5, and 3. He still scored over 26 points a game, and he pretty much closed the game out on the road in Cleveland in Game 6. So I just think a lot of politics, because remember, they were trying to give LeBron that MVP. They weren't really really screaming to give Curry. So if they couldn't justify LeBron getting that MVP in a loss, they weren't going to justify giving Lonzo. So they gave it to what's his name? Shit, I forgot his name. Is he in the Hall of Fame now? No. He's in the Golden State Hall of Fame. Yeah, they gave it to him. But whatever. Let me see. Lonzo said LeBron is a top 5 because Kobe wanted Tatum. Oh, okay. Kobe said LeBron's in his top 5 because Kobe wanted Tatum. More than likely, Lonzo, I never really liked him. I know his father really hyped him up, but those first 20, 40 games showed me what Lonzo really was. He wasn't what the hype was in college. And I think his younger brother is a hell of a lot better than he is. We got Sykes again. Big facts. RIP to Bean and MJ die hard, but it definitely feels like the NBA once went away down when the mama passed. Absolutely. Kobe's contribute to the game on and off the floor, working with a lot of people on and off the floor. He did for other players what Jordan did to him in that 98 season. Anytime Kobe wanted any advice, whether it was the All-Star game or they show up in Chicago or they show up in LA, Jordan was always at the free throw line, or when it was a free throw, sitting up there, they hunched over, talking to him and trying to help him increase his game. Kobe passed that on. He passed that on to people like Kyrie, he passed it on to people like Tatum. There's other guys in the league that I can't think of right now that Kobe tried to mentor, and he will always be loved for that, because he could be like certain people to be like, I came in the game great and there's nothing I need to work on. Let me see. Horizon. Shaka. It's sad that this is why Alonzo can't stay in Chicago. He can stay in Chicago for all I care. Yeah. But Chicago seems to be playing better without him. So, what does that say? Let's see. LeBron fans will deny that their GOAT is an all-time leader in building real estate in the NBA with it's a lot of bricks, a lot of bricks. So, look, If you can hold it over Kobe's head, I think it's fair you can hold it over LeBron's head. Wemby went back to Mars to fix the bug in the system. He'll be back. I like that. I like that a lot. I compare Wemby to Sampson because they were built slim centers and injuries are detrimental to them. Well, this is Wemby's first injury, so we got to see moving forward. If he continues to be injured, then I can agree with you. But I give him a pass for his first injury for real. Who's the all-time leader in points? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then the guy that's on EPO. Now, who's the leader in points without EPO? Nobody wants to answer that? Oh, okay. Trill City again. Boston fans make me love. Wait, Boston fans like me love that Kobe is their favorite player, but Tatum hates the Lakers. That's all that matters. He whoops the Lakers ass. I like how he spelled that backwards. While they was hot. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. That actually did make me feel good. While they were on that, oh, we're second seed, so crown us. We're gonna beat OKC in 5, and they went into Boston and laid an egg. LeBron's vulva started hurting. And remember, if you hit somebody in the beard, that's an offensive foul, by the way. I don't need to respond to fangirls because classic response is the all-time leader in points. Look, they use that like Kareem was the GOAT before that all-time leader in points. They can miss me with all that, you know. But who's the all-time leader in turnovers? Does that make him the GOAT? Just saying, he makes the right decision every time. His words, not mine. But was that the right decision in the Chicago game by when you basically give the ball to somebody else and then hit an open three? Yeah. Overrated. Let me see. Most turnovers and bricks, most shot attempts. Absolutely. Damn, I wonder why Sampson wasn't better. Again, injuries. Injuries really derailed his career. You know, they had the original Twin Towers in Houston, Olajuwon and Sampson. They went to the finals together, Olajuwon and Sampson. They lost to the legendary 86 Celtics, but, you know, they were supposed to be the team of the future. Sampson got injured. You know, they couldn't really rebuild until late in the 90s. Oh, I'm sorry, early in the 90s. Tatum always cooks the Lakers when he pull up to LA. I wanted him to be a Laker once LeBron leave. Yeah, a lot of people have said that, Horizon. A lot of people have said that. If you're a fanboy, learn from Lonzo that LeBron will do you dirty if you're if you're closer to him as a teammate or friend. Yeah, he'll do anybody dirty. He'll do anybody dirty. Lonzo idolized Bron, and he traded him once he saw the opportunity. Absolutely. He did the same thing with B.I. Talking about, oh, you up next. I'm just here until you ready. And then, ooh, Anthony Davis is ready? Trade all them niggas, except Kuzma. Horizon said he'll be back in a second. Steph, mama, there goes that man. Absolutely. One of the greatest sayings by Mark Jackson. One of the greatest sayings. Fanboy again comes up. How did Jordan treat Steve Kerr as a teammate? He didn't get him traded. He may have gotten a fight, but did he trade his ass to the Clippers for Malik Sealy? No. Did he trade his ass? Because no, he empowered him and he got him to play harder, and he relied on his teammate to help him hit a game-winning shot. I don't know. How old are you? You 4 years old, or did you just stop pissing on yourself? Because what does that mean? Just because you tough on your teammates don't mean you don't rely on them. And I don't remember any of Jordan like trading off his key pieces to get another key piece. He didn't trade off Pippen when he let him down to go get Shaq or go get Grant Hill or to go get anybody else. Dude, that whole question just makes you sound like a lame. I'm just being honest. You can ask more questions. I'm just going to debunk them, though. Let me see. Big Sykes again. At least you know if the player that's supposed to be the best player isn't scared of isn't scared of the shot. You know him not shooting the big shots weren't being the reason why you will lose. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And all of LeBron, all of the Jordan's teammates used to say The practices were harder than the games. So when we got to the game, we were not shook by anything. Now, again, RT, the brand, how did LeBron James treat his teammate when they made a mistake? Huh? Of course, he didn't punch J.R. Smith, but he might as well had. He sat on the bench like a menstruating teenage girl, didn't want to say nothing to his team, and they were going into overtime, a game they could have still won. However, they didn't because LeBron James is not a leader. He's not a GOAT. Not at all. Jordan never backstabbed his teammates. Shaka 17, absolutely. He had plenty of time. He had plenty of times he could have backstabbed his teammates, but he never did. Let me see. Trill said you right about closer to the basket. Yeah, it's just simple basketball. You sound like you play basketball too. You want to get the highest percentage shot. Kerr actually didn't take it harshly like you fangirls do. Yeah, they came to the next game. They didn't. Jordan called him, apologized to him. They played their next game and blew out the next team. Kerr had a nice purple eye, a purple mark under his eye. They were talking about it on the broadcast. Adam, LeBron, Luka, Austin, Rui, and Connect could win a title together, but Gabe and DFs will destroy their hopes. Well, in retrospect, they could win a title, but LeBron, Luka, Austin, and I won't say Rui, but I also will say Connect. They got to play defense. Nobody's just going to let you score in the playoffs. You're going to have to play defense. You're going to have to stop the other team, no matter what. I don't need you playing. Let me see. I don't need you trying to take the point guard job. You need to be a good damn big man. Yeah, LeBron early in the year when AD was on fire and when he wasn't getting his touches, he was yelling at everybody like, "Swing the ball my way so I can miss the shot." When he was scoring 16 points here, 12 points there, nobody liked it, or actually he didn't like it. As long as he's the focus of the offense, that's what he wants to be. That's why Denver can't win more because Joker want to be the point guard and the big man. Okay, I think he was talking about Joker, but it's the same for Joker. Joker got to let the point guard do his thing. You do your thing as a big man. Now, if you get some passes, you get some passes, but that can't be your focal point. Shaka 17, Kerr stated in an interview regarding Jordan's punch that he felt that it toughened him up. So if he ain't got a problem with it, why y'all got a problem with it? Just saying. Kobe in his 30s, head to hell, an all-star, abusing LeBron. Absolutely. Nobody want to talk about that. You got that Joker talking about LeBron was the MVP of the Olympics, but was he an MVP of the All-Star game with somebody in his mid-30s or keeping you from taking every shot? You only score when Kobe's not on the damn floor? Stop it. Iguodala, thank you. I couldn't think of his name. Thank you. Iguodala. The King actually had the best stats. Oh, we're doing stats? Is that what the LeBron stands do? They go to the stats? He was just on a losing team? Oh, Jordan was on the losing team and he made the playoffs. He went up against 86 Boston, went up against 87 Boston, and they lost. But nobody goes and be like, well, he had great stats. No, you lost. Stats do not mean anything if you lose. LeBron's reason for leaving Miami, milk and cookies. I know, right? Now, it depends on how good the milk and cookies are. Did the milk and cookies, were they laced with EPO? Because if he took his EPO flavored cookies away from him, then yeah, I can see why he left. LS, what is LeBrick is gonna pass on? I don't know. My guy is still here cooking. Mike Miller. Thank you. True City, you got me rolling, bro. Points don't make you a greatest stat. It's just stats. Wait, let me read that again. Points don't make you the greatest. Stats is just stats. Yes, okay. I see what you say. Absolutely. Stats is how you affect the game. But if your stats come in a loss, how did you affect the game when you lost? I've seen many of people get 50 in a loss. Nobody's going to sit up there and just rub them down with baby oil because they got 50. They're going to be like, dude, you lost. You should have had 60. OKC can eat a fart. Look out for the Rockets. Well, okay, but they're the best in the West. They're actually the best in the league record-wise. So we'll see in the playoffs if you're right or not. Don't you mean mishitting somebody in the beard is a foul? LS, you're right. I'm sorry. He, and that right there just makes me not want to respect LeBron at all. How the hell are you gonna throw your head back like you in church because you can't guard somebody and then you get the offensive foul and you lay down like somebody really hit you in the jaw? Dude, stop it. Stop it. But remember how they used to downplay Lenny Wilkins' most wins just to say most losses? You know what, Trill City, dude, fist bump. You get a fist bump. They really did used to do that. Lenny Wilkins was the all-time leading coach. I think he got that mark when he was coaching the Atlanta Hawks. But then they always say he had the most losses too. So how is that with a coach, but you don't say the same thing with LeBron? Big facts, Trill City. Hired in a rebuilding situation. Yeah, on the Knicks, he was hired in a rebuilding situation. I wonder, was the Knicks his last coaching stint, or did he get one more? I don't remember, but yeah, Lenny Wilkins was a great coach. Mark Jackson should have been the head of the coach for the Warriors now. Yeah, but he's in San Francisco. He has an ideology that doesn't really mesh with San Francisco. So that wasn't going to last long. And you see, since his ideology don't mesh with people's lifestyle now, this is why he hasn't got a coaching job since then. It's just sad because I think Mark Jackson is a great mind. He's the one that needs to be on Mind the Game. Jordan whooped up on the big bad Steve Kerr. Okay, well, it's not necessarily whooping up because the only thing he did was punch him in the eye once. It's not like he sat up there and beat him to the goddamn floor. He just punched him in the eye because he was playing over too physical, and then he told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. He pieced his ass up, got thrown out of practice, but he called the man and apologized to him. So I don't know. But let me ask you a question. Who has LeBron James swung on? You hear those crickets? Exactly. He didn't physically assault his teammates. Okay. All right, that's nice. But you do know when you wasn't raised by a man, you start to have a lot of female tendencies. So he act like a whole menstruating woman on that bench. He's very passive aggressive. He don't step to a man like a man. I'd rather you step to me like a man than sit up there and talk behind my back like some gal. So if that's your king or queen, you can have him. Who y'all got over Mark Jackson? As far as point guards, sad to say, I got a lot of point guards over Mark Jackson. Of course, we start off with the greats, Magic, Isaiah, even Stockton, because, Stockton went to 2 finals. They ran into the buzzsaw, but, Stockton has better assist numbers, stayed one team. I think, Mark Jackson getting traded really doesn't really have or are you talking about him as a coach or a player? If you're talking about a coach, there's not many coaches I will put over him for what he did with Golden State was a perennial loser until he showed up and started drafting. So as far as a coach, not many. As a player, there's a lot of point guards over Mark Jackson, sad to say. LS, J.R. Smith knows, crying emoji. Yeah, he said it. Practice, big sites, practice makes perfect. That's why you young niggas, okay, he didn't say young niggas, he said youngsters need to do. That's putting in the work, practice, hard games will be easy. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times when I was on a team where they'll put you in some really, really tough situations, like they'll put you down by 10 and you got 3 minutes to try to come back. And, sometimes it didn't work. But then when you're down by 10 with 5 minutes in a real game, you already got those built in, things to do. And it starts to become a habit. That's the one thing about sports. The thing about sports is you have to develop good habits. Good habits become standards. Standards become makes the outcome better. So, we see a lot of dudes that don't practice. You could tell by their game. They don't bring nothing new to the next season. I was just talking about Grant Hill earlier. He was known not to be a three-point shooter. He was known not to be a type of individual that was going to shoot 20 feet or beyond the three-point line. But then after the 97 season, you start, expanding his range, and then in that 97, 98 season, he was one of the top scorers in the league. Plus, he started to add a three-point shot to his game before he got injured. Grant Hill is he is the basketball version of Ken Griffey Jr. He is the biggest what if in the NBA because his trajectory was through the roof. But the injuries, just like what we see with the Magic, ironically, he played for the Magic, but his injuries took so many years away from his actual NBA career, and that's so sad because he could have been one of the greats. He was great in his time. Remember, Grant Hill, Jason Kidd are one of two that won Cole Rookie of the Year. The other, Elton Brand, Steve Francis. There might be a third, but I can't think of it. But I feel comfortable by saying Grant Hill and Jason Kidd and Brand and Francis are the two co-rookie of the years. Let me see. I think I hope I didn't lose my place. I got Adam, Draymond, and Jordan don't have respect for their own teammates. That's stupid as fuck. I don't ever remember Jordan said he don't have respect for his teammates. I remember doing his Hall of Fame speech, him shouting out Scottie Pippen. I do remember doing Scottie Pippen's Hall of Fame speech, him shouting out Michael Jordan shouting out Tony Kukoc, shouting out Steve Kerr. So, if you shout them out in public, when has LeBron ever shouted out Kyrie for hitting the big shot? Shout out Dwayne Wade. The nigga won't even show up to his own Hall of Fame ceremony. So, Draymond probably don't have respect for his teammates, but I don't have enough evidence to show that Jordan didn't have respect for his teammates. We got Heckboo says the game is supposed to be played inside out, not outside in. That sounds like an old school comment. I'm there for it. I remember games, dump it down to the center, get the defense to bite, and then you kick it out. I think the two teams that made that very, very successful was the 90s Houston Rockets, especially when they got Charles Barkley. They still had Hakeem. They had Eric Dickerson, not the football player, but the basketball player. They had Eric Dickerson, and they had a rookie. What's his name? Left-handed, number 5. They used to run that offense. They would dump it down to Hakeem. They would dump it down to Charles Barkley. And then if they bite, they would kick it out to Eric Dickerson for an open 3 or kick it out to Cuttino Mobley. That's it. Cuttino Mobley for open 3. Now, Dickerson got traded in that draft day trade for Steve Francis. So he ended up going to the Grizzlies because when the Grizzlies drafted Steve Francis didn't want to go to Vancouver. So they swapped him. I think, if my memory serves me right, I think Houston selected Mike Bibby, traded him for Steve Francis and Eric Dickerson. So the Cuttino Mobley and Steve Francis era started to begin, but they used to always dump it down. And this is also when they had Walt Williams, another underrated spot-up shooter. They will dump it down and let Barkley and Olajuwon eat. And if the double team come, because this is before the 5-second call in the paint started, they called it the Barkley and Mark Jackson rule because they would literally run the shot clock out posting up. And they were known for doing that. When they needed an easy basket, they would get it with 24 seconds on the shot clock and just dribble it back you down for 24 seconds and take a quality shot. So the league was complaining about that. So what they did is that's why they put in the 5-second back down rule. But Houston used to destroy teams with that. They tried to do it with Pippen. It didn't work because Pippen is not a spot up 3-point shooter. He's a 3-point shooter in transition, but not spot up. I know I went a little long with that, but just had to explain it. LS, longest 10 points per game streak ever. Like that matters, hey, that's something I don't understand either. But that 10-point streak is not even a 10-point streak because the game in the finals and the game in the playoffs where he scored 8 points, that don't matter. I don't know. Jordan was a real leader who always took responsibility. Meanwhile, LeBron is known for shifting the blame to role players. You know what? Hamza S. Absolutely. That's great comment. Great comment. Yes. I remember the loss in game 5. I'm sorry. No, it was game 4 of the Eastern Conference semis against Miami. Jordan shot like shit. And I mean, he shot like shit. And they were literally down as much as almost 20 points. In the fourth quarter, Jordan started heating up, but it was a little bit too late. This is also the game that Scottie Pippen got that knot on his head from Alonzo Mourning. In the post game, he said, this loss is on me. I'm taking it personal. Because I think he started off 0 in like 12. He shot like complete ass that game. But he took responsibility for that loss. In game 5, they put them boys away. Let me see. There's another game. The 72-10 run year where they went up to New York and got their ass blown off the damn court. Jordan said that, hey, it's my responsibility. We didn't execute. We didn't do what we were supposed to do. We're going to go back to practice and we're going to get this right. He took responsibility for that loss. Matter of fact, you could bookmark that was Jeff Van Gundy's first game against Chicago. They fired Don Nelson. Jeff Van Gundy took over and they blew the fucking Bulls off the court. That was their 4th loss of the season. If how many drug tests have LeBron failed from this LeBron fan? Well, they have to test him in order for him to fail the test. Just saying. Let me see. He repeats it twice in a row, so I'll say it again. They have to test him in order for him to be drug tested. Let me see. Big Sykes says lace steroid cookies. That's a good one. Well, how else are you getting that damn EPO in your damn system? Everybody, all eyes on you. LeBron has never been drug tested. You know what? Shaka 17? Absolutely. They don't drug test LeBron the way they should. They even admitted it that they don't drug test him. And then they give you a heads up when the drug test does come. So he could be, EPO is out of your system in 48 hours. So, for if you're keeping track at home. He says, I got Hamas S again. It says, I love to bring up stats, but don't mention turnovers. They love to bring up stats, but don't mention turnovers, missed shots, etc. LeBron putting up meaningless stats in garbage time. You know what? Hamas, too raw. I want to say 2.5, 3 years ago, brought up the stat, and it literally almost melted the panel where it said that 91.5% of LeBron James points in that season came when they were down by 15 or more. People didn't believe it, but it was true. He will stay in the game to make sure if he has 15, he needs to get 20. If he has 20, he needs to get 30. He will stay in a goddamn blowout that they're losing just to get his points. And then guess what he's doing? He's putting his hand up in the air and he's asking to come out the game. I don't respect that. I've seen many players get their ass blown out and they just go and take a seat. Put the third team in, let them get some run. We'll try it again next time. Again, RT the band. Again, he has to brand. I'm sorry. We'll start changing your name to Making the Band. But dude, you got to be tested in order to fail. All right, that's how that works. If you're not tested, you can't fail. So I know you're fighting so hard for your boy. I know you're willing to risk it all for your boy. You're in love with him. You probably got covers, sheets, posters, and but stop it. No, nobody's buying your narrative. Not in this panel. I'm pretty sure there's other panels you can go to, but nobody's buying your narrative. Sorry. M.A. Towns. It was just a valiant effort. You know what? Yeah. I think you're going back to when it's like 50 in a loss. Yeah, valiant effort. Jordan 63 in a loss. Hey, he did all he could. Nobody's sitting up here like, oh my God, he's a go. No, they were just like, well, shit. He did all he could. They lost. Sorry, it was great, but you lost. I got Sue Prater. I hope I pronounced that name right. Adam, you don't know that. You don't know that about Dre at all. He will atone enough for hitting pool, but he is about Dub Nation. Okay, so you're saying about him not having respect for his teammates. Okay, I see. That's a good comment. Big sites again. All the greatest floppers is LeBron, Diddy, LeFlop, and SJ. You know what? That's funny. Why is nobody talking about, this whole, connection between Diddy and LeBron? But everybody was on Jordan's helmet for his gambling in Atlantic City with his father. They tried to say that he got his father killed for his gambling debts, but nothing about LeBron. That doesn't seem right. Let me see. Sue Prater again. I think it's rude. You don't know that about Dre at all. He will never atone. Okay, I think you. Okay, that's just a repeat from the other comment. I think it was spell checked wrong, but yeah, he has a chance to atone. We will see. King Brick still again has never been drug tested. Still enough of the excuses. Thank you, Shaka 17. Thank you. LS Lenope Goat did jump at Mario Thomas during the game, though. Yeah, he jumped at him, but he ain't about that life. And then Thomas told him to sit his ass down. So if he was really about that life, we saw you get into a scrap. Kobe, Chris Childs, Reggie Miller. Let me see, Jordan, Reggie Miller. Jordan swung on Lambeer. Jordan swung on Chris Childs, or did he throw a ball at him? I think he threw a ball on him. We've seen these dudes get in the fight. We've seen them. Ray Allen, Keon Dooling, T-Mac, Jackson. I forgot what his first name was when he was with Sacramento. They got into it. We used to see top guards used to fight. That's what they used to do. I'm not going to count Melo because he was basically backpedaling across the floor after he hit a short-ass dude. So, I don't know. But, yeah, we used to see dudes scrap. I never seen LeBron scrap because he's probably afraid he'll be 4-6 in that shit, too. Facts, big old cryberry. Big Sykes again with another off the top rope. Sue Prater, Steph has always played with joy. That is his MO. Jimmy said he wanted to play with joy. Well, he has him now. That's a good comment. It's a good comment. M.A. Towns, fanboys sound like 304s. Well, I guess. Did he step to Steph, Stephen A. Smith like a man? Okay. Stephen A. Smith is damn near in his 60s. Okay. You don't get no extra credit for stepping to an old man that everybody knows that you will beat. And plus two, if you want to use that, like he stepped to him as a man, why did he do it when the cameras were rolling? Just saying. It sounds a little fabricated to me. Stephen A. Smith has never said anything negative about Bronny. So even that narrative don't make any goddamn sense. There's plenty of people that said that Bronny's trash. Stephen A. Smith never said that. He just said, why are you putting your son through this as a father? So, and if you really want to get in my face like that, you should have swung on me. So he didn't do that either because guess what? RT the brand, LeBron James is a bitch ass nigga. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he is. So you could take that and run with it. Let me see. Uh, I got Bailey. Social media is a hell of a drug. Absolutely. Uh, got a response to our RT the band. It says you're just flat Earth lying now. Absolutely. That says RT. Everybody gets drug tested. Not everybody. Not everybody. I'm sorry. You know how many millions of dollars they would fucking be spending if every guy got drug tested? Even the collective bargain agreement doesn't support that. Try again. I know you're doing the LeBron James thing where you're gonna lie and think that lie is gonna be the truth. Because see, here's the thing. They have in a collective bargain agreement that you can use a certain amount of PEDs, and there's no point in drug testing you if you're doing that. So, not my words. If you want to look that up, you can look that up, please. Shaka 17. On that note, has LeBron stepped to Ime Udoka and other real men like a man? Absolutely not. He'll get his ass whooped. Get his ass whooped. He didn't even step to Draymond. He looked at him and then just kind of stood there and waited for everybody else to get come around. And then when Draymond called him a pitch, he didn't do nothing. You were already losing the series. If you didn't went upside his head, well, what would they really have did for you? And then you want to go over there and politic for him to get suspended. Fuck out of here. The pick and roll with Kenny the Jet and Otis Thorpe. I guess that's OT. Otis Thorpe had a pick and roll that was unstoppable. Yeah, for the time, Otis Thorpe, pick and pop or pick and roll, that was very, very good. Very, very good for that time. The pick and roll was used differently in the 90s. It was always used to either get a good shot on a pick and pop, pick and roll, or they'll use it as a decoy that when you seen the pick and roll, they will have somebody either backdoor or somebody leak out to the 3-point line. That's why not Houston, but that's why Utah was so dangerous, because Brian Russell will always be the one that either exchange with the two guard. What's his name? I want to call him Havlicek, but he ain't damn Havlicek. I forgot his name, but they used to switch cutting to the basket or going to the open three, and they were deadly with it. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his damn name. But yeah, won the 3-point shootout a few times. Brian Russell, he was really, really good at getting open threes out of that offense. So he will fake the roll to the basket or the cut to the basket while John Stockton and Karl Malone's doing the pick, and then the sag off to the 3-point line, or if your back is turned, he'll cut to the basket. And they used to do, you don't know how many times they used to get open layups off of that. Just open layups. And then when you start guarding the paint, sliding your big man down to protect the back door, open three. And then John Stockton, another person that in transition, if you backing up, he will pull up for three in transition. Was Mike Bibby on the 2011 Miami Heat? I think he was. I think he was a trade deadline trade that they made with Atlanta to get him, because he was the backup point guard and they lost. So yeah, and I like Mike Bibby. I always like Mike Bibby. Mario Elie was that 3-point threat. If you double team Dream, Elie will give you the kiss of death. Yeah, the kiss of death started with Joe Klein doing it to the Houston Rocket players when they were up 3-1. And then when Mario Elie hit that damn 3 in Game 7 to seal it, he just returned the favor back to Joe Klein, kissed his ass goodnight. Well played. Let me see. Sue Prater says LeBron King was always manufactured by the beginning of the La Media. Absolutely. Accepting responsibility for your team's losses was true leadership. Big Sykes, big facts. Change your name to Big Facts, or AKA Big Facts, because yes, when you were the leader, you took the praise. You would have to sit up there and take the L's. This is why Pippen couldn't handle that. Pippen didn't know how to go in front of the media and accept the fact that they lost, or accept the fact that Tony Kukoc was a better shooter in the clutch than he was. Let me see. You see, Horizon seems to be back. Mr. Mass, your Rockets are looking great. Shout out to Mr. Mass if he's in the chat. What's up, Mass? Let me see where else. So I got big sites. RT the brand has Auntie Shay Shay and LeBron pillowcase. I bet. Yeah, he's over there swinging. As Kwame said, Will Millen for his king, his boo, his girl, his bitch. So let him windmill. That don't mean I gotta walk into it. You know how you block a windmill? Block high, swing low. Curry, best player in this period, in this era period. Facts, mass, facts, super facts. Super facts 2 turbo. Horizon again. Fact Curry is the Kobe of this era. Okay. Got Sykes. MJ got up in big as Xavier. Yeah, for Pippen. He's over here punking Pippen. Pickett's around here like, stop, cut it out. Don't touch me there. And Jordan like, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. That's what he said. Everybody read those damn lips, those black ass juicy lips. Everybody heard what he said. Let me see. LeBron used his own son as a pretext to attack Stephen A. because he had no other reason to get in his face. Absolutely. LeBron is just literally, he's just a big woman. That's all he does. That's all he is. He's just a woman. He acts like a woman. And, not an attractive woman either, Let me see. LeBron was silent for years with Stephen A. was sidelined, slandering Kyrie and KD, but once Stephen A. questioned his antics and putting a muzzle on the media members, that's when he went off script. Absolutely. And I hope Stephen A. turns it around. Horizon, yeah, Mark Price will cook in this era. Mark Price was Steph Curry before Steph Curry. Mark Price was just a little bit below Stockton. And the only reason why I say he was a little bit below is because, again, the injuries. Mark Price was a problem. He had his brother play in the league too, Brent Price. Played for the Houston Rockets. They both had the degenerative knee issues. His brother Brent came into the league with a knee brace. Didn't last that long, but they were both deadly shooters. Brent Price would pull up in transition. He would split a double team. He would pull in the bigs, and then at the last minute dump off to his own bigs. He was very, very good. Remember, he was the backup to Penny in Orlando during the Chuck Daly years. War number 5. He was still a serviceable point guard. It's just injuries took his career. Hornacek. Thank you again, Nathan. See, I'm over here forgetting. Yeah, Hornacek. Really good open shooter. Really good open shooter. If you leave Jeff Hornacek open, and see, people say that Jordan had to guard Hornacek. That was not as easy as people think he is. The nigga's going to be running around in that pick and roll offense. You got to run around and play defense and give 45. Yeah. I don't know how that doesn't end up being the GOAT. The photo of Jordan versus Xavier McDaniel faced up shows you how cold the 90s was. Yeah. In the documentary, because that was the 92 season when they played Portland, that was not even the Eastern Conference Finals. That was the second round. And Jordan said, we had to be willing to fight. And I was willing to fight. And all of that was, I was told him I'm ready, And, Xavier wasn't backing down from Jordan. He said, we ain't going to just lie down because they're the champs. We ain't going to just sit up here and lie down. They got to take it from us. And guess what? They took it from them. And then they end up playing the Cleveland Cavaliers in the the Eastern Conference Finals that next series. I hope I'm not getting them mixed up, but because they beat Cleveland in 6. Yeah. was a good series, hard fought series. They earned that. Jimmy Butler and Grant Williams back in 2023 Eastern Conference Finals was closest to that. Yep, that's the closest. Yeah. Jimmy Butler did take Boston's heart. He acts like a scorned bitch because he's not MJ or Kobe. And Delonte West and everybody else was knocking down that nigga's mom, Dukes. Look, I don't know the backstory between LeBron and his mom, but I can't blame my teammate for that. If my mom let you in her door, that's on her. I might look at you sideways, but from what I was told and looked up, Delonte West ain't the only one that was donating plasma to his mother. Let me see. John Pendon, Stockton, and Hornacek were held to deal with back in the day. Absolutely. You can't let those guys get loose. They were both good shooters, mid-range, deadly, and can knock it down at the free throw line if you foul them. You had a long day, and there was two of them, not just one. Yeah, look up that the Knicks and Bulls 92 Eastern Conference semifinals. Yeah, Game 7, absolutely. They went on to beat the Cavs in 92 Eastern Conference. So I did get it right. Okay, I was just making sure because Horizon on my ass today. He's looking it up like it's the scriptures. I ain't mad at that though. Let me see. I got Torrey Wallace. They treating Jamal like they tried to do Kobe. And Kobe showed up every single game, every time. If LeBron didn't sell AD the last year, LA win. You know what? I can agree with that. Yeah, LeBron never really wanted AD to shine in LA. He was just using AD like he uses everybody else. He got the championship, so he was done with AD, talking about he gonna pass him the ball and all this other stuff. Nah, or pass the torch. Nah, that's not how that works. Shaka 17 again. I actually lost respect for LeBron once I saw what he was doing to his own sons by using him to prop up his legacy. To say Jordan never did that, i.e. playing with his son. Okay, now I'm getting ready to shout out somebody I have a lot of respect for, but they called this out back when Bronny was in high school. He's a content creator. Name is Chronicles of Judah. He called this out. Chronicles of Judah 144 called this out back then. He said, "Don't be surprised if LeBron tries to use his sons." And lo and behold, that's exactly what he did. Horizon, I never seen LeBron defend a teammate like Jordan did for Pippen and Horace Grant. Facts. Quadruple facts. Over and over again. So yeah, he might be a dick to you in practice, but he got your back during the game. So where's RT at? Did he leave? Did his milk and cookies come? Or did his father come to pick him up so he could spend time with him over the weekend? Which one did he do? Shaka 17. After that, I was done respecting LeBron as a father. You know what? I'm a father. 4 boys, 1 girl. I would never try to use my damn children to make me look good. So yeah, as a father, nah. You're trying to hold on to that fame, and I think several comments back saying that fame is a terrible drug. Absolutely. He's on that fame coke. So, let me see. Facts. They treat Jamal Murray like garbage. Absolutely. Absolutely, they do. We got a certain person out there always shitting on him, but he's coming up with 50, 45, 39-point games, but he's a bum. I don't see how that works. They act like Jamal Murray's Eric Snow. Absolutely. Look, now when Eric Snow was with Philly, he was the point guard that ran the show. When he went to Cleveland, he was already a made guy. Wasn't the best point guard, but he was a serviceable point guard. If everybody wanted to sit up there and say that that Jordan didn't make the playoffs, not the playoffs, he didn't win a series until he got Pippen. Then LeBron didn't make the playoffs until he got, Eric Snow and my boy. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my brain. Maybe I need to eat. I was just talking about him early when I started on the stream. Yeah, he didn't make the playoffs at all until he got those pieces. And we can say the same thing about Isaiah Thomas. Once he didn't make the playoffs until he got pieces. Jordan made the playoffs rookie season. All his years in Chicago, he made the playoffs, no matter what the roster was. All right, y'all coming in hard body now. LeBron hates on everyone. He wants all the praise when he wins and lose blames all the time. Absolutely, dude. You're cooking with fucking Crisco from 1996 in the blue can. So keep it up. I got Rich that says that Steph equals GOAT. Can't get mad at that, but he's not on Jordan's level yet. MJ and Kobe were hard on teammates because they wanted to win. LeBron plays nice. Does it say Huffling dudes? Then goes to management. Yeah. That's his MO. We buddies. You got next up. We got to get this nigga out of here. Kyrie hits the shot. You want him traded for Paul George and Eric Bledsoe. But you smiling in his face. And he caught wind of that. He's like, no, I'm out. I'm good. No, thank you. I got Big Sykes in. I hate the fact that a good, hardworking kid, probably from a broken home, lost out on the opportunity to shine in the NBA because your father, son stunt. Absolutely. There are dudes out here that from the moment they picked up a basketball said, this is my only way out. And then they can't even get it because somebody with a silver spoon in their mouth and money that didn't deserve it, because let's be honest, Bronny didn't deserve it. He just didn't. They got to lose that opportunity because it's father-son horse crap. Horizon again. AD was shooting 90% field goal at halftime in game 2 last year in Denver. After that, he didn't get any touches, and Jamal hit the dagger. Yeah. When somebody else is getting ready to shine, let's go back to the Cleveland days, and I'm gonna give you a parallel. There was a game where Love scored 30 points in the damn first quarter. He ended with 40 points on the dot. He was so hot, he could have got a 60, 70-point game. LeBron shut that shit down. Now, they won, but how do you go for 30 points in the first quarter and 10 points from second through fourth quarter? LeBron James was not going to let that dude have a career night on his watch. So, yeah, he's not going to let AD take over that series on his watch. I got J-Boy Loke, I guess. Look, I don't know. It says LeBron King Duck James answers them Diddy party claims or PEDs. This dude's a clown, scared of the black man, won't question them, but a buddy with the white man. Well, I can't argue with facts. He can sit up there and go on, people's shows and shit on Stephen A. But if that show was really a show, I'd have been like, about the PED, we already addressed the flopping about the PED allegations and your relationship with Diddy. He won't do that because they want the publicity. They want Draymond to come, not Draymond. They want LeBron to come back. It ain't gonna happen. If they ask him any questions about PEDs, he ain't coming back on that show again. Big Z, not Mo Williams. You said no Williams, but I think you mean Mo Williams. Big Z and Mo Williams, yeah. Big Z was never really the guy. Yeah, they drafted Zadrunas Ilgauskas um, to be paired with, at one time, Sean Kemp was on Cleveland. And Big Z sat out with an injury that first year. And then, if I'm not mistaken, he won Rookie of the Year the next season, if I'm not mistaken. And they were trying to groom Big Z as being one of the best big men in the league, but he was always very injury prone. He was a little slow. So that's why they, drafted Carlos Boozer, because Big Z wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to do it at all. Horizon's back. LeBron wants people to see his handshakes with his teammates. Jordan and Kobe push their players because they want everyone to eat off the table. I can agree with that. The difference between Jordan and Kobe is Kobe felt like, if you're not putting the work in practice, I'm not getting you the ball in the actual game. I could definitely say Kobe and Jordan was different on that. There were stories about how they had to, how the Bulls had to toughen up, i.e., Mike, Phil, and what's his name? Pippen had to toughen up Kukoc because he was having a hard time adjusting to the NBA game, and they used to whip his ass, not physically, but offensively, and show him what they needed him to do in the triangle. And even Tony Kukoc in his Hall of Fame ceremony said he wanted to thank Jordan and Pippen for doing that to him. So yeah, we need everybody on this table to eat. Jordan going to get his numbers. He even said that. Sometimes I didn't score because I wanted to get everybody involved, but everybody's going to eat. In the fourth quarter, if it's a close game, I'm going to put it to bed. Shaka 17. Now we're hearing LaForty is a witness in the Diddy case because he was seen wearing some weird mat. Look, I think Ticket's doing a good job with breaking down all that stuff. But whatever is in the dark is going to come to the light. So, you can't be riding shotgun with people and not know what they're doing. One thing I respect about Kobe, if he wanted you traded, he wouldn't hide it. He wouldn't hide his disdain for lazy teammates. Meanwhile, handshakes and hashtags will snake you out. Yeah. What's his name? I don't want to call him by his Smush Parker. Smush Parker. He hated Smush Parker. He wanted Smush Parker off the team. Smush Parker, no, Kobe hated him. So, there was no, I wonder if Kobe likes me. He knew where he stood, and they still played together. Notice how players value plummets when that's right. Notice how players value plummets when they play with LeBron. Notice how they have to alter their game to fit LeBron's ball dominant style. Hamas is absolutely. We can go back to so many players. The notable Kevin Love. The only person I see that the game didn't plummet, it just held his own, was Kyrie. But everybody that he played with, we go back to Shaq. We go back to the power forward from Golden State in the he was with Golden State and he went with the Warriors. What was his name? The names are escaping me right now, maybe because I didn't eat breakfast. But he was a 20-10 guy in Washington. He was an 18-9 guy, and he was out on the perimeter. Jabari Moon, a Harlem Globetrotter who can get buckets. His game had to be altered playing with LeBron. Even Ben Wallace. We talked about Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace played with LeBron. He couldn't do his job because he couldn't be in the post. So this is why he hated playing with the Cavs. But all in all, the Cavs still won 60-plus games and was out in the second round, or was it the Eastern Conference Finals? It was out in the Eastern Conference Finals because LeBron played bad. He was letting his man, Hadu Turkoglu, roast his ass with seasonings and mixed greens on the side. So, yeah. Let me see. Horizon, again, Hamas. You know how this poster roll. He thinks he's the stick. Slick, yeah. Let me see. I got J Boy Lock again. He says LeBum, King Duck, James, whole career manufacturer gave him MVPs when Kobe was winning chips. Then gave him MVPs for having a super team. Yet Steph with KD, AD drops 40 and 20. LeBron gets the MVP. You know what? Right. You're cooking. Yeah, we will. This is the thing. If you have somebody else that's probably on your same level, you can't get the MVP. But LeBron had Wade and Bosh, but he can get the MVP. AD drops 40 and 20 in the in-season tournament, but because LeBron went 60 something percent from the three-point line, he gets the MVP. Stop it. It seems like they moved the goalposts just to get him an award. And with that being said, the in-season tournament was because of what LeBron said. Now he want to act like it wasn't. Let me see who else. Notice how LeBron became a pass first when he had to take the final shot. Yeah, absolutely. Hamas, dude, you get a fist bump too. Yes, it's only the right making the right pass when you're too chicken shit to take the shot. Just imagine if Stephen A. Snitch got mad and had the East Pin guys claiming that him LeBum got the same dealer on his show along with the other black podcasters. He ducked. Yeah, but they're not going to do that because they need LeBron James just like LeBron James needs them. Let me see. Horizon and Kobe hold his teammates accountable. None of that fake. Barney and friends attitude when they were losing. Kobe dropped 65 on the Blazers because he was sick of the losing streak. Yeah. Phil Jackson always was like, try to empower your teammates, try to get them to, help you out, try to do less. But then Kobe was like, yeah, but me doing less is resulting in losing. So let me do more. And, I've never seen a person get as hot as Kobe when he turns it on. Maybe Michael in the 80s, but when Kobe got hot, he got hot. Hamas facts, he was never pass first. If you look up career field goal attempts, he has more than the best scorers in history except Jordan. He has more than Bird, Melo, Kobe. Yeah, 19.6, Kobe 19.5. How you pass first? Antoine Jameson, thank you. Thank you, Hannibal. My man, thank you. Antoine Jameson was a dominant power forward with Golden State. He went Glock for Glock with Kobe, 51 apiece. And then he signed with the Washington Wizards, and he kept up that pace. 24, maybe 25 and 10 or 11. And then he went over to LeBron James' team, and he became just a spot-up shooter. And that wasn't his game. Ed Horizon, dude is known for being passive aggressive, moving like Eddie Haskell. Yeah, damn, he brought back Eddie Haskell. Shit. With MJ and Kobe, you knew where you stood. Absolutely, because that's what men do. Men don't sit up there and be like, I'm gonna smile in your face and then talk behind your back. No, if we got beef, I'm bringing the beef to the Bulls' house. The Warriors looking good. I think they could go all the way. Yeah, that's what a lot of people been saying on this stream. Players had to basically become a spot-up shooter if they wanted complete complement. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And there are players that had more in their bag besides being a spot-up shooter. Absolutely, Horizon. Antoine Jameson, double-double before he went to Cleveland. Absolutely. Darvin Ham was a gangster for convincing Doc Rivers not to celebrate. You know what? I think that was a joint effort. I really did. When the Lakers celebrated their in-season tournament horse crap, they went on a long losing streak, and then everybody wanted to use the narrative that they needed more help. The Bucks started off, I think, 1-10, and now I think they clinched the playoff spot. There's only one team that I remember. I want to say either the 97 or 98 Phoenix Suns that started off like 0-7, 0-8, and still made the playoffs. The Jason Kidd Phoenix Suns. They got off to a bad start. I think they may have fired their coach. Don't quote me on that, but I think either it was Danny Ainge or they did something when they started off that long losing streak to start the season, but they were able to battle back with Rex Chapman and the boys, Wesley Person, Jason Kidd, Michael Finley. If he wasn't traded to Dallas by that time, he probably was traded to Dallas with Nash at that time. If it was 97, 98, because Dirk was drafted in 97, if I'm not mistaken. Duncan was drafted in 97. So yeah, Dirk was in Duncan draft, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they got the ship together. They were an A seed, but they gave that 1 seed all they can handle. That's when Rex Chapman was hitting those fadeaway 3-pointers to tie the game back in the day. Let me see. Big Sykes. Shaq said Kobe told him ain't no letter. I meant there's no letter I in team, but he said Kobe said it's a me in that motherfucker killer player doesn't look to pass when the game is on the line. Now, the thing between Kobe not wanting to pass when the game was on the line is it's a long story, but I'll condense it into this. They had no better option that's going to get their own shot. They gave Nick Van Exel to Denver. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Jones is now playing in Charlotte with Eldon Campbell. They have Glenn Rice, but Glenn Rice was there to be the spot up shooter. Derek Fisher is not at that time is not an off the dribble type of player. So your best option to inside the triangle when they're doubling Shaq is to get the best shot. Kobe always gave you the best shot. He may have never gave you the best decision, but he always gave you the best shot. And the thing that we don't want to talk about is the fact that Shaq is a liability when it came to the free throw line. And sometimes when it came to defense in the post for those later games, i.e. the 2002 Western Conference Finals when Weber and Divac was eating his ass alive. So, yeah, Kobe with his ball in with the ball in his hands, with the game on the line, I take that over Shaq with the ball in his hands. Got Horizon again. I don't know if you saw that weak-ass Starting 5 series on Netflix, but in the behind-the-scenes footage in one of the episodes, Austin Reed told LeBron winning the in-season made him to go, yeah, we know why Austin Reeves is attaching his wagon to LeBron because that gives him exposure, but you winning some damn in-season tournament when no other great had that in-season tournament nor needed that in-season tournament does not make you the GOAT. Sorry. Why is there so much OKC disrespect out here? I don't get it because people want to see the Lakers. They want to see the known teams. The NBA has always been about the new era coming in, closing out the old. OKC and Cleveland represent closing out the LeBron era. So that's why people don't like them. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy. OKC, after Westbrook left, they had that one resurgent season with Chris Paul, but they had some down years. They did it right. They built that team. They built the hell out of that team. So they're now reaping the benefits of building a team, not going out there shopping in free agency. So, yeah, the people don't like seeing that. They think that LeBron is going to win 10, 15 chips. It's not going to happen. He's getting older. There's a younger team. Let's see how well they do. J Boy again. I'm hoping Steph wins to end this fake GOAT debate. If Russ wins with Denver, all of that talk about LeBron making people better is debunked. If the Cavs win without a super team, the 2016 will be debunked. Yes, and I think that's why it's going to make so good theater, so much good drama. LeBron James doesn't want Curry to win. He doesn't want, definitely don't want Cleveland to win. And he definitely don't want Westbrook to win because all those narratives would go up in smoke. Horizon, Michael Johnson, OKC disrespected. It's mostly for salty Denver fans and Boston fans. Yeah, I can see that. They make up the narrative about SGA being a free throw merchant when Austin Reeves, a role player's signature shoe, gets him more calls than Steph Curry. Absolutely. So who's more of a free three? And he's still not averaging 30 a game. Austin Reeves ain't. So whatever. Let's see him on his own team without LeBron and Luka, and let's see if he could put up SGA's numbers. I don't think he would. LeBron set a lot of bad trends during his era. Players scared to compete, scared of physicality, being buddy with the competition, trying to form super teams, load management, etc. Yeah, and that's why this era is dying. Nobody's going to really say that the era is not dying. Everybody's going to try to defend the era, but this era is dying because of those facts. We got a comment for at the speed of life. What makes the Warriors contenders now that they have three leaders, Butler, Green, and Steph? That's very rare to see three leaders on offense and defense. Yeah, very rare. But I will put Steph above Butler, and the reason why I will put Steph above Butler is because he may not be the most vocal leader. I think his leader is more of an example. And you can say what you want about his performances in and out of the playoffs, but he's a constant professional, and you need to show people how to be a professional. Hamas flopping like a soccer player, and another trend LeBron set. He devalued the NBA as a product at Horizon. Yeah, he did. Horizon. LeBron flopping in Boston last month. Only just recently, I seen a photo of him looking like he flopped against the Warriors. Yeah, Ticket said that he was really hit. So I didn't see the game, but if he can get hit like that and go to the floor, how are you going to last in the 90s where you're getting hit every time you touch the ball, every time you go to the hole? I'm just saying. DeAndre Jordan won after leaving LeBron in LA. He won in Denver. Oh, okay. Because you put Michael Johnson. Oh, no, you didn't. My bad. What makes players more competitive? What would make a player more competitive? Well, defense is number one. Taking that matchup seriously on the defensive end, making sure that whoever you guarding is just not going to get whatever the hell they want. Let me see what else. Taking hard fouls, giving hard fouls, being willing to scrap if you need to. Why do you think people are falling in love with Detroit? There are people falling in love with Detroit right now because they represent something that we haven't seen in a long time. We haven't seen people willing to take it there, willing to hit a person in the face if need be. Isaiah Stewart coming to the defense of his teammates all the time. This is not something that he was doing just because they winning. He was doing this when they were getting 15 wins a season. NBA needs to invest back into rivalries, but I think they are scared that things will get too physical. Adam Silver is an anti-defense, anti-old school basketball. Yeah, I see that. But you want to know something? Every other sport has rivalries, and they're doing just fine. They're doing just fine. Rivalries is what makes you want to watch. When you see Kansas City and you see Oakland, I'm sorry, not Oakland, Vegas, and they're in the same division, they don't like each other. You want to see that. You want to see what's going to happen. You want to see if they're going to play hard because they don't like this person or this team. NBA are, well, I guess you mean players. NBA players are so soft when they push rivalries today. Like Cade and Jalen Green got real rivalries. They ain't buddy at all. Yeah, and again, that's why people are going to those teams. They're looking at those teams. They're like, oh, okay, I see that there's something that actually resembles basketball. I got J Boy that says, shout out Ticket TV for cooking LeBron James on the daily. BSPM won't call out that BS, won't call this BS out. The league will be in good hands once LeBron James. Okay, hold on. It just left on me. Once LeBron James and KD is gone, these young guns are ready to take over BSPN. Just won't let it happen. Yeah, I can agree with that. They have put their wagon to LeBron James and they're sticking to it, and they're not going to give it up until he either gets exposed. Because look, watch how fast ESPN going to turn on LeBron if any of these things, any of these controversies are actually legitimized. They're going to definitely turn on him. And it's going to be money to turn on him because you're going to get the ratings. You're going to get the exposure. So they're just using LeBron. LeBron is using them. NBA changed the rules to make the game more palatable for Euro players with fundamentals. We now see the results. Shaking my head. Yeah, there were Euros in the 90s. Tony Kukoc, Dino Raja, Vlade Divac, Petrovic, who passed away, Marshallonis, another left-handed two-guard or point guard. Let me see. I know I'm missing a few. There was a lot of Euro players. There was Dino Danilovic that was on the Miami Heat that Pat Riley loved. He was a good spot-up three-point shooter, but he used to always get cooked on defense. And I think Michael hit him up for 50 in that 97 season. But they struggled with the physicality. Dino Raja, who used to play for Boston, used to foul out all the time. And he was the same height as Tony Kukoc, just bigger. They both were 6'11". But Dino used to get in the passing lanes and get dunked on, get beat up. Let's not forget about Sabonis. Sabonis' father. He was a great Euro, but he was a little bit older when he came over to the league. And remember, he retired from the NBA and then ended up coming back to the NBA. He went back over there to Europe, played a little bit of ball, came back to the NBA, where Portland still had his rights, and he played for Portland to the end of his career. Sabonis was a good 7-footer, and he was one of the first stretch centers. He would hit the three. A lot of the corner threes or the top of the key three. So he would hit the three. He could never guard Olajuwon. He could never guard David Robinson. He could never guard Shaq. He give his best efforts. Don't get me wrong, but the one thing that he had that he could go back at them on the offensive end, or since he could hit the three, he could pull them out of the lane. So there's always been Euros when you took the three in the key and put that in. You just made the lane wide open. You eliminated those battles down in the trenches. And those battles down in the trenches is what got you swinging of the basketball. You have your Anthony Masons keeping the rebound in the air, tip, get it back, and then give it back to your point guard to restart the offense. You had, let me see, with some good. Barkley used to do it. Oakley used to do it. They'll be under the basket, get you second chance points. The momentum will get swung because of that. Dennis Rodman used to do that faithfully for the Bulls. He used to do it for the Pistons. He used to do it for the Spurs when he played for the Spurs. Later in his career, that's why the Kobe and Shaq Lakers had him on the team for a little bit. He went to Dallas. They wanted him because they knew he was going to give effort, constant effort under that glass. Get you those second, third, fourth chance points. Putbacks. They forget about him. And then, Rick Smith, chat, very good job, Hamas. Yeah, Rick Smith's Euro player. His feet injury is the reason why he was not as he could not stop Shaq because he could not move his feet because he had a whole bunch of feet injury. So when they did make it to the finals in 2000 and he had the matchup with Shaq just ate his ass alive because he couldn't move. Now he would get it back on the other end. He could hit the 15, 18-foot jumper. He was in the post. Keep in mind, Rick Smith knocked Orlando Shaq out of the playoffs. Swept him. Same Rick Smith. But, older Rick Smiths couldn't do nothing with bigger Shaq. Let me see. Let me get back to the chat. Stojakovic, great three-point shooter. I see that. Drazen and Luka. Drazen was Luka before Luka. Reggie Miller called him the GOAT shooter before Drazen tragically passed away. Yeah, he died on the Autobahn in Germany. Rode his car on the Autobahn. But yeah, Drazen used to give Jordan fits. Real quick release, off the screen, off the dribble. Played for the Nets with Derek Cohen, and how we started off talking about that. Page's Pager. Again, Pager missed that wide open three in Game 7 that would have gave Sacramento the lead and probably put the game away. And then they went to a free throw shooting contest after that. That literally was the shot that broke up the Kings, I believe, because that momentum was sucked out of the building after he missed that. And he was wide open. I don't know what happened. The defense broke down. Pager snuck to the corner where he's money, and he missed that wide open three that would have gave them the lead in the final minutes. Great three-point shooter. He got a ring. He was on that 2011 Dallas team. Pager was. Let me see. Yeah, Giannis, the most athletic Euro I've ever seen, and he might be more. Giannis, yeah. I'm trying to think of if I could think of any 90s players was like Giannis. That was a Euro. I can't say there is one. I know David Robinson had the same Giannis body type, but he was a center and he was definitely American. So any Euro like Giannis, no. So we got to give that to him. Pager had that rainbow arc on his three. It was tough not to wonder. 2011 had him on the roster. Yeah, he was on him. He was on that roster. He won. Yeah, he got that. He got that championship thanks to LeBron's meltdown. He did have a real high arc. I used to wonder, and when you see him in the 3-point contest, you used to see how he used to just flick it up, and it would go on a nice rainbow and just dance in. It's like, wow. A lot of people have a slight arc, but he definitely had an arc. Yeah, Rick Smith did retire after the 2000 finals. Yeah, Rick Smith was on the Pacers in 94. Damn. So he swept Shaq too. Yeah. Pacers swung. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was their first playoff. It was against the Pacers. They swept them. This is in the first round when it was 3, though. You had the best of 3. Best of 5. I'm sorry. You had to get 3 wins instead of 4. So, yeah, Shaq got swept by the Pacers in 94. Let me see. Francisco Ellis Eason was good, too. You know what? I would have to look him up. I don't think I know anything about him. I'm not afraid to say I don't know. Drazen versus Jordan was like those games where Luka was cooking LeBron. I don't think Drazen cooked Jordan as well as Jordan cooked Drazen, because Drazen will get his 25 or 30, but Jordan will get his 45 or 50. David Robinson had handles too for a center. I've seen his highlights despite Olajuwon cooking him in 95 Western Conference Finals. I think that he would have been the Giannis of today. Yeah, he had that knee injury. David Robinson did, and that's why they tanked those 2 seasons, specifically the 96 season, so that they can pick Tim Duncan in 97. So, yeah, everybody know that they tanked. All right, making sure my headphones don't go out. Can y'all still hear me? Put 1 in the chat if you can still hear me. One in the chat if you can still hear me. Okay, cool. We're cooking with hot grease again. Thank you, chat. So when they got David Robinson healthy in 97, 98, Tim Duncan's rookie season, they went on to make the playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, they lost to Utah or they lost to Portland, because I do know that Utah-Portland played. Utah swept the Lakers, and I'm trying to remember who they played. It had to be Portland or had to be. No, it probably was San Antonio. And I'm going to say why, because I think that's the series that Karl Malone elbowed the shit out of David Robinson and knocked him out on the court. He was literally laying down face up, ass up, face down. And if I'm not mistaken, they suspended Karl Malone 1 game of that series, because he literally he laid him the fuck out throwing those elbows. Let me see. Off topic, but do you feel Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf was Steph before Steph? Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf didn't take as many threes as Steph, but off the dribble, yes. Again, the 96 Bulls, one of their 10 losses was to a poor Denver Nuggets team that Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf shot them the fuck out of the game. He started off red hot, one dribble pull up, one dribble pull up, one dribble. He was baking the shit out of Ron Harper. They tried to put Jordan on him. He was cooking Jordan. Got to be honest. He was cooking the shit out of Jordan. They built like a 25-point lead. Now the Bulls come roaring back, but in the 4th quarter, when it was like within 6, there was a block on Jordan by Dikembe. Mahmoud came down, free throw line pull up, down by 8 with less than a minute left, and it was pretty much game after that. And the only thing I remember about that game is they celebrated like they won the fucking championship. But Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, you leave him open, it was going down. The sad thing about Mahmoud was it was politics why he got, banned from the league. Being of Muslim descent and teachings, during the national anthem, he would sit with his hands out. It's not like he kneeled or anything. He would sit with his hands out praying. Some people got inside their feelings about that. Even Jordan defended him. But he was like, I thought this was the land of the free. He could do what he wants. He's not disrespecting the national anthem, which he wasn't. But they wanted to make an example out of him. He ended up going to the Kings for 1 year, playing with Mitch Richmond, and then after that, he couldn't get quote unquote signed anywhere. So yeah, Mahmoud was a bad dude, and you can even see he still got game. He was on the big 3, Ice Cube big 3, knocking shots down. I hate to see him um, get banned from the league like that because he was one of my childhood favorite players to watch. You know, I used to play with the Sacramento Kings on NBA Live '97. I think that's the one that had the Mitch Richmond on the cover. So yeah, I used to play with them. And then NBA Shootout '97, very underrated PlayStation game, very good. Yeah, Shootout was a very good game. '98, they changed the dunk graphics and everything, but yeah, great games back in the day. That's how I learned about a lot of players playing video games. Fun fact, I learned all about baseball playing baseball games. Go figure. Horizon Shaq was getting swept damn near every year before Kobe became an all-star. Now, the thing about the getting swept, Shaq got swept by every team he played on. And what I mean by every team he played on, with Orlando, he got swept 3 times. The last by the Chicago Bulls, which he went to Orlando. He went to Orlando that first year. They got swept by Utah. The next year they got swept by Utah, or maybe that was the 4-1, but I do know they got swept by Utah. They got swept by the San Antonio Spurs after the three-peat. When they were going for the 4-peat, San Antonio swept them. Let me see. Did they get swept in Miami? Yes, they did get swept by the Chicago Bulls in Miami. So every team that he was on, he got swept by, or got swept on. Let's see. The Euro step wasn't legal until the 2000s with Ginobili. I know what you're saying with Ginobili, but you spelled it wrong in the 90s. That was traveling. Yeah. If you take that Euro step where you turn as you're doing the step, they would have called that a travel instantly. So yeah, that Euro step, Ginobili made it popular. Again, that was a softened era. They relaxed the damn rules so that the Euros can do their Euro thing. I got J Boy again. Brown sexuals really believe losing 6 times in the finals makes you the GOAT. Just give LeBron his participation trophy and make it to the finals. You know what? I never understood, because if that was the case, then we'll be talking about Jerry West being in the GOAT debate. Jerry West was 1-9 in the finals. Okay, so that means he went 10 times as well. Or 1-9. He went 9 times. That'd have been 10. Yeah, he went 10 times. And, nobody sit up here and say that, he went 10 times. No, he lost 9 times. Okay. Jerry West, during one of those 9 times he lost, he won the finals MVP. Okay. So, and we still don't say that he's one of the greatest. We say he's one of the greatest 2 guards. Jordan, Kobe, you got to say Wade, and then you put Jerry West. But he was right behind Kobe and Mike for years until Wade showed up. So we got to give credit for winning, not credit for showing up. Nobody sits up here and says that the Bills were a dynasty because they went to 4 straight Super Bowls and got the shit beat out of them 4 straight Super Bowls. Well, they went 4 times, yes, but they lost 4 times. Him losing 6 times, having the same amount of losses that Jordan has victories, tells me everything that I need to know, because half of those losses he quit, and the other half he got outplayed. So you can miss me on that. Drazen wasn't cooking Jordan. They went mano most matchups. I might have phrased it wrong, but Luka have had gems when he cooked. Of course. Rising man, you've been cooking this whole damn stream. I'm not gonna sit up here and chastise you for that, big man. So Rising again, call me crazy, but I think that Marshallonis invented what we know as the Euro step. I see tape of Elgin Bader doing it in the 60s, probably before. Yeah. If you see tape of Elgin Baylor, who's very underrated, right behind Larry Bird, I will put Elgin Baylor as one of the best small forwards. You have to understand this is a dude that can get you 30 and 20 as a small forward. You know, good old Bird, 20 and 10 for his whole career. He couldn't even jump over a pencil, but he can get you 20 and 10. And I think he got some good assist numbers too. LeBron, he's not for the size that he is. He should be up there at 8, 9, or 10 rebounds, but he's not. So you're gonna let a non-athletic white man have more rebounds than you? Like, I got Horizon again. Mahmoud Abdul Rauf was one of those guards who were ahead of their time as a three-point shooter. Curry before Curry. Again, he didn't shoot the volume of threes, but you definitely didn't want to leave him open. And even if you left him open, not even if you didn't leave him open, he can pull it off the dribble with ease. And I mean, he had such a goddamn quick release. Well, by the time you're jumping at the shot, it's already in the air and down. So that was always his claim to fame. Even when he was in LSU with Shaq under the name Curtis Jackson. Was it Curtis Jackson? And I'm not talking about 50 Cent Curtis Jackson, but yeah, before he changed his name, that's what he was known for. He was known for getting those shots off, knocking them down. Hamaz, Hamza, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Yeah, Mahmoud was doing that with hand check and such. Absolutely. I believe Mahmoud got blackballed because he didn't want to honor the national anthem. It was never that he didn't want to honor the national anthem. It's just you have to understand our country has in the national anthem, it's considered what do they call it? I remember doing research on it. It is a form of worship. So him being Muslim, they don't worship anything or come to anything that it needs to be venerated in that way except God. So in his belief, in order to support the national anthem, or the flag, which is basically what the national anthem is about, you will be honoring the flag and not God, which is in the Bible or the Quran called idolatry. So he respectfully prayed during that time, put his head down. It's not like he said up there, what the fuck do I need to be doing it? No, he just respectfully prayed during every national anthem he was a part of. And he wasn't appreciated by that. I forgot who the president was at the time. It may have been Bush or it may have been Clinton, but he even said something about it. And after the president says something about it, it's pretty much downhill after that. Yeah. The same thing with Kaepernick was with Mahmoud. Yeah. I got to agree with that. Is that Simone? It says offense sells tickets, defense wins games. Absolutely. In other sports, they still have emphasis on defense. You don't see in hockey where they just sit up there and just let motherfuckers score until you get tired. No, there's going to be defense. It's going to be hard hitting. In baseball, they don't just underhand it down the plate and let you take a good big swack at it to get a home run. No, they're going to try to play defense. They're going to try to pitch you where you can't hit it, get you to hit it on the ground. You know, defense is never being lacked in other sports except in basketball. Wouldn't surprise me, just like some attribute the Sham God to a Eurostep guy. Sham God had crazy handles, bro. Yeah. All you got to do is just go find some of those and one mixtapes, and you see some of the crazy things they would do. Like half of it was traveling, if we're gonna be honest. But yeah, you can't give something that somebody else did to somebody else because you like them. NBA Streets and NBA Ballers were games back in the day. Yeah, I never really played NBA Streets, J-Boy, because I was like, especially when 2K came out on my Dreamcast, I was stuck on that because it was like one of the first games, and not even NBA Live had it, but they had where you can do multiple seasons. I think they had like a 20-year season, so I used to just stay on 2K basketball. I love the graphics. I love the gameplay. You can actually have handles that NBA Live. I think 2000 start coming out where you could do the handles with the joysticks, and it was great competition to have all those different basketball games, football games, baseball games, and sports games. Um, um, but yeah, I never got a chance to play NBA Streets. My little boys did, and they don't ever let me play it. But yeah, some people was telling me that was a great basketball game. I wish I would have invested in it when it was out. It says, wait, they credit European players for sham god move. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, and that's sad. That is the equivalency of, Elvis Presley taking credit for music that was written by black writers. But we'll get into that later. They did, LOL. That Euro guy didn't even make it into the NBA, I believe. No, he didn't. Jerry West was 1-5. Magic was 5-4. All the greats been to the finals a lot of times. They I think you want to say the difference is the greats has more wins in the finals. Yeah, Jerry West had to continue to run into that damn Boston, and this is when they were at the apex. So he had to continue to run into Boston. So he took L after L after L after L, but it's not like he was scoring 11 points in the finals, and this is before the 3-point line. So he was shooting outside shots that was only still being counted as two and still making it happen. So I give Jerry West credit, but his finals record still remains. He lost. Mitch Richmond is one of the most underrated guards in NBA history. He was a beast when he was on the Warriors with Run TMC and the Kings, second best guard in the 90s. Now, Malik Woody, look, I'm glad you said this, and I'm getting ready to cook right now. Again, Mitch Richmond was one of my favorite guards outside of Michael. They used to call him the Rock. And the reason why they used to call him the Rock for two reasons. Number one, he was hard to get off the post. Jordan even said that was the most hardest person to back down in the post. Number two is the Rock, you know what he's going to give you every season. 23 to 25 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Close to 48% shooting from the field, 40% to 44% from the three every year. Now, I didn't get a chance to see a lot of him with Run TMC. A lot of my exposure to him was on the Sacramento Kings, but I remember him giving people 48. You know what I'm saying? And he has one of the most iconic All-Star games moments. And Rock and Jock, if I don't know, do y'all remember Rock and Jock? Some of my older people back in the day, fake the free throw, hit the front of the rim, back up to the 3-point line and shoot it. He was known for doing that. And Mitch Richmond, the Rock, I'm glad he got a ring with the Lakers. Of course, he was on the bench along with John Sally. But yeah, wait, was John Sally on the Lakers? Or was that just Horace Grant? But I do know he got a ring with the Lakers. I'm happy for that because Mitch Richmond was one of those dogs that he and when he get hot, he can carry you for a week. For a whole week, he will carry you. So yeah, Mitch Richmond is underrated. Shout out to you, Malik Woody. Marshall Lonis might be, and this is no shade to him, the Christopher Columbus of Euro steps. If you get Dr. J, the ABA doing yours, absolutely, very well played. Yeah, I found it first. You did not. No, you didn't, punk. How the hell you find it first and you got people on here living up here? Whatever. That's our history books. Let me see. Come on. Swipe down. Okay. Damn, y'all coming in hot with the okay. Yep. And like you said, LeBron quit, got outplayed, and had to formulate super teams to even reach those finals. Meanwhile, MJ did it with the team he had. Right. At the trade deadline, they might go get him extra power forward like Brian Williams, rest in peace, or Daly, the same guy. His brother killed him and tried to take his identity. Brian Williams was a good um, power forward, but he wasn't. Somebody said because they had Brian Williams on that team that made them a super team. Brian Williams was a journeyman that was on the Denver Nuggets and the damn Clippers, and they released him, and the Bulls ended up picking him up. So I don't know how you could say that he made them a super team. He was another body that could be thrown at Karl Malone, Shaq, and all those other players. He played his role, left-handed big guy. He went on to Detroit that following year, got a big contract, and played with I think he played with Hill. He played with Hill that last year in Stackhouse or Crackhouse if you're keeping track at home. But, man, I miss those days. I truly do. Let me see. Who else? I got Horizon. Elgin Baylor is the godfather of the point forward. Absolutely. You could thank Elgin for Pippen. You could thank Elgin for Grant Hill. You could thank Elgin even for LeBron James. He was the first point forward, and he was still pull down rebounds. Hamza, the threes were contested back when Mahmoud played. If he would have played in this area, he might be. You know what? Okay, I can see that. Yeah, wide open threes anytime you want. And yes, it was Chris Jackson, not Curtis Jackson. I'm sorry, but well played. Thank you, Corey Brooks. I'm a Muslim as well. Mahmoud felt that there was idolatry in the anthem. I remember it when it went down. I was in my late teens. Hamza, how old are you? If you don't mind putting your age in the chat, how old are you? Because I think me and you are the same age. Because I was in the teens when that happened too. I think you pronounced that word shirk. If I said it right, please forgive me if I didn't. I don't want to disrespect anybody's belief system, but the whole thing where to start off the Pledge of Allegiance, it starts off by saying, I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And in certain ideologies, nobody's going to say that. I was raised not using ideology. Okay. So I know exactly what that is. We don't pledge allegiance to a flag. Your allegiance goes to God, not man or things. The fact that he still kept it respectful, I love it. Horizon, I think Mitch Richmond was on the 2002 Lakers. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Because he got traded from Sacramento to the Washington Wizards for Chris Webber. He played with Washington, I want to say for 2 seasons, and then his contract was up because that's how they were able to sign what's his name? We were just talking about him and draft Rip Hamilton. So that made Richmond expendable, and the Lakers picked him up. Everybody else was saying he was too old and everything else, but they picked him up. I think Ant-Man might have done something like that, except that on fast breaks, you see Ant-Man catch the ball once he's up the lane, he runs to the three-point line. Yeah, that's why I can't take him seriously. With all that athleticism, that's what you do? Yeah, I can't take you seriously. I can't wait to see how the medium 10 years from now calls the Nuggets a super team with Joker, Murray, and Westbrook. Yeah, if this LeBron and the media is still around in 10 years, we'll see. Uh, Another question off topic. Would Penny Hardaway be a first ballot Hall of Famer? I think he would. A shame what happened to him. I think Hamza, please tell me I'm saying your name right, but I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer even with what he did. Because the the body of work, remember, Shaq took about 30 games off in 96, 97 while the Bulls were going on their tear. And for the better part of the year, if y'all keeping track at home, the better part of the year, the Orlando Magic was actually keeping pace win-wise with the 1996, 96, 97, or 95, 96 Bulls, that 72-10 team. I think the Bulls start pulling away in like February, March, but if I'm not mistaken, Orlando was their first loss. Second loss, Miami. Third loss, Indiana. Fourth loss, New York. Fifth loss, the Suns. Sixth loss was either Washington or no. I messed up. Miami, they didn't lose to Miami early. It was Denver would have been their third loss. Yes, Denver was their third loss, and then the Suns the fourth because they lost back-to-back. Fifth loss was New York. Sixth loss could have been Miami when they made that trade. 7, 8, and 9. I think they lost to maybe New Jersey. And I'm doing this off the top of my head. I might be wrong. But I do know that the only team they lost to twice that year was Indiana. They lost to Indiana on the road and at home. And Charlotte. Did they lose to Charlotte? But yeah. Yeah. Orlando was pacing them until like later on that year. Then Chicago just went on this amazing winning streak and finished off the year 72-10. They could have been 74-8. That close loss with Charlotte, and it was a close loss with Indiana at home. Those are the only two losses that season, if I remember correctly. But Orlando was pacing them. Penny Hardaway was taking over. And that's where a lot of the beef between Shaq and Penny came, because when Shaq was injured, Penny was putting up 37 and 9 and carrying them until Shaq came back. So, people started, that's when Little Penny dolls came out. Chris Rock was the voice of that doll. Little Penny was also on the No Diggity video by Blackstreet. So, Shaq felt some type of way. Came back, tried to force his way back into the lineup, and the ball goes through him. And the team's been playing with Penny. He was the focus of the offense. It's so sad, but it's true. But yeah, Penny's first ballot Hall of Famer, even how his stats line up now. If Grant made it, so can Penny. I agree with you, Horizon. Let's see. I remember Penny and Anthony was a big deal back then. Absolutely. Torrey Wallace, yeah. Y'all got a lot of real Warrior fans speak on the Warriors. Man, look, Warriors are doing great. They weren't looking too good before the trade. The trade made them what they are now. And, they're not getting blown. Even when they lose. But, they were getting blown the hell out before the trade, and they were looking really, really, really bad. So, what they're doing now is, I appreciate just good basketball. Miles, I did my homework, and plus I remember long time ago, LeBron used to praise Penny as well as his muses. Yeah, because you when LeBron came into the league, they were trying to say he was another type of Penny. When Penny came into the league, they were trying to say he was another type of Magic because Magic retired after the 96-97 season and maybe the 95-96 season. Uh, then he tried to coach, but big point guards back in the day, um, if you was a big point guard, you was automatically thrown in that Magic Johnson archetype. So, but he had such a very polished game. He was not selfish. He would rather pass the ball off than take that shot. He did have a very epic first round matchup with Miami. Him, Penny Hardaway, and Tim Hardaway had a shootout. Tim Hardaway won. I think Tim Hardaway had a better team. But Tim Hardaway being another person that used to pull up 5, 6, 7 feet beyond the 3-point line. We can't forget about that. Tim Hardaway used to do that, used to pull up in transition. He just had such a really weird shot. It's like he would coil the shot from his midsection over his head, and that should be going down. I never understood how he did that, but he used to always, bounce off of 2 feet and do that. But, it's those were good matchups. Let me see. Kobe went through similar thing in '03 when Shaq was injured. Kobe averaged 40 in 9 games, while Shaq averaged 30 burgers, 12 shakes, and 5 fries. Shaking my head. He got 3 rings and got booed. Look, not only that, I could go back to '98 when Pippen was out. Jordan scored 40 in, I want to say, 5 straight games. He had an epic battle with Glenn Robinson in Milwaukee, outpaced him, and then he had to pick up that scoring because Pippen was out. Kukoc wasn't developing. It was just, at some games, it was just Jordan and Rodman. Luke Longley gonna get you what he gets you. He could start off hot or start off cold, but yeah, Kobe had to literally keep the ship afloat, and that he literally broadcast his game to the league in those 9 straight 40-point games. And I think it could have been 10, but he had like 38 or 37. Horizon, look that up for me. Penny is to Magic Johnson what Kobe is to Michael Jordan. You know what? I can see that. I really can. The difference is Penny didn't push the ball like Magic did. But in the offense that they ran, and they ran a beautiful offense under Brian Hill. Yeah, Magic will push. Penny will kind of like push and try to get to the basket. He's going to get to the basket. He's had some epic battles with Jordan. Jordan usually will get the better of him. But yeah, those were some great battles. And Penny, again, degenerative knee disease. Once that knee started to go, and once it went, it was pretty much he became a role player out of it. And I don't even think Orlando did him any favors because they wanted him out. They felt like they made the bad choice by choosing Penny over Shaq, and especially when Shaq's going down there, going to the playoffs, going deep in the playoffs. And then eventually when Shaq will start winning, that's when Orlando started to definitely turn on Penny after all the things that Penny did for them. And I hated to see it, but he ended up rolling with Phoenix, ended up rolling with New York, and I always rooted for Penny. I always did. He was a good guy. He was always humble. He never said anything outlandish. I do remember that radio interview where he did get fed up with Orlando, but that was just years and years of just keeping that bottled up. But he's a good dude, good player. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame again, as Tori Wallace said. If Grant Hill can make it, then Penny should be able to make it with ease. Any more comments? Where everybody at? I got my bad. What stats did you look up? You talking about me? I didn't look up any stats. I'm just basically going off the top of my head of what I can remember back in the day. Because again, I started watching basketball when I was 12 years old. Started watching it seriously when I was 12, so that would be the '93 season. Of course, I didn't get it because we didn't really have cable or anything. So whatever you get on NBC is what you get. But when I start becoming 14, 15, and 16, we start getting cable, so I could look at the TNT game, the TBS game. TBS on Tuesday had a double matchup. TNT on Thursday had the double matchup, so I got a chance to see all types of games, and I started to see everybody. Of course, I supported Mike and the Bulls, being in Missouri, they took the Hawks and put it in Atlanta, so St. Louis didn't have a basketball team after the Hawks left. So you kind of look to the other states that was close to you and kind of latch on to a neighboring state. So Chicago was close to Missouri. Okay, I root for the Bulls. I looked at Indiana. You know, um, hold on. It says I think it was stats against Mike and Glenn Rice from the late '90s, maybe '98. Uh, Glenn Rice was nice, uh, but Glenn Rice was very, very, very predictable. Especially in the playoffs. You could stop Glenn Rice in the playoffs, but if it's a regular season game, there's nobody that got hotter than Glenn Rice. You know, I remember it could have been the '97 or '98 All Star game when Glenn Rice won the All Star MVP. Jordan just kept feeding him. I think Jordan got the triple double that year, but in the All Star, I think Michael Jordan is the first player to get a triple double in the All Star game. But he just kept feeding Rice. Rice was just red hot in that All Star game. Yeah, so he can get hot. I think Hustle says we're going to talk about LeBron taking PEDs. We've been talking about LeBron taking PEDs. I don't know if you just showed up. Yeah, there's a lot of people that say that he's not nothing he does is natural. I had somebody I was listening on the stream way back in the day, well, probably like last year or so. There was an idiot that was talking about LeBron had his body is just different than everybody else. You know, the thing about it is we have all these people on the planet Earth, all these people that's been playing sports, and he's the only person that doesn't body don't break down or don't show signs of aging, has to take a March and a December off. Nah. Adam Silver beating his meat because the Battle of LA in round one. So what's the standings? What's the standings? Has Hustle? So does So is it going to be Lakers Golden State or is it going to be Lakers LA Clippers? Well, welcome to the chat, Hustle. You literally see other players when they age, you see them age, you know, and it really doesn't take that much to get is Lakers Wolves, but Clippers have an easy schedule. So the Wolves are in the 5th seed. I definitely need to check. I'm gonna use my other phone. My bad, but I got a bounce, man. Great stream, y'all. All right, 3rd and 6. Okay, nice having you, Hustle. Okay, let's check. Let's check the standings right quick. I see Cleveland barely beat San Antonio, but a win's a win. NBA standings 2025. Let's go. Okay, in the East, we got no shock 1, Cleveland 2, Celtics 3, Knicks 4, Pacers. Ooh, Pistons moved up to the 4-5. Okay, and then 6, Bucks 7, Orlando 8, Hawks 9, Bulls 10, Heat. So that's all the play in. We got on the West, we got Thunder 1, Rockets 2, Lakers 3. Okay, they must have. Wait, did they beat the Pelicans? Lakers 3, Nuggets 4, Warriors 5, and Timberwolves 6, Clippers 7, Memphis 8, Dallas 9, Sacramento 10. Let's see. I think they beat Pelicans. Okay, they better had. All right, they did what they're supposed to do. Now let's see if they can. They got that back to back against the Thunder, so we will see. Pacers versus Pistons might be an upset. You know something, Hustle? I'm not mad at that. I will pick the Pistons over the Pacers. I think the Pistons are a little bit more tougher defensively than Halliburton. You know, I can see Pistons making the Eastern Conference Final. Ooh. Let's see. They 4-5. They will have to beat Cleveland, and if they stay where they are, they will have to beat Cleveland in the next round. Do you see them beating Cleveland? Mikal Beasley is the X factor, though. Look, as I've been saying before, both Cleveland and the Pistons are young. This will be the first time the Pistons been in the playoffs in a minute, and experience does matter, but all you got to do is get hot. You don't trust Mitchell or Garland. Now, don't trust them to stay healthy or to take good shots? Because Mitchell's been there before. He got injured last year. But Garland, the jury is still out, but the narrative on Garland is that he shrinks. Take good shots. You know what? In the playoffs, you can't waste shots. So yeah, if they're taking shitty shots against Detroit or against whoever they match up with, they can get out of there really, really, really quick. But Cavs fans don't like Garland. You might be right, bro. You might be right. I do hear a lot of people saying they didn't like Garland. They should have kept Sexton. But playoffs is a different season. So everybody starts off with a 0-0, and it's like best of 7. So if Detroit bunkers down, plays good defense, I know they've beat Cleveland before this season, but can you beat them 4 out of 7 is the question. Yeah, you can get lucky one night in the season when we're playing the back-to-back, but can you beat me 4 out of 7? And yeah, we got the Lakers back at the 3 seed. I'm pretty sure they're trying to avoid OKC as much as they possibly can, but you can't avoid them on the schedule. So they're going to have to beat them. They're going to have to beat them to keep that 3rd seed. Man, this is getting interesting. This is going all the way down to, because they only got one. They're only separated by 2 losses all the way down to the 8th seed. The Lakers are. So if they go up there and get swept in OKC both games, they will be at 32 losses along with Minnesota, Clippers, and the Grizzlies. Let me see. As a Thunder fan, I'm terrified of a healthy Clippers team. I want to play Memphis or the Kings. You know what? That's why you're the 1st seed. You let them get themselves tired in that play-in. You're doing everything that you could do. You got 64 wins. I'm pretty sure you already locked up home court. Wait, hold on. Let me see. 62, 13. So you're only battling with Cleveland for best record throughout the playoffs. That's the only thing. And you're up by 2 games on them in the loss column and 2 games in the win column. So you will have to get to, let me see, if Cleveland lose their 16th game, the most they can win is 66 games. So you have to win 67 games in order to chalk up the home court. We done seen the 07 Mavs lose the 1 seed. Yeah. We also seen the 2012 San Antonio lose the 1 seed. The 1 seeds can be had. We watched what was a couple years ago. We watched the Bucks lose the 1 seed to Miami. You know, injuries, bad play, it can happen. It can happen. But you got to be playing your best ball. I got Ace in the chat, or AC. Lakers beat Warriors in the play-in 2021 and beat them in the playoffs of 2023. They were 3-1 against them this year. Man, stop acting like Steph has just been dominating. Who says Steph has been dominating? Nobody says Steph has been dominating, but also that's not the same team. That both of them are not the same team that just played the other day. They're different teams. And we can only go off of what we've seen from the new version of the Lakers and the Warriors. And what we've seen from the new Lakers and the Warriors beat the Lakers. So why are we using 21 and 23? We can't do that. They're not the same team. Team Grizzlies, let me see. Them Grizzlies teams might give nightmares. Fuck Tony Allen. 3 wins has with AD, and 1 was without Jimmy. AD was injured. Okay. But what does that have to do with they didn't have Luka in 2021 or 2023. And they and Grizzly, I'm not Grizzlies. I'm over here looking at the comment. And the Warriors didn't have Butler. So I don't know. Everything's different this year. But everybody knew that the Warriors had nobody on their team that was going to be able to guard AD. That was the 100% mismatch when they played them in 2021 and 2023. They don't have AD no more. Okay, so they don't have that convenience of having a big man that can just shred their front line. You know, we all know that any type of Luka team or any type of LeBron team is going to try to play just like the Warriors. I won't be surprised if the Lakers fall to the play-in, left my ass off, players more activated. A lot has to go wrong for them to fall to the play-in. A lot has to go wrong. Let's look at their schedule, okay? They got 2 with the Thunder on the road. Then they got 1 in Dallas, and you know AD is going to want blood, provided he's healthy from the game. Then they come back for a home game against the Rockets, who they just beat, and then they end the year by going on the road to the Trailblazers. So if we're realistic, they should lose both games in to the Thunder. They should, but that's why they play the game. That Dallas game is going to be very emotional, so that's a pick 'em. And the Rockets and the Trailblazers, I don't know. And depending on where the standings look, I wouldn't be surprised if they rest some players and just roll over and let the Rockets or the Trailblazers beat them in order to either take a lower seed where they don't have to play OKC. Now, all that might change. Like, let's say the Lakers go to OKC twice and beat them twice. Then that changes things. that really changes things because now they're going to have confidence that they can go in there in a 7-game series. They might stay at the 3 seed or 4 seed, depending on what happens. But that's why they play the games. And the Rockets, you think they can beat Houston in the first round? Do I think who could beat Houston in the first round? Let's go back to the standings. So right now, according to the standings, damn it. Oh, I swiped all the way down. That's why. The standings, Clippers and Rockets in the first round. That's what it's looking like. Whew. Again, it's a May Udoka team. They're built with defense, but this will be the first time this young team is playing in the playoffs. So I think the experience can either do one or two things. It can actually make them play better, or they can get a little shook and don't realize they're actually in a dogfight. And you got this is one thing that I just thought of. You got James Harden coming back to Houston. So yeah, you got that too. So I don't know. There's so many things. You don't trust Jalen Green for some reason. I trust Sagoon. Look, you can trust who you want to trust based off of the game, but which game is going to show up or not show up in the playoffs? I think we all can agree on that. I don't know whose game is going to show up in the playoffs. This is why it's so interesting. It's why we love it so much, because we really get to see who's built for that or who's not built for that. Any more chat? For selfish reasons, I want OKC and Cavs in the finals, but it's probably the OKC and Boston. Well, you know what? We can't really say that because nothing's promised. Nothing. I would love to see OKC and Cavs. That would be probably the most intriguing of them all. But I won't be surprised if it's Boston. I won't be surprised if it's the Knicks. All you got to do is get hot. That's all you got to do is get hot. And I feel like, you know, I don't think that OKC or the Cavs have been just faking this whole year. You can't really fake 60 wins. I've never seen somebody fake 60 wins before. Maybe on the outside of that Atlanta team that lost to LeBron. I think that was probably the most shakiest of 60-win team. But usually you don't fake 60 wins. Brunson and Cat got to be balling if it's the Knicks. Yeah, but we can say that about every team. You got to be on your best behavior when the playoffs start. Because if you're not, you can get rolled in the first round easily. Selfishly, I want the Cavs to come out the East. That's my selfish pick. And I've never been like a true Boston person, so I don't like root for Boston. I know my friend does. She loves Boston. But me, since I'm from St. Louis, man, Boston has done me dirty too many times. You know, we beat them in the NHL playoffs to win our only Stanley Cup. That was good. But we lost to them twice in the World Series. You know, we lost to them when they were when we had a basketball team. So, and then the goddamn New England Patriots. Boston at 7, sadly. Hope not. I hope you're wrong about that. I hope you're dead wrong about that. I don't want to see Boston win again. But I'll take Boston winning over the Lakers winning. Shit, to be honest with you, I'll take anybody but the Lakers to win. What matchup do you want to see in the first round, though? Same, bro. I want Knicks and Cavs rematch. Yeah, I've always wanted the Knicks. They were always successful in the 90s, not so much in the 2000s, not so much in the 2010s, but I've always just had a love for New York Knicks to be in the playoffs, to be successful. Thunder and Wolves in the first round, that will be legendaries. Yeah, Thunder trying to get their payback. Wait, who did they lose to? Did they lose to the Wolves last year? Or did the Thunder lose to Dallas? We lost to Dallas. Yeah. Dallas was just on a really, really big run. And I think that loss is what's going to strengthen, the Thunder this year. They know what it's like. They didn't do all this to lose in the first round. They didn't do all this to lose in the second round. I think that's going to propel them. They got the experience they need. They got the players that everybody's bought in. They kept the ship afloat. Even when they suffered injuries, all these things, they got home court. I don't see anybody just going in there and just knocking them the hell off. That is why I'm happy that Luka got traded. Yeah. We look, your litmus test is going to be these next 2 games for the Thunder. Your litmus test is going to be that. LeBron and Luka, they better shoot like 60, 70% from the field. They better be hitting all their outside shots. Yeah, Luka put up 35 yesterday on the Pelicans, but can you put up that same 35 on a team that's a little bit more hungry? And the Thunder has been hearing all of this all year, hearing what the people are saying about them. They're weak. This is going to be their 2 playoff games. The Lakers can't hang with those young teams with superstars, and we defend Bron World. Cool. Yeah. I got a comment. All praises to the most high servant, 718, the most high. May I ask, who is this speaking? I want to subscribe to your channel. My name is Mark, but I go by that black guy. My channel's on YouTube. It's called I Got a Question with Christian, that black guy. And you're right. All praises do go to the Most High. OKC always defends Bron well, but we got to see. I think Orlando could be a dangerous, but yeah, look, if they're healthy, I know you missed a lot of what we were talking about earlier, but if Orlando stays healthy, they got one of the deepest teams. They just been hit by the injury bug the whole season. But they got one of those young teams where you really can't count them out if they're healthy, if they're hungry. if they're playing on all full cylinders, these young teams can beat these old teams. My apologies if possible. Can you provide a link if the chat to your channel? I searched the bar with no help. Give me a second, please. I'm still here. I'm still here. Just I'm still here. I'm just looking up some stuff. I don't want to. I don't want to definitely disrespect Ticket's channel. You can put it in. I got a question, and then the podcast. I got to make sure that mm, yeah, I don't know how to. I can't cut and paste it, but I know. I know Ticket knows where to find me. I'm gonna try to get it into the chat. I got hustles and the Bucks, Pistons, Knicks, Wolves, and Clippers, Rockets are my sleepers. That's a lot of sleepers. I'm not gonna lie to you. Usually people have like maybe one or two, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sleepers. I'm not mad at you. I want to go to Vegas with you. Make sure that if you put that money on all those numbers, we're gonna hit. So I want to see the Bucks do something, but that Dame injury and Giannis seems to get injured in the playoffs in the first round the last couple of seasons. I love his effort. I love his hustle. I love how he takes the game serious. But with Dame being out, I don't know. Have they been playing better since Dame been out? I don't know. KB, PJ might be. You know what? That that's true. I forgot about they picked him up during the trade deadline. They got Kuzma. I think Portis is supposed to be coming back about the same. Yeah. You know, and they're slipping down in they're in the sixth seed, so they got to play New York, and they can probably catch New York, but I think this will be the first playoff game that Giannis plays in New York, and you know they're going to be on him. You know the New York fans are not gonna. They're not going to. They're not going to just take the Milwaukee lightly. They're going to be hurting. I think Brunson can go after whatever point guard they have. I'm trying to get this. I don't know if I can type in the chat. Can I type in the chat? Giannis might average 40 against Cat. Yeah, Cat frustrates me with his defensive prowess, and he also lets people off the hook in the offensive. But if Giannis averaged 40, that means he's going to be doing everything on offense. So that's going to just naturally take away from his defense. I got I got all praises to the Most High. Question, it says, what are your thoughts on the fraud male groupies and their mentality? I truly believe they are mentally ill and spiritually ill. Well, um, just by the title of your name, I know that you are in the scriptures, and I like to preface my comments by saying, I study the Bible, and the one thing that I know that we are told as human beings is not to be misled. So the fact that we have individuals just allowing another imperfect being to be their leader, it says a lot about them. I've never been. I have people that I like, but I don't have people that I call my idols. I don't, just like we said earlier, just knowing what that word means spiritually. No man's supposed to be your idol. Only God is the one that you're supposed to follow in that sense. But look, mentally ill, that's a stretch, but I can see it. You got people like Draymond Green. We can already say that Draymond Green is mentally ill just by how he carries himself and certain things, losing his composure, and then never take accountability for it. But to really, really answer your question, I think a lot of it is just follow the leader. You know, the adversary. If you believe in the Most High, then you believe in the adversary. Uh, We shouldn't be friends anyone in the flesh. We have to learn appreciation for their craft and skill. Yeah, absolutely. Being able to put a ball in the basket, yeah, that's cool. That's great. But when we're going as far as that's my glorious king, that's why I got to stop you, because you're not my glorious king. My glorious king gave his life for my sins. He didn't. He doesn't lose basketball games. So you will never hear me call that. I love watching Jordan, but I don't even call Jordan an idol. I call Jordan one of my favorite basketball players. He's a man just like me. He makes mistakes just like me. He lives and he dies just like me. So I can't put him or elevate any man over that. You hear them Ladiddy songs? Nah. I try to stay away from that for the most part, because even if I try to look it up, I'm actually helping in the algorithm of that song. So I'll just skip it. I don't need nobody. I don't need to hear that to know what it's all about. They call him their king. MJ is greater I've ever seen, but Eddie Jones is my favorite player. Yeah, Eddie Jones was great. Eddie Jones, dude, I was happy he got a championship with the Heat. I was happy. I liked him when he was playing with Charlotte. I liked him with the Lakers. Eddie Jones was probably at that time maybe the fourth best two guard. He solid on defense, hit open shots, get to the cup. He could run the offense. Eddie Jones was a difference maker. I think Paul George is more Eddie Jones than anybody else. The only difference is he don't got the same mentality of Eddie Jones. Your shit. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. Life is about knowledge. And, I want to definitely give a shout out to Hustle. Definitely get a shout out to Horizon. Definitely get a shout out to all the people that's been talking in the chat. Hamza. There was another guy up here that was just keeping the facts going. Where is he at? I want to make sure I want to give him a shout out. I'll find his name in a second as I'm scrolling down to try to find him. Yeah, they're all J Boy, Big Sykes. Where that? I know it's around here somewhere. All these people is coming with straight bombs. You got Shaka 17. Come on. Terrence Williams. Or Tori Wallace, I'm sorry. If I said your name wrong, I'm so sorry. Shout out Mr. Mass. Mr. Mass always coming with a fact. Damn, Where's he at? Where is he at? I know he's in here somewhere. But they come with real facts. Just like I say about Trill City. There he is. Trill City coming with facts. What I say about everything, you look it up, you do your research. Don't hang on nobody's words. Don't just, this is what propaganda is. Propaganda is somebody telling you what the truth is. No, you look for what the truth is, and you will find it. It's there. You can have your favorite basketball player, you can have your favorite football player, anything like that, but they are not your leaders. Your Most High is your leaders. You know what I'm saying? If you're a young cat like Horizon, yeah, do all the research you can. The truth is out there. I don't need nobody telling me that LeBron is the GOAT or he's the best basketball player because my eyes have seen better. Well, look at the stats. That's nice, but my eyes have seen better. One of the things that they say about the last days is that they said there's going to be God. He's going to be in the wilderness. Go see him. Jesus said, don't do that. I'll let you know. So don't let other people tell you who's here and who's there. Do your research. I got another comment by Hustle. Westbrook, CP3, and Ibaka, my favorite players of all time. I ain't brought that. I like Westbrook. I like his hustle. Yes, he makes some bonehead plays, but there's not an NBA player that hasn't made a bonehead play. I just think that he be going too fast sometimes for the moment. And sometimes when you go too fast, you make mistakes. And that game that they dropped to the T-Wolves, all he had to do was pull it out. He was trying so hard, trying to go so fast to make a play that he forgot to realize that you actually had the lead. So I'm trying to make a channel, but I'm too controversial. Okay, so the advice I can give you is make your channel. You will never live with saying, "Oh, I should have made a channel." No, life is not about regrets. Try it out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you can at least say you did it. And I have no subs. Look, subs will come. It took 2 years, and I got like 37 subs on my on my channel. It, it it will be there when it's there. Just if you got something that you feel that you can give to the YouTube streets, give it to the YouTube streets. Tell you something somebody told me a long time ago when I used to do stand-up comedian or be a stand-up comedian. You ain't trying to be Richard. You ain't trying to be Eddie. Be yourself. There is comedy. There is something to be heard from you. Yes, you do your own research, fellas. Cover your own asses. I can't say it as better as all praises to the Most High just said it. All of us have voices. All of us has opinions. None of our opinions is wrong. It's how you feel. That's why it's called an opinion. Shit, if you like Popeyes over KFC, that's your opinion. You're allowed to say it. I personally like original recipe. I just wish they can give me a bucket of skin, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, you got to have your own opinion. And that's why I say shouts out always to Ticket. Ticket allows everybody to have their opinion. Even if he disagrees with you, he allows you to have your opinion. He allows you to cook. He allows you to cook. LaFraud doesn't pass the eye test to me. I keep saying he's a mediocre at best. You know what? The more I watch him play, the more it's like he leaves so much out there that we're so used to a player with his caliber of doing. I used to say, like, when he was a rookie in his first few years in the league, I'm like, dude, you have the mismatch on almost 90% of the game. Why don't you take that mismatch? And he never does. KFC scared to go do it, though. Absolutely, CC Burleson. Absolutely. Look, I'm such a dumb behind. I went up to KFC one time, and I used to work there, too. But when I stopped working there, I'm like, can you just make me a bucket of skin? They looked at me like, no. I'm like, yeah, you can. I know how you make chicken. Just make me a bucket of skin. I'll pay whatever you want me to pay. Just biting into that seasoned chicken skin. Oh my God. Brings back memories. We used to call it chicken bacon. Wow. Hustle said LeBron is a glorified Boris Diaw. Oh my God. Yeah, Boris Diaw did look a little crazy. But now without the EPO, he probably would play like Boris Diaw. But with the EPO and all that good stuff running through his bloodstream, I don't know. I rooted for him first stint in Cleveland. He cheated the game himself and his fangirls. Look, I remember coming to Chicago to help my parents move in that summer. And when we got to the house and moved everything into the new house and we turned on the cable and they was losing their mind about that, I was like, ooh. If he wanted to leave, he could have just left, but it's the way he left. He knew he was going to Miami. He kept everybody on their the pins and needles, and especially people that really, really, really supported him to do that. The evidence suggests that he was planning to go to planning to go to Miami between a year and 2 years before that. Just hey, look, I want to do something different. I want to go to Miami. I'm not going to sign with you. I appreciate the time that I had here. I love all of y'all. Maybe one day I'll come back and keep it like that. It's funny how LeBron fans talk down on Wilt, but they have the same career. Have a lot of stats, losing record, and face all-time super teams while making the finals numerous of times. Damn, Hustle, you came out with the left hook out of the peekaboo stance on that one. Absolutely. Too Raw has been saying for years that LeBron and Wilt Chamberlain's record mimics each other. So, yeah. And shout out to Too Raw. Great man, great content. He will go there with you, very knowledgeable about sports, and he's a historian, so yeah, definitely. Y'all need to definitely. Wilt is better than me. Yeah, Wilt's. Come on now. That's not even a question. Yeah, LeBron has only scored 60 once. He's compared to Wilt, barely scored 50. 40 a few times here and there. But the dominance to get your shot whenever you want it, and this man Wilt shot 50% from the dang on free throw line, and he still is going to go to the hole and get a basket. He don't mind getting fouled. And he played defense all the way up into the later stages of his career with Chuck Taylor's on. There was no such thing as Dr. Scholes or insoles. He did it with the Bobcats. That shit don't count. It was the Bobcats. But let me ask you this question. How many times did Jordan score 50 on a defensive team? Many times. On a playoff team? Many times. 40? Many times. The Bobcats, I can score 50 on those Bobcats. You got Nate Shepard. Bron needs to go to Miami to get his first ring. His career would have played out differently if he stayed with Cleveland his entire career. Well, we don't know. Especially, I don't think they would have been able to get Kyrie. There were players that was trying to come over there and play with him, but I don't know. But he would have been more respected. I know that he wouldn't be as hated. Nate Shepard, and it would have played out differently in a worse way. Oh, well played. The best player was Roman Sessions. Hell no. Roman Sessions, but shout out to him though. Yeah, Roman Sessions could play though. He played with LeBron too. Did he? Well, no, he may not. I have played with LeBron, but yeah, Roman Sessions and Cahoot. Yeah, Jaleel Okafor, not Jaleel Okafor, but they had Okafor, the dark-skinned Okafor from Connecticut. I think they may have stacked 5 at that time. MJ, Kareem, Magic, B. Russell, and Wilt are top 5s. They all have MVP chips, Finals MVP, along with many statistical titles. Martin Jose, shout out to you. Emeka Okafor, thank you, sir. Rookie of the Year, Emeka. Roman Sessions played with Kobe in the middle of the 2011-2012 season. Salute at Nate Shepard. I think Roman Sessions was on those Milwaukee teams with Michael Redd, if I'm not mistaken. I know ball, yo. Hey, you proving that. You proving it. Nate Shepard, if Kawhi wins the chip this year, where do you rank him? Well, I'm a little bit easier on Kawhi because I know about that degenerative knee issue. I may not agree with a lot of the rest he's been getting or load management, but I guess I'll have to put him in maybe 15-ish area. I love them Bucks teams with Brandon Jennings and Ellis. Yeah, those were good teams. They really were. They were trying to come off of Michael Redd because of the knee injury. There was a time Michael Redd was, man, he was really good. He actually made Ray Allen expendable at one point because I think they traded for Desmond Mason. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Michael Redd and Ray Allen was in the same backcourt. They actually listed Michael Redd at a combo guard and small forward playing with Ray Allen at one point. But yeah, those were exciting teams. I like Brandon Jennings when he first came into the league. I just think he ran his mouth just a little bit too much. Because remember when they played the Heat as they were the AC, they were talking about they were going to beat the Heat in 5. I'm like, all right. Nate Shepard, to me, that's the dark horse in the playoffs. Who's the dark horse in the playoffs? Nate Shepard. Over KD's mock ass. Okay. Yeah, KD's not going out very well. Monte Ellis was a bucket getter. I like the Warriors and Mavs version, though. I like the Warriors version. Now, let's not forget he played on the Pacers, too. Darren Collison played behind Chris Paul. Yeah, Darren Collison was real good. All the Collison brothers were good. All the Collisons can get out a run. He used to be the dog back in 2012. Yeah, he was really. It's like I remember Speedy Claxton. I remember. Oh my God, what's that dude's name? I don't think it was Troy. Troy. Maybe it was Troy Hudson. Yeah, all those speedy guards from the 2000s. You get up and down the court, really, 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 really good. TJ Ford, Mookie Blaylock. Look, I've been watching a lot of those old playoff series, and Mookie Blaylock, he was very underrated. He had a weird shot, but he would pull up for three with that, and he would knock it down. Sebastian Telfair was nice too. I've heard the legend of Sebastian Telfair, but when I saw him with the Minnesota Timberwolves, I didn't see none of that flair that they was talking about. I just saw a lot of just taking rush shots and too much dribbling. I know, isn't that Stephon Marbury's cousin? His N1 mixtapes. Oh, okay. Yeah, N1 mixtapes. Yeah, if you wanted to see some, it's like underground rap back in the day. If you wanted to see some real people's skills, you would get an N1 mixtape. They used to sell them at Foot Locker at one point. And they used to go on tour. They came to St. Louis a couple of times, and we actually got a chance to just hoop with them at a civic center one time. They were really really nice dudes. Y'all want the Supersonics to come back? Because I do. I've always loved the Supersonics. And what Vegas team you think they're gonna name? Yeah, Maurice Spates was tough. Another stretch combo center power forward. He can stretch you out. He can go down low. Vegas Spiders. Hell nah. We got Martin Jose. CP3 should have 3 chips by now. 2 with the Lakers, 1 with the Rockets. But the NBA never vetoed the Lakers trade in 2011 and healthy in 2018. Then he will win at least 3 chips. Mm, yeah, I don't understand about the veto of the trade to the Lakers. That's always boggled my mind how they can veto that trade. But this Luka trade, the AD trade, and all that other stuff just allows to happen. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think that there was a reason that they vetoed it to the Lakers? If it was another team, do you think they would have vetoed it? I rank CP3 high because of that. They were terrified of him and Kobe. Now, I know y'all said they were terrified of him or Kobe, but the one thing that I got to ask you, Phil Jackson was the coach then. What would Phil Jackson unlock in CP3? They tried to say that the league owned the Hornets, so Stern vetoed the trade. But if I'm not mistaken, wouldn't the Hornets have gotten back some assets, usable assets? So it's not like they had Lamar Odom, and I think Sasho Bob, aka Paolo Gasol, was going to go over to the Hornets. I don't know. It was Powell, Odom, and some picks. It was a good trade. Yeah, just Powell by himself makes it a viable trade. And then you throw in Odom, who was a 6-man small forward, and then some picks. It probably had to be a first round, second round. That trade was blocked to manufacture LeBron James' career. Good point. Explain that, Hannibal. That's interesting. The trade was blocked to manufacture his career. Exactly, Hustle. Speak on that, Hannibal, please. Go into a little bit more detail. Kobe loved and respected CP3, and he and the Lakers tried to trade for him, but unfortunately didn't happen for whatever reason. They want Kobe to beat that golden boy. All right, Hustle. Yeah, but I know Hannibal's probably texting right now or typing it in, so we're gonna see how he goes into detail on that. Hannibal, just when the Pistons had the number one pick and decided to not to pick Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, that was real stupid. Now, you're the Detroit Pistons. You have the damn number two. They had the number two pick because number one was with Cleveland. You have the number two pick. Why in the hell would you pick anybody else besides? Now, even if they picked Dwayne Wade over, that would have still better than picking who you pick. It's a scam. So he ain't win more chips than LeBron. Wow. Never thought about it that way. Because he would have come into the league winning chips, right? That would have been the '03 Pistons. Did the '03 Pistons, wait. It was '04 Pistons that beat the Lakers, right? Just like they blocked LaMelo trade when he was supposed to go to LA to play with Kobe in 2011. Would have convinced Ben Wallace to stay in '06. Yeah, the old yeah, so he would have that would have been the following season. That would have been the following season. He would have got his ring as a rookie. And then if everything plays out, well, it will play out different because now Melo's on the Pistons while they're battling with Miami Heat. Who's to say they don't go on a little bit of a run from '04 to '06, and then they would have to end up playing the Cavs in '07 to get to the finals, and Melo's in his way too. They beat Bron in '07 in the Eastern Conference Finals instead of Bron. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they could have went on a 5-6 year run in the East with Carmelo. He would have been on a rookie deal for 4 years. So that'd have been 04, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So that would have been his contract year. He'd already got some rings. Knowing Melo, he'd have re-upped. Let's say they fall off in '08 or '09, and then that rises the big three. But then that would have been a battle between Detroit and Boston. That would have played out so differently. LeBron would have never saw the finals in the East. Damn. And think how the narrative would have changed for Carmelo's career. It would have probably just reversed him. or swapped them, we'd have been talking about Carmelo as the GOAT or challenging Michael. Because that would have meant that Melo would have already played Kobe and Shaq in the finals and beat him. He'd have probably had to play Kobe 1-on-1 instead of Boston. Yeah, Melo would have been like Kobe 2.0. The proposed trade would have sent Chris Paul to the Lakers, Gasol to the Houston Rockets, Lamar Odom, Luis Scola, Kevin Martin, and Gordon Dragic, and a 2012 first round draft pick to the Hornets. Damn, that's a team right by itself. You got a point guard, a small forward, a power forward. Man, they could have still made the playoffs. Yeah, I remember LeBron was supposed to meet Kobe in the finals in '09 and failed. Yeah, my boy Leezy said the same thing on T Price's channel the other day, I guess. Oh man, yeah, he would. LeBron would have never saw the finals in the East because yeah, we can't forget the New Jersey Nets were still viable during that time. The Indiana Pacers were still viable around that time. LeBron would have never saw Eastern Conference Finals after that first initial one if we stayed with the because then Orlando still would have been there. Man, this would have shook it up so crazily. Shakes Rick, bro. They would have got AD in 2012. Yeah, AD along with. Wait, let me go back. AD along with Lamar Odom, Luis Scola, Kevin Martin, Gordon Dragic, who was he was a beast, and AD. Yeah, that would have been nice. The Magic was on the come up with Dwight. Yeah, so we already said about 6, 7 teams in the East. So where does Cleveland fall at? Now they have an old Shaq. They have a still good Antoine Jameson. Remember they had J.J. Hickson at one point. Mo Williams, uh, Anthony Parker, Jabario Moon. I forgot the extra center they had. The dude with the what's his name? Varishal. Don't forget the the Bulls was creeping up too. Yeah, shit, that's 8 teams. Damn, all fighting it out, and all of those teams were deep. Mm. I think it would have been 9 or 10 seed. That's scary. A LeBron-led team with Shaq, Jameson, J.J. Hickson, Anthony Parker, Mo Williams would have been the 9th or 10th seed. So that means they would have been just barely floating around 500. Salute, you broke that down eloquently. You actually did, Hustle. You really did. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm saying, dang, they plotted LeBron's whole career. Because, hey, just that one pick, the domino effect was amazing. Yeah, the Pistons won that championship, but all those individuals were sent different places. Carmelo, who was the biggest threat to LeBron, was sent to the West. So you only see me twice. Now keep this in mind, everybody. If he went to Detroit, they're in the same division. Melo was supposed to play with D Rose, but he stayed in New York for Lala. I remember that, Hannibal. They were trying to get him off the Knicks, and that would have probably propelled Chicago to the favorite because nobody at that time was stopping D Rose. And if you remember, that's the same season D Rose got injured. So you think about, well, they would have probably had to trade Luol Deng because they played the same position. Who else did they have? They had Noah, Dang, Muhammad, Chandler. Wait, did they have Chandler? I don't think they had Chandler. But yeah, that would have been nice. Miami, Boston, Pistons, Magic, Bulls, Nets, and Pacers were all better than Cleveland. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, D Rose won that MVP. He was just very dominant. Very, very dominant. I was really saddened when he got injured. He was never the same D Rose. Yeah, Chandler was gone. He went to Denver. That's right. That's right. He went to Denver. But was Butler there? Young Butler. I think young Butler was there on the Bulls. LeBron would have probably left the East prematurely because it would. Yeah, you know what? That's a good. He would have never signed. He would never resigned. He would have probably definitely went to the West. But he ain't going to L.A. So where would he went? Instead of Chris Paul going to the Clippers, you think LeBron would have went to the Clippers? Chandler went to Dallas to win a chip in 11. That's why he was the center on them. Fun fact: when I was working at KFC in Illinois, right after Dallas beat after they beat the Heat, I met what's his name? Karan Butler. I met him at the KFC. He was really nice. Gave me an autograph. Nuggets or Clippers? Nuggets or Clippers? Ooh. Nuggets or Clippers? Who else was there? I don't see him going to the Suns because the Suns already had their 7 seconds or less. I don't see him going to Golden State because Golden State was trash back then. I see Hustle. You right there with me. Maybe the Warriors with baby Steph. Maybe. But guess what? We wouldn't have thought of Steph the same way if he would have won chips with Bron. This whole conversation that we having about the Warriors, it wouldn't be the same type of energy. Or let this fun fact come in. Maybe he trades off young Steph. Because remember, Steph didn't become Steph until like his 3rd year. You know, LeBron got to win now. So I see him shipping Steph off for Eric Bledsoe in Phoenix. Oh, that's crazy. They were homies too before they battled in the finals. You're absolutely right. You're right. He would have traded Steph. Yeah, he wanted Bledsoe bad because remember he tried to trade Kyrie for Bledsoe. After Kyrie hit the shot, he tried to put him on the market. Bledsoe and Paul George were supposed to come to Cleveland. Steph Curry wasn't supposed to happen. He disrupted the NBA and LeBron. Well, I agree, but well, I can't say but in harmony with that, no matter what team Steph would have been on, he'd have been Steph. Bledsoe was called Baby LeBron. Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, he was. Well, you know something. That's true. He was throwing games in Cleveland when he, I mean, not Cleveland, in Phoenix when he didn't get his way. So that would have definitely changed the trajectory of the Lakers because I see Klay Thompson going to the Lakers instead of going to Golden State. His father wanted him a Laker the whole damn time, and with Chris Paul there and Kobe on his last leg, you slide Klay Thompson into the Kobe spot. Absolutely, they almost got PG in 2017 before OKC swooped in, and LeBron was mad about that. Yeah, that's when Kawhi won up them. Actually, no, that would have been him from OKC to the Clippers. Why did OKC get Why did OKC swoop in and get PG? Hustle, I know you know. I know they wanted to replace the Durant archetype, but they did have Owen Depot. What he wasn't? He was too small. Mark Jackson also disrupted LeBron legacy. He built a team in an offense that changed the league. Westbrook wanted another star because the offense was poor because of poor development of Billy Donovan. How the hell is Billy Donovan still in the league? He was good in count. Owen Depot was injury prone. Yeah, correct. But wasn't PG injury prone too? I know he just came off of that Olympic broken leg fiasco, but I think he was just as injury prone as Owen Depot. Rookie Sabonis. Yeah, man, OKC could have still had Sabonis because Indiana didn't do good with him. So it's like they literally traded the same player for the same player, which makes no sense. Billy Donovan hates giving young guys minutes. He played Adam and Cantor a lot. Yeah, he did play a big lineup. It really wasn't a balanced lineup. It was just a big lineup. That's why Westbrook had so many assists driving to the basket because he was always feeding those big guys. As soon as Sabonis left, he flourished. Before that, he said Westbrook took away from Sabonis in OKC. But was Sabonis? Because I do remember watching a few games where they would leave him open and he would miss some shots, and then that would be how the defense played Sabonis. You got Jeremy Grant too. Jeremy Grant, yeah. I don't know if he's the son of Harvey or Horace. He probably Harvey, but yeah, I think the Grants had all their sons in the league at some point. Westbrook and Sabonis meshed, but they played hardly any minutes. OKC had the formula to beat Golden State, and KD and Westbrook failed. You know what? I can't argue with that. I will say KD more than Westbrook because you know what you're getting out of Westbrook, but those last game 6, game 7, KD played like ass. I hate to say it, but it's true. KD wasn't taking any good shot. Now, somebody has a rebuttal to that when I argued about that before, and they said that Billy Donovan was playing KD out of position defensively, so he wore out. Westbrook was the reason they went up 3-1, and KD got torched by Klay on switches. And let's not forget about Game 6 Curry on switches. Let's not forget about Game 6 Klay, because if Game 6 Klay doesn't happen, OKC goes on to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. Sabonis was playing 30 minutes and averaging 5 rebounds. Wow. How is that possible? Westbrook took away from, I don't know, because you can still get rebounds as a big man. But I understand where that comes from, though. Ed Hannibal, our offense was set up so Westbrook got rebounds for transition. So Cantor grabbed a lot of rebounds too. I think Cantor and if not Adams, but there was big man that averaged 10 rebounds as well as Westbrook. Westbrook will get that rebound off the glass and push the ball all the way up. They would try to catch them napping as much as possible. Golden State Warriors are easy to beat. So you need a big front court and a defensive wing to stop them. OKC had the floor formula. Easy to beat. I'll say tough to beat, but as long as you do have that formula and it's working, you stick to it. I don't know why, but like I said, I don't think that KD played his best games on those last 3 games. Once they got up, I don't think KD played his best ball. Everybody says it's KD's team. KD was the leader, but he didn't play like the leader. Ed Hannibal, you're right, but Robertson fucked up our offense. How did he do that, Hustle? Please explain. Because I think they went away from the game plan. That's what I think. They went up 3-1, went away from the game plan that was working, and then Golden State just start doing them. He was left open because he couldn't shoot. So they double teamed Westbrook on his paint drives off of Ibaka's picks. Okay, so why didn't you take him out then? Again, If I know somebody can't shoot and the defense is rolling to leave that guy open, as a coach, I got to take him out and put somebody else in that can knock down those shots. Remember the Chris Paul Rockets, Golden State, and KD shook. Injuries happen. Yeah, that's true. That's part of the game. You take the good, you take the bad. You take the both, and then you have the 2018 Rockets. Roberson was the. Wait, hold on. I missed two. Facts. Dude couldn't shoot. Roberson had a primary defender of Curry. He had nobody who can legitimately guard him. True, but you still need to put the ball in the basket. And it's not like you need a defensive stopper to really stop Curry. Because remember, Curry got injured in the Houston series in 2016. So Curry wasn't Curry in that series. Klay was Klay. So you could have put somebody straight up on him, but you got to keep your offense rolling. Let's see. That's why he couldn't take him out. Okay, I respect that opinion. I truly do. I just feel like they could have did something different. They were dwindling a 3-1 lead. You have to make adjustments. You're one win away from the West the finals. One win. You got to make that adjustment. The only other option was a rookie, Alex Abrinas, or Anthony Morrow, who was a streaky shooter. I would have took Morrow over Abrinas because I've seen Morrow when he was playing with the Golden State Warriors, and he still was a 40% three-point shooter. I would take streaky over nothing. Honestly, it was poor coaching mixed with KD. I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Golden State played small ball, and that was easy to beat. That's why in the 90s, it couldn't flourish because teams had a big front court. Yeah, but they also had big guards, too. We were just talking about Anthony Hardaway. Can you imagine Anthony Hardaway guarding Curry? Curry couldn't get a lot of that shit off because he's going to pick him up 94 feet. And then if he gets loose with a screen, the switch is going to be another two guard, which is just as tall as the point guard. But yeah, I agree with Hustle. It was the coaching mixed with KD. Both of those happened at the most bad time. And they watched that league go from 3-1 to 4-3. And shit, it sucks what could have been. But that's why I'm happy about what OKC is doing now. They went through a lot of bad years. They were laughed at for letting KD go to the Warriors, and you had Russell Westbrook. He stayed there as long as he could. When he left, you just start building, and they built. We will see you tomorrow. Wait, when does OKC play the Lakers? As also we also led the league in rebounding in 2016. So I don't know why they didn't punish them on the offensive rebounds. It hurts me to this day. I'm sorry about bringing up old memories. Cantor was a human traffic cone. They play tomorrow on Sunday. They must play Sunday and Tuesday. Look, also, I know this is my first time talking to you, but I'm definitely rooting for the Thunder. I'm definitely rooting for them, because if they win a championship, this is going to erase 2016, in my opinion. And I'm here for it. Let the Lakers go up there to OKC, get their head knocked off twice, two behind the ear. I've been through it all as a fan. I just want one ring. You know what? This is your year. Barring injury, barring funny stuff, this is your year. It will be legitimate. Ain't no 4-month break. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no suspicious shit. This is my only sports team. Do you live in Oklahoma? Because they don't got football except the Sooners. I don't think they got any hockey or baseball. Damn. If you live in Oklahoma, that is your only sports team. Because doing football, what, do you go to Texas since they so close? Nah, I live in a state where there's no sports teams. Ah, shit. That really sucks. I've been there. Trust me. They took my Rams away. They took my basketball team away. Cleveland in the finals this year against OKC. Hey, Hannibal, I'm with it. I want it. I would love it. And whoever wins, wins. I wouldn't care who won. Let me see. I got Trice Crew for Life. It says time to start watching other sports. Look, yeah, if that man's been rocking with OKC Thunder to this point, he's been rocking with them. No way to get off of them. I felt like ass. I might become a Panthers fan this season, though. I like their colors. You know what? I've always liked the Panthers. Fun fact: the Panthers were supposed to come to St. Louis, but they went to North Carolina, and that's how we got the St. Louis Rams from LA. And they were terrible. But I remember that magical season in '98, and then it brought a lot of buzz to the city. Downtown St. Louis was rocking. We always had like good baseball teams up to that point, but it was a different feeling when your team was like destined to go deep. So I know how that feels. You're watching OKC, you're watching they got their 64th win. It's like, dude, can this be the year? So I know how that feels, man. Boston can't keep up with Cleveland front court or bench. Yeah, I'm rooting for Cleveland and the Knicks. Bulls going to the playoffs. Well, they got to get through the play-in first. They're playing good ball. They got to get through the play-in first. But if they go into the playoffs, who you have them knocking out? You got to knock somebody out in the play-in. There has to be some. Hey, now they coming in. Where did I start off at? Bulls ain't beating no damn Heat. Fuck them Knicks. I'm from Chicago. Hannibal, you from Chicago? You there now? I'm not. I'm right out of Chicago. Southside current resident. Cool. Lake Zurich. I just moved here. I can't wait for next season. The Raptors going to be scary good again. We'll see. That's the beautiful part about a new season. They got Ingram. Let's see if they can keep Ingram. They got a lot of stuff. If OKC don't go to the finals this year, I'm taking a year off basketball. I can't take it anymore. Look, you gotta have faith, hustle. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I know you heartbreaking. How you think I felt when I had the I was Lake Zurich? Dude, I can't call it. It's weird. They don't got no good food up in this area, so I kind of gotta like drive to the city. But yeah, I got a job offer and they moved me out from St. Louis. No, the home prices are not worth it. No, because Lake Zurich is next to Libertyville, next to Vernon Hills, next to Schaumburg, so they think they're Schaumburg, and I'm like, you're not. I can see if they had some things around them, but they don't. I literally got to go to the south side to get like black fried rice. You know how shocked I was when I got some, chicken fried rice and it was like as yellow as El DeBarge? Hustle said, I feel that I'm in a small city. Yeah, those small cities, man, they don't got nothing good to eat. You got to literally go find like burned down buildings and, dilapidated stuff to be like, ooh, I know the food around here is good. True. True, those white people that live at there are trying to move back. Hey, I've been hearing a lot of that. I really have. I'm just shaking my head because I'm from an area where I can always go get different things, and I'm not I'm not feeling the chicken. I'm not feeling the rice. Now, if you eat sushi, they got good sushi places, but I don't know. Let me see. True. Good food sounds like an urban legend around here. The best shit is best should be in mid reality. Yeah. They left Chicago to escape from black people. Now they want them to come back. Yeah. Yeah. It's like that in St. Louis too. There was a lot of places like a lot of white people left Florissant, Ferguson, went to Wentzville, went to St. Charles, went to St. Peter's. And then when they found out they couldn't get good food, then they start slowly but surely coming back to North County. Yeah. Like my parents stay in Wisconsin, so I ride down there. And it's like the farther I go down there, closer to Milwaukee, I can get good food closer to Milwaukee. But anywhere in between, nah, because, black people don't eat bratwurst, 365 days a year. We're not going to stay your ass in Schaumburg. Look, Schaumburg is good for shopping. Uh, they got some good like clubs around there. Maybe if you into cars, they got some shops around there. But staying around in Schaumburg, nah. It's just funny. It's just the demographics just way too different. If Vegas gets a new team, they'll be in the West. Uh, then St. Louis might get a team to move them in the East, so the conference will be balanced. Yeah, they're not going to give St. Louis a team back, and the reason why they're not going to give St. Louis a team back anytime soon is because of the politics that's in Missouri. Yeah, that you have to remember St. Louis is a city that they took three professional sports teams from. Three, two football and a basketball. It's the politics. They had the rights to a new stadium off the riverfront that would have been beautiful for the Rams, and told them that they got 100% fan funding, and they still moved that damn team illegally. That's why the city of St. Louis got like $750 million from the NFL, because they didn't want a team in St. Louis anymore. They took the St. Louis Cardinals football team, took them to Arizona, and did the same thing. So it's like, dude, I don't see my hometown getting any basketball team. Vegas and Grizzlies might go to the Eastern city. Yeah, I can see that. Back then, I heard that the league made a call to the Pistons front office and requested that they make a pick around those other franchise defining players, and that the league will repay them. Corey Brooks, interesting. But even that pick didn't help the Pistons. Yeah, they'll add a team in Nashville before they add a team in St. Louis. Straight up. The new teams are going to be Seattle and Vegas. Yeah, Seattle's been wanting their team back. They shouldn't have lost their team to begin with, to be honest with you. I think that had to do with politics too. But everything goes to Vegas now because of sports gambling. And if you don't like the NBA now, you're definitely not going to like it when the sports gambling really, really, really starts hitting. Remember, after picking Darko, they got Rashid for free, basically. You know what? Damn, that makes sense. Rashid got traded from Portland to Atlanta, played, I want to say, one game in Atlanta, and then went to the Pistons. Supersonics 2027. I won't be shocked. Sports betting already harking hit. They got Ray Allen for free too. The Pistons? Old ass Gary Payton. The Pistons? No, Supersonics. Oh, okay. Well, Allen was traded for Gary Payton. Gary Payton went to the Bucks. Fuck them sports fans in Seattle. They ain't gonna fund new arena. That's their fault. So that's how they lost him? Yeah, that was a horrible trade. Yeah. And remember, Gary Payton didn't stay with them the rest of his contract. And the only reason why Allen got traded for Gary Payton is because George Karl was the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks at the time, and he wanted Payton back to run his offense, but Payton didn't want to live in Milwaukee. Money Mitch champ. So Joker doesn't play defense, but Steph does. Nobody said Steph plays defense like that. I'm just saying when it comes to a big man, you can at least guard the paint down. I'm a Bucks fan and I'm still hot about that trade. J Mac, nah, he left the next year. That's what I'm saying. He didn't he never stayed with the contract. They wanted to re-sign him, but he said nah. Steph was a 11th seed a month ago. Yeah. And before the Lakers got Luka, they was hovering around 2 games over 500. 2 or 3 games over 500. Steph can't make a playoffs with our prime all-star talented teammate. So what's your point? Facts, Gary. Left our ass. Yeah. Let's see. Hustle going back with J Mac. I'll let them deal with that. Joker or SGA? SGA. I agree with Jamal Murray's point, but Joker is at least a 3 or 4 seed. Curry was 11 seed before Jimmy. Okay. Where were the Lakers before Luka? They weren't the 2nd seed. You was never supposed to trade Jesus Shuttlesworth. Nope. I agree with that. You have Giannis, bro. I ain't trying to hear it. Yeah, but how many years it took for them to get Giannis? They Milwaukee Bucks went through a long drought before they got a real team. The last real team they had is when it was in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2001, Milwaukee and Philly. And then the league probably rigged that against the Bucks because they didn't want to see the Bucks and the Lakers. Yeah, I take Kyrie over Dame at this point. Yeah, sports fans be greedy, man. I got nothing. We gon' look, hustle. You gonna get through it. We gonna get through it. Your team might win the championship this year. Why they so big on Joker? I don't know. We have a lot of people that just look at stats and don't look at the actual playing. If players want to win, they need to go play with Giannis. Yeah, but who really wants to go play with Giannis? And I'm not saying that as a negative, but I'm just saying there's not no people screaming to go play with Giannis. Even Dame didn't want to go to Milwaukee. Stoney went Warriors winning the chip. Well, we'll see. I wouldn't be mad at it. They acting like Jimmy Butler gets you chips. No, but he changes the dynamic of your team. The Bucks had beat the Lakers 2-0 that year in the 2021. Yeah. Or not 2021, 2001. Yeah. They matched up well with the Lakers. I think they would have gave them a 6 or 7 game series rather than Allen Iverson. And Philly did. Man, Doc Rivers coaching ass. A lot of people say that because he's white. It's because he's white. They hate on Westbrook when he got triple doubles. That's facts. Don't nobody want KIB. If you ain't seen evidence that Jimmy's going to get you a chip, well, he's went to 2 finals. So, there's that. Corey Brooks, damn, that's right. He gets you to the finals. Yeah, the standard has been lowered for Joker and that flopper LeBron James. Nobody want to live in Milwaukee. That's why you can't get nobody. Look, Milwaukee's a beautiful city. A little bit elevated in the crime rate, but nowadays it seems like every major city is elevated in that area. So, name three players that can go to finals in 4 seasons with the team Jimmy Butler had. I gotta agree with Money Mitch. Jimmy Butler, that dude. Jimmy only had to the finals with Espo, other teams first or second round exit. Okay. Damn, y'all coming in fast and heavy. I stand corrected. Jimmy ain't gonna get you shit. Warriors fans delusional as fuck. Well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I'm from Milwaukee, 1987. Salute J Mac. Milwaukee, just a smaller Chicago. Very smaller Chicago, but less stuff. Steph just needs a little help. Any all-star that played with Steph wins a chip or gets to the NBA Finals. Stoney has a point. I used to like Jalen Green, but I saw his fruity ass painting his nails the last night to get. Also, please tell me that ain't true. What's Spoelstra doing now? In the play-in so far? Facts money, Mitch. Espo is undermanned and had a 6-game winning streak before Ja hit that shot. That's true. These dudes paint their nails now. Yeah, and that's why I don't watch them. Spo a good coach. Yeah, he is. Ain't a great coach, but he's a good coach. He's like Rudy Tomjanovich. J Mac, your bro. He made a shot, and I saw him look at his nails. It was black. Oh, he had a 9-game winning streak before that too, bro. Yeah, y'all coming with the facts. I can't get mad at that. Y'all coming with all the facts. Let's see what else. Spo, the best coach LeBron had. I would say yes to that in harmony with that one European coach that only lasted a season and a half. They've been painting the nails. D Wade. Forgot about that. Do y'all realize old CP3 had led teams to more playoff wins than Luka and KD over 5 years? Yeah. LeBron faking injuries is like me capping about me being rich. Explain why you like Jalen Green. He is the dumbest basketball player in the NBA. What do you like Jalen Green? Because he's athletic, and that's the case. Y'all dumb too. Yeah, Black. Yeah, that's right. The Israel dude, Black. Yeah, he was a good coach. I got Jimmy, Donovan Mitchell, and Kay Cunningham as the 3 most overrated niggas in the league right now. Why you say that, Trace? Crew for life. Come on, you got to explain. He was good in Europe. Okay, he got a team to the NBA Finals and had the best record in the league and still got fired at the All-Star break. Mitchell F's. but you tripping with Cade. We got a new set, TG. It says that flopper LeBron James has never allowed a coach to be great because the flopper flopping James is not coachable, getting coach fired. Look, I can't get mad at that. J Mac, you're right. He is a coach killer. He is a coach killer. We're going to go to 2:00 and then we're going to have to end the stream, fellas. I really appreciate all the love and all the stuff in the chat. We got 20 minutes. Let's rock it out for 20 minutes and let's end this chat. I truly appreciate everybody that's been in here. Truly, I do. We can talk about Steph Curry being a legal screen merchant. Donkey been doing that for years. Much love, Ticket. Yeah, everybody shout out to Ticket. Get these likes up. Get them all up. We got 20 minutes. Let's get as many likes in the on the channel, on the stream as we possibly can. Let's show Ticket that love. So like Jalen Green, because he's athletic, Jalen Green basketball IQ doesn't exist. Oh shit. On the court, he looks good because of the Houston Rockets and the coach. Look, Hannibal, you are going bonkers on this dude. You are literally going bonkers on this dude. Let me see. Cade overrated though, a motherfucker. Overrated thin, a motherfucker. It's supposed to be thin. Scotty Barnes better than that nigga. You know what? I haven't really seen Cade except a couple of games. In the game that I did see him, he got thrown out because of the fight. So I haven't seen enough of him. Anybody who likes Jalen Green game is a dummy and doesn't watch basketball or understand the game. Damn, this dude must have stole your lunch like when y'all were little or something. Scotty Barnes can't score 20. Scotty Barnes still in Toronto, J Mac? And he said that's on him. He doubling down with it. I can't get mad at that. Yeah, he there. Yeah. Man, I thought at one point they were saying that Scotty Barnes was untouchable because of his game. But I guess it's all that changed. How are you talking basketball bringing up Jalen Brown? Damn, this dude is hot. Scotty still sucks Scotty still stuck in the 6. KD hasn't made it out of the first round without an all-star talent his entire career. Sad, but true. Scotty Barnes got potential, yeah, but if you ain't using that potential correctly, means nothing. We started off the stream talking about Jared Coleman. He had all the potential in the world, never put it together. He ain't Banchero. Yeah, Banchero just seems like he just has that other gear he puts it in. Scotty Barnes, team stack, he didn't really gotta score 20. Okay, I can see that. Banchero really that nigga though. Him and Franz Wagner. Yeah, the Wagner brothers. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Why y'all hate Jalen Green? Y'all hate Jalen Green. Shit, Hannibal's been cooking Jalen Green. I mean, shit, he's almost done. Throw some barbecue sauce on him. I don't like Jalen Green because he ain't no defensive playing ass hack. Okay, well, there it is. Future big man. Yeah, Banchero, future big man. Absolutely. He at J Mac. He's a fruit cup. He's always got pumped by Josh Christopher. Okay. Sweet baby Ray's for that cookie. I know, right? Hey, they got that sweet onion, sweet baby Ray's. You don't even need a lot. You just glaze that shit on. Some fries. Wait, are we serving Jalen Green with fries or slaw? Hannibal, because it matters. Most of them are fruits. Yeah. This dude said Jalen Green plays like a drunk, and Ime the bartender got him. Oh my god! Wow, Ime's now the bartender. Scotty is a pass first forward, and that's how he's played. The Raptors see him as a Kawhi Leonard replacement. That's saying a lot, which is their new franchise player. Don't sleep on Franz Wagner. He a good one too. Only a dumb person will like Jalen Green. With fries, my nigga. Oh, well, yeah, my nigga. Barbecue and fries. Because if you'd have said slaw, we'd have had to slow cook him and pull him apart and put him on 2 pieces of bread. With fries. Hell yeah. The NBA is the new WWE. It's a play. That's why they wasn't going to let Curry go out bad and retire. Why they're trying to get KD traded to be on a good team. Y'all ain't heard them niggas on the Thunder talk that keeps going down. Y'all ain't heard them niggas on the Thunder talk who that Dortz or the other nigga that made the All-Star. The boy sound like SpongeBob SquarePants. No bass in his voice. Oh, okay. I think I know who he's talking about. Raptors stacked. They got Barnes, RJ Barrett quickly. And remember their new Kawhi Brandon Ingrams is going to be back next season. We'll see. We'll see if Ingram stays or asks for a trade. Whoever mentioned Jalen Green needs to be banned. He's back on the barbecue pit. Hell no. Let's see how the pass first when he shoots 25 again. Hell, that can't be pass first. At Hannibal, barbecue and fries slap. I'll throw barbecue sauce on my fries too. You know what? J Mac, I'm with you. I put barbecue sauce on my fries as well. I really do. I thought it was just me, but now I'm finding I got people that think just like me. My man. Okay, it says Doja Long, millionaire in 2025 says, yeah, Toronto Raptors might be nice the next few years. We will see. Don't talk about J-Dub like that, mother clubber. Let me see. Crying emojis, then they look good on paper. Yeah, everybody looks good on paper, but you got to play the season. Ed Hustle, that's his role from college. And when he was drafted, his coach at the time made him a playmaker. And that's why they drafted, was that Grady? Dick traded for Quickly and Brunson. Fries on barbecue, fire, bro. Absolutely. Also, they will want to surround him with shooters. He can hoop, but sounds like a fairy boy. Okay. Yeah, they got potential. I like them. Magic and Bulls as a future contender in the East. Ooh, the Bulls got some work to do, but I don't know. Facts ticket. Ticket didn't say that. Anyway, the Bulls, crying emoji. I rock with Scotty. I don't act like he's a pass first dude. It's like that's BS they say about him. Okay, he says, bruh. Barbecue on fries is fire, bro. Absolutely. Don't sleep on barbecue sauce on fries. Don't if y'all put ketchup on fries, y'all mad at barbecue sauce on fries? Seriously? It says, not the Bulls, bro. It says, I like blue cheese on fries too. Shit be hitting right with some buffalo. You know what? Trace Crew for life. Absolutely. Buffalo wing sauce with blue cheese on your fries is a different taste. It's good. Now, Panther Denor, barbecue and mayo on fries. That's where I got to stop you. Mayo on fries. No. Please tell me you're white, because if you're white, I get it. But yeah, mayo on fries, barbecue sauce. I don't know. I don't agree with that, but that's a role they want him to play. That's fair enough. Uh, Yay or mild sauce? No mild sauce. It has to have some spice to it. There's no point in having barbecue sauce if it tastes like dressed up ketchup. The NBA is padding Curry, KD, LeBron's resume so that they can compare them with the past eras. Imagine if T Mac and Melo got to play with the teammates of KD and Curry had. That's a good that's a good point. Panther tripping. I really you sick MF mayo on fries. Absolutely. Mayo on fries. Look. I like the fact that you have balls enough to say that you put mayo on fries, but don't say that in a chat full of black folks. It's either barbecue sauce, wing sauce, mayo goes on burgers, not fries. I'll let you take it back. Did you accidentally mean to say something else besides mayo? Not Miracle Whip either, because that'll start a fight in the damn chat. It says the Raptors see Scotty as a two-way playmaking forward, and his job is to score when they get the chance, but assist the shooters. Hey, you're going hard for your point, Soccer 17. You're going hard for that point. Much respect. Mild sauce is Chicago thing. It's not like taco sauce. Maybe I gotta try that then, J Mac. Mayo is nasty. Okay, mayo is nasty by itself, but you know, on J Mac, you don't eat mayo on a burger. Somebody block the person who eats mayo with fries. Yes, don't block him, but he's got his warning. If he doubled down, they block him. No. KD hasn't won a playoff series with our all-star talent teammate. I know. We agree. Long story. Long story how I tried it in the first place. You know what? I'll give you the floor. Explain how you tried mayo barbecue sauce on fries. Please, I'll be fair. I will. I'll hear you out. Scotty sucks at his job. Yes, possibly. I don't eat mayo on anything. Okay? I respect your grind. Don't block me. Don't block him. Don't block him. Don't block me, Mel. Even rock with the intro. Okay. Maybe shrimp, pasta, and shit that, but not on burgers or sandwiches. Mayo on pasta? But not on your sandwiches. Okay. Well, you got to use mayo to make tartar sauce, so okay. The issue with the Raptors is shooting consistently. They are too reliant on threes, just like most of the league. Dick is seen as the team's sharpshooter, but he shoots approximately 31%. Damn, that ain't a sharpshooter. KD used the Warriors to get a ring, just like LeBron used Miami to get rings. LeBron knew Miami had the money to get Joe Johnson, Melo, Dwight Howard, etc. in free agency during the Wade and Bosh. From three, by the way. Damn, that's still horrible. Dick is really a good three-point shooter. It'll be higher next year because Ingram will get most of the shots. We will see, but 31% from three is still trash. I meant shrimp salad, like chicken salad. Okay, all right, respect. I get it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, tuna salad, shrimp salad, ham salad, chicken salad. Yeah, that has needs mayo. Don't forget, Ingram comes in next year to make everybody else's job easy. The best thing the Raptors did all year was the Anthony Black and Dick jersey swap. When I was a youngin' going to college, my coins was short. The mayo dip was 3 times as big as the ketchup. So one day I tried it to pad my calories. Oh, so it was a diet thing. So you just got used to it. Okay, I'll give you respect for that. I ain't doing it, but I give you respect for that. The Raptors are my hometown team, but I can't lie about them. Also, you from Canada? Soccer 17? You went to the white school for sure. Well, I don't know, but you know, mayo dip. I don't know. Saturdays are about good weed and coffee. uh, I'm being honest. Yeah. Facts to you, Panthers Denor. Facts to you. T Shaka makes sense. Got a rep for your city. Yeah, that's your team. You got a rep for them. Got to do that. No matter for the good or for the bad, your team is your team. That's why Hustle was going all the way in. He cooked that dude to the bone and then cooked the bone. Hell no. What you think about Dame now? You know what? I can't really hold him to the fire when you got a blood clot that could take your life, man. I gotta wait till he gets healthy before I make my judgment on him. Yeah, those blood clots can kill you. I had a grandfather that died from a blood clot. So yeah, they can start from your leg and end up in your heart or your brain, and then it's game over. So let's wait for him to get healthy first. Today feels like LeBron slander day. LeBron slander day? What we slandering about, Hustle? Okay. I respect that you're that scary. Yeah, I know you hate Dame. I don't hate Dame. I don't. I met Dame. Real nice dude. I just wish he would play a different type of game to complement Giannis, but I don't like him. I mean, I don't not like him. His fake ass GOAT debate. Yeah, LeBron James don't have a GOAT debate. So I don't even listen to it at all. Yeah, I agree with you. Facts, Mac. He's still trying to play that Portland game, and that's not going to work with Giannis. Everybody, we got 1 minute until we wrap this up. Let's get those likes up for Ticket. I appreciate everybody letting me cook with them for 6 hours. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna try to do this again with y'all. Read the chats. Get those likes up, man. I truly appreciate everybody again. You can look on YouTube. I got a question to podcast if you want to hear from me again. But I'll try to get back on and cook with y'all again. Shouts out to everybody in the chats. Hustle, Hannibal. If I miss your name, It's not personal. There was a lot of people that made some real great comments, and I appreciate you so much. But I've been on here for 6 hours. It's time to shake. Thank you again, Ticket. I truly appreciate you. Thank you again. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend. I'll be on at the next stream. Thank you again. Peace.